to have our jurors brought in, please. I'm sorry, we do need to take up one matter outside the presence of the jury. Okay, we are going to go on the record on case CR 22-21-1623, State of Idaho versus Tammy Daybell. We began a special sentencing proceeding case. The court, we're starting again with that hearing today on this special sentencing proceeding. The court has been advised by defense counsel of an intent to potentially not present mitigation, and I have in a closed outside the presence of the jurors. So, Mr. Daybell, let me just outline your rights here for you briefly. In this special sentencing proceeding, you do have the right to both or circumstance relating to the crime or to the defendant's state of mind or condition at the time of the crime or to his character, background, or record that tends to suggest that a sentence other than death should be imposed. A mitigating factor does not have to constitute a defense, excuse, or justification for the crime, nor does it even have to reduce the degree of the defendant's blame for the crime. My instructions given at the end of the trial phase that you are not to allow sympathy for the defendant to enter your deliberations do not apply at this sentencing phase. Mitigating factors may include any fact or circumstance that inspires sympathy, compassion, or mercy for the defendant. Evidence supporting the existence of a mitigating factor may come from the trial phase or this sentencing phase, whether produced by the defendant or the state. One other instruction that will be given is the defendant's right to allocution, and that reads, the defendant has the right to personally address you. This is called the right of allocution. Allocution is not made under oath and not subject to cross-examination. The law provides that these statements are something that the defendant is allowed to present to you as mitigation. You may consider these statements in your deliberations. Discuss this with you on the record already, correct?
I have, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Daybell, the purpose of these rights is to potentially present evidence to the jury that could result in them finding that the death penalty should not be imposed in your case. Forced or pressured you personally to make that choice?
No.
And do you feel like you're thinking clearly this morning as you make that choice?
Yes.
Okay, well, that is your right, Mr. Daybell, so thank you for putting that on the record for the court before we brought the jurors in. At this time then, we are going to proceed with the remainder of this special sentencing proceeding, and we'll have the jurors brought into the courtroom, please.
All right, please. Hear yourself, President Counter, for your honor.
Okay, thank you. Please be seated. All right, good morning, everyone. We're on the record on case CR 2221-1623, State of Idaho versus Chat Guy Daybell. I understand we are now on the record with the public here and the jurors much later than anticipated, but the court's been taking up several administrative matters to get to this point. At this time then, the court's intent is to read some additional instructions to the jurors before any opening statements are made. Is the state prepared to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
And let me just inquire, will the state intend to make an opening statement for this procedure?
Yes, Your Honor.
And will that be you, Ms. Blake?
Will be Mr. Wood.
Mr. Wood, thank you. Is the defense prepared to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, and does the defense intend an opening statement?
Yes, Judge, and that will be me.
Thank you, Mr. Pryor. All right, at this time then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I am going to read you some additional instructions. I'll note that you'll get copies of these to take with you as you deliberate. I read instruction yesterday, which was instruction number 3, and the way I read the instruction yesterday had an error in it, so that's been corrected. I'm going to reread it, and the one you get with you will have the correct language. So order, but they'll come to you in a packet. And again, the order doesn't necessarily matter, but you'll receive each of these. So the first instruction I'm going to read you this morning is as follows. The state of Idaho is seeking the death penalty in this case, alleging aggravating circumstances exist under Idaho law that may allow the death penalty to be imposed. The statutory aggravating circumstances are simply allegations. They are not evidence. You should not be influenced or prejudiced for or against the defendant because the state is seeking the death penalty. The state has alleged the following statutory aggravating circumstances. A, the murder of Tylee Ryan was committed for remuneration, or the defendant employed another to commit the murder for remuneration or the promise of remuneration. B, the murder of Joshua Jackson, hereinafter J.J. Vallow, was committed for remuneration, or the defendant employed another to commit the murder for remuneration or the promise of remuneration. C, the murder of Tamara, hereinafter Tammy Daybell, was committed for remuneration, or the defendant employed another to commit the murder for remuneration or the promise of remuneration. D, the murder of Tylee Ryan was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel, manifesting exceptional depravity. E, the murder of J.J. Vallow was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel, manifesting exceptional depravity. F, the murder of Tammy Daybell was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel, manifesting exceptional depravity. G, by the murder or circumstances surrounding their commission, the defendant exhibited utter disregard for human life. H, the defendant, by his conduct, whether such conduct was before, during, or after the commission of the murders at hand, has exhibited a propensity to commit murder, which will probably constitute a continuing threat to society. If, after considering all the evidence, you unanimously find that one or more of the aggravating circumstances exists beyond a reasonable doubt, you must indicate on the special verdict form by specifically stating what aggravating circumstances or circumstance exists. If, after looking at all the evidence, you unanimously find that there is a reasonable doubt about the existence of a statutory aggravating circumstance, or you cannot unanimously agree on the existence of a statutory aggravating circumstance, you must proven the aggravating circumstance. You must indicate this finding by checking the appropriate line next to such aggravating circumstance or circumstances on the verdict form. Your presiding juror, the verdict form. Next instruction. It is presumed that no statutory aggravating in this case. This presumption remains throughout the sentencing phase and during your deliberations. Proving the existence of a state throughout the sentencing phase. The defendant is not required to prove the absence of any aggravating circumstance, nor is the defendant required to produce any evidence at all. The state must prove the existence of a statutory aggravating circumstance beyond a reasonable doubt. A reasonable doubt is not a mere possible or imaginary doubt. It is a doubt based on reason and common sense. It may arise from a careful and impartial consideration of all the evidence. You are not convinced beyond a reasonable doubt about a statutory aggravating circumstance, it is your duty to find that a statutory aggravating circumstance has not been proven. On the other hand, if after careful and impartial consideration of all the evidence, you are convinced beyond a reasonable doubt about a statutory aggravating circumstance, it is your duty to find that a statutory aggravating circumstance has been proven. Next instruction. A mitigating factor is any fact or circumstance relating to the crime or to the defendant's state of mind or condition at the time of the crime or to his character, background, or record that tends to suggest that a sentence other than death should be imposed. A mitigating factor does not have to constitute a defense, excuse, or justification for the crime, nor does it even have to reduce the degree of the defendant's blame for the crime. My instructions given at the end of the trial phase were that you are not allowed to have sympathy for the defendant or to enter that into your deliberations, and that does not apply at this sentencing phase. Mitigating factors may include any fact or circumstance that inspires sympathy, compassion. Evidence supporting the existence of a mitigating factor may come from the trial phase, whether produced by the defendant or the state. Next instruction, a defendant has a constitutional right, defendant acting with the advice and assistance of the defendant's lawyer. You must not draw any inference of guilt from the fact that the defendant did not testify during the guilt phase of the trial or during the sentencing phase, nor should this fact be discussed by you or enter into your deliberations in any way. The next instruction, victims have the right to personally address you by making a victim impact statement, which is a statement concerning the victim's personal characteristics and the emotional impact of the murder. A victim impact statement is not made under oath and is not subject to cross-examination. A victim may not make any statements that are characterizations or opinions about the crime, the defendant, or the appropriate sentence, and you should disregard any such comments you may otherwise consider victim impact statements in your deliberations. And my final instruction before we start with the opening arguments is instruction number 7. The defendant has the right to personally address you. This is called the right of allocution. Allocution is not made under oath and is not subject to cross-examination. The law provides that these statements are something that the defendant is allowed to present to you as mitigation. You may consider these statements in your deliberations. All right, that concludes the court's preliminary instructions. At this time, Mr. Wood, I understand you'll be making an opening statement for the state.
Yes, Your Honor, may I approach the jury, and is there a microphone we can use?
Yeah, we'll get you a wireless mic.
Ladies and gentlemen, when we process, we spoke with you about what could happen if we got to this phase of the trial. And we thoughts and feelings about if we got here. And in that earlier discussion, we talked with you about what happens if a defendant is convicted of first-degree murder or conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. And we talked with you about some of your feelings and your thoughts on that. The discussion we had involved the jury questionnaires that you filled out. And those questionnaires and our conversations dealt with acknowledging that murder in and of itself is not sufficient for the death penalty. That there has to be something else beyond a finding of guilt if you are to impose the death penalty. And the thing that has to be proven to you beyond a reasonable doubt and beyond that finding of guilt, conspiracy to commit murder, are these aggravating circumstances or aggravating factors the judge just mentioned. And we have alleged in this case, in a document that was filed a long time ago, there are multiple aggravating factors that we are going to ask you to find. And the judge read those to you. I'll go back over them in just a moment. In considering those factors, however, we don't have to start all over again. Yesterday, the court read you an instruction that says you may consider and you shall consider all of the evidence presented so far. And so you have to consider everything that you considered in coming to your verdict on the charges of murder and conspiracy to commit murder. We will not be presenting additional evidence to you in this hearing. However, you will hear from multiple victims in this case. Again, you are entitled to consider everything that has been proven to you beyond a reasonable doubt so far. And the judge read these, but I'm going to read them one more time. These are the aggravators that we are going to ask you to find exist beyond a reasonable doubt. The murder of Tylee Ryan was committed for remuneration. Murder of J.J. Vallow was committed for remuneration. The murder of Tammy Daybell was committed for remuneration. The murder of Tylee Ryan, especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel, manifesting exceptional depravity. The murder of J.J. Vallow was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel, manifesting exceptional depravity. Tammy Daybell was especially exceptional depravity. Circumstances surrounding their commission that this defendant exhibited utter disregard for human life. That the defendant, by his conduct, whether such conduct was before, during, or after the commission of the murders at hand, has exhibited a propensity to commit murder which will probably constitute a continuing threat to society. Again, we're going to ask you to make these findings based on the evidence that's already been presented in this case and anything you hear today. And so going forward, as the judge told you, the trial will work like this. If you decide that the state has proven one or more of those aggravators beyond a reasonable doubt, this case then goes back to you. And it is your decision whether one or more of these aggravators has been proven. And if it has, then you must decide if under these circumstances, imposition of the death penalty would be just or unjust. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Wood. That concludes the opening statement from the state. Mr. Pryor, if you'd like to present an opening statement on behalf of your client, you may do so at this time.
Just once more, Judge, may I approach first as well?
Yes. Yeah, we're going to adjust a camera as well first. Thank you, Mr. Pryor. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Pryor. Yes.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. You know, there's a saying that says you can define someone about who they are now and in the future by what they've done in the past. And only an unusual or startling event a little bit about Chad Daybell. I want to talk to you a little bit about Sheila Daybell taking the stand and talking about this quiet, reserved, shy young man growing up in Springville, Utah. Springville's a town outside of Salt Lake City, about 50 miles south of Salt Lake City. Chad growing up there was a town of about 15,000 people.
Mr. Pryor, I really much apologize. We're barely picking you up on the mic. I don't know if we want to maybe swap mics or. All right. Thank you, Mr. Pryor. Apologies.
Skill with electronics is showing and has shown throughout this, I guess, correct? Yeah. Springville, Utah, small town, was at the time. I understand now it's 50,000 people. Chad growing up in this small town, quiet, shy, reserved, town of faith, town of religion, grew up in that. We heard Jason William talk about that. Tight-knit community. Maybe everybody knew each other. And then Chad was on his mission. I don't know very much. You've gathered that. I don't know very much about the LDS faith. Goes off on a mission, comes back. This is not a mission where you gain worldly experience. It's not a mission where you gain insight into all of the unusual things or the challenges that people have in society, things that many of us experience who maybe grow up in larger metropolitan areas or maybe even big cities or other parts of the country where you get an opportunity to experience other things. And he meets Tammy Douglas, and they get married. And they're married for 29 years. And by anybody's definition, anyone's definition, Tammy and Chad raised 5 wonderful children, 5 beautiful children, very deep in their faith, very deep in their commitment to family. And we can say maybe Tammy was the driving force in this. Tammy was the glue that created these wonderful children. But it doesn't just take one parent to do that. You don't raise 5 wonderful children, 5 amazing children with just one parent's input. It takes 2 parents to do that. It does take 2 parents to do that. And they did that, much like they shared in the Springville Publishing Company together. They did all of those things together and built this life. And Chad wrote these books. And again, I told you before, you don't have to agree with what he wrote about, but he wrote books about things that interest him. And Jason William, Steve Schultz, Emma. Jason talked about Chad and Steve Schultz talked about Chad, deeply involved with the Boy Scouts, deeply involved with his church, a member, a secretary to, and I cannot remember the words and I will hack him if I say that, but deeply involved with the integral part of his church and his belief. And as Jason William talked about it, he said, remember this when he said, December, Christmas time, something changed. Something changed. What changed in December? Chad got this trajectory that was changing his trajectory. You can judge someone by their past and predict how they're going to be in the future, unless there's an interjecting trajectory that maybe changes the plan. And that trajectory that bomb that came into his who previously had been married 4 times. And that bomb brought chaos to Chad Daybell's life. And this worldly man, no, not a worldly man, no experience, the only girlfriend, the only woman, 29 years, from the mission to marriage to 5 kids. He doesn't have a lot of experience dealing with relationships, dealing with how to interact with people, maybe being manipulated. And we can argue this all day long. But when it comes to personal relationships, he wasn't a worldly man. And on the other hand, the trajectory that's coming through, the trajectory that's flying into this 29-year marriage is a woman who didn't have 1, 2, 3, 4 marriages. That's worldly experience. That's a lot of things. And then it all changes. The amplification of these religious beliefs, these crazy thoughts, this crazy trail of things. And you've made your decision, and I'm not going to go back on that. But look at where he was. And in Jason Williams' own words, Christmas 2018, what changed? What caused this change? We know what caused the change. You've seen all the evidence. When I went through the voir dire process with you, I used an expression, and some of you may remember this. I don't know if I used it with all of you. Lori Vallow glittered. She was not gold. She was the trajectory that changed the plan. You don't go back on 29 years of marriage with nothing as far as a speeding ticket. Raising 5 wonderful children, that takes 2 parents to do that. And then this trajectory comes in and chaos hits, and all of these things start cascading, and this thing becomes very complicated and difficult, easy. And this small town boy from Springville, Utah, who's residing on a farm with his wife and his family close by in a wonderful community of Rexburg, has this bomb dropped. Suddenly chaos ensues. We have to look back at that, because when you start talking about how do you predict the future, you go back looking at what the past was, and you examine what Chad Daybell's past was prior to the bomb being dropped, the Lori Vallow bomb being dropped on Chad Daybell's life, and suddenly all of this stuff changing. And you evaluate that and you look back and say, is this a person? If it wasn't for that trajectory coming in and changing the path, is this where we'd be going? But you judge what's capable in the future by what you've seen him do with his family, his friends, and this small knit community of Springville, Utah, and raising these 5 absolutely wonderful children. Thank you.
All right, that'll conclude the opening statements. At this point of the proceedings, then, to put on evidence in support of aggravating factors. Does the state intend to put on any evidence in support of aggravating factors?
No, Your Honor.
All right, is the defense going to put on any evidence in support of mitigation, Mr. Pryor?
No, Judge.
All right. Each of these proceedings then would be for victim impact statements it may have. Is the state going to do that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Very well, you can commence with. They are governed by statute, somewhat limited in scope, and I believe council has tailored these to comport with the statute. So with that in mind, Ms. Blake, if you'd like to call in order your first impact statement victim.
The state would call Ron Douglas.
Very well. Okay, if you'll give us just a moment, we're making sure the cameras are situated so that they are not recording victims in this case. I'm also going to note and reiterate that instruction. These statements are not under oath, nor are they subject to cross-examination. So, Ms. Blake, once you're ready, you can elicit any statement Mr. Douglas may have.
Your Honor, may the state remain seated.
Yes, you may, Ms. Blake.
And Mr. Douglas, I'll just let you know, the microphones are directional. So if you angle it kind of up under your chin, it will probably. And my intent. Have him then read his statement.
I think that's appropriate. Thank you, Ms. Blake.
Would you please state your name for the record?
Ron Douglas, that's Douglas.
Mr. Douglas, which victim in this matter are you related to?
I am Tammy's father.
Have you prepared a statement?
I have.
Would you please read your?
Idaho. She lived with us when she moved. We'd had daily interactions with her and the children. After they moved, we drove to see them for all of the children's weddings and graduations. Our last visit in Idaho with them was in March of 2020. My wife made me promise to return and visit the kids after she passed away. My wife passed away last June. The tragedy of the case has harmed our family's relationship with the kids. I will remain open to rebuilding a relationship with them. And Tammy was treated how she was. I find it comforting to know that Tammy is resting peacefully in Utah, buried alone, and near her beloved mother.
Thank you, Mr. Douglas.
Go ahead and step down, Mr. Douglas, and I'll have the state call its next victim for an impact statement.
Your Honor, the next victim to present an impact statement will be Kay Woodcock.
Very well.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Mr. Wood.
Thank you. Ms. Woodcock, we know you've already testified in this case, but can you remind the jury which victim you were related to?
Please.
Thank you. Did you prepare a statement, a victim impact statement today?
Yes,
Will you please read that for the jury?
sure. Today is an incredibly difficult and bittersweet day. I am filled with pride as I remember and speak about what an amazing grandson we had, and grief stricken and speaking about how devastated I am in his loss today. Try and explain the immense pain that me and everyone in my family continues to endure daily, but impact of his death, there aren't any. No words can truly describe and fully demonstrate the depth of pain his death has created in our hearts and our lives. The loss of a grandchild is immensely painful under normal circumstances for any grandparent. The death of a grandchild at the hands of another brings pain that is indescribable. If you remember, JJ was born with the name Kanan Todd Trahan. He was born May 25th, 2012. He would have celebrated his 12th birthday just a few short days ago. I will call him Kanan while I talk about his first year of life because that is who he was then. He was born a fighter, 10 weeks premature, weighing in at a tiny but mighty 2 pounds and 14 ounces. From minutes of being born, he was transferred to a hospital with a neonatal intensive care unit where he spent weeks fighting to grow. He was about 2 hours old when I saw him for the first time. Seeing him, I knew he was my grandson. He was the mirror image of my son, Todd, his biological father. Todd has always loved him and always will. Kanan's death has changed his life forever. While he was in the NICU, I was only able to see him for a few minutes at a time until I was notified he would be released to us within days. 25 years since I had a new baby at home and never a preemie with all their special needs. Larry and I didn't hesitate immediately. We said yes. The only place we wanted him to be was home with us. The night before he was discharged, I spent the night in a little room next to the NICU, talking to nurses, learning things that our little preemie grandbaby would need. The next day, it was time to leave. The nurse brought a wheelchair in and said, "Have a seat. We'll get you out of here." I looked at her, perplexed. I said, "I don't need a wheelchair. I can walk." She let me know that it was hospital policy. I sat in the wheelchair, took Kanan in my arms, and was wheeled out of the hospital like a new mama. I felt so much pride for this little baby who had not only overcome being born 10 weeks early, but also being born with illicit substance in his tiny little body. He was ready to come home well before he was expected. And my pride in him knew no bounds. We knew then that he was a champion and so special. That day began an amazing experience of raising our cherished little man. While Kanan had been in the NICU, he spent much time hooked up to machines and monitors that he didn't get to get snuggled all day, every day, like a typical newborn. The noises and routines of the NICU were gone, and it was such a huge change for him. His first night home, I bathed him. He cried so hard, and I cried along with him. My heart was so heavy with the disadvantages he was experiencing through no choice of his own. My husband, Larry, who is Paw, asked me to give Kanan to him. He placed Kanan on his bare chest and wrapped his robe around him, gently breathing on his head until he stopped crying and fell asleep. It became a daily occurrence, part of our routine. He would hold him for hours so Kanan would feel loved, comforted, and secure. I saw my husband in a new light, seeing what type of daddy he was to a newborn. It was like Kanan made us young newlyweds. Larry jumped in, feet first, and did all the things a new father should and more. It made our relationship grow and gave us new strength. Kanan was our strength, and we were his comfort. His first 6 months, we went to countless doctor appointments for his host of medical problems. We went to appointments with doctors for his heart, kidney, urology problems, speech, occupational therapists, and regular pediatricians for the things that every baby does. We were always on the move, going from one doctor to another, constantly working to ensure he thrived and grew. That along with loving him was our number one appointment. It was pretty much guaranteed I would cry. It hurt so badly to see everything he was experiencing, not only from being born prematurely with drugs in his system. The decision was made to place Canaan with Charles and Lori after they approached us with their desire to have a child of their own. We agonized over the decision but knew from our past interact with them that it was the right one. Charles and Lori were granted custody a few short months later. It was then Canaan became. It was happy and devastating at the same time. We loved raising him. We gave all our love and energy, ensuring he grew, thrived, and knew what priceless and as growth and milestones were evidence of our love for him. But we knew this was the best types of schools and services we didn't have available in Lake Charles. When he left, I felt a grief that can only be compared to the grief of losing someone. During our visits, Charles or Lori would comment on how JJ would do things with us that were a stark contrast for them. He always awoke at the crack of dawn, never sleeping later. When visiting, we would have JJ sleep with us. He would sleep until 9 or 10 o'clock, which astonished them. There was never a doubt he had an end where they lived. Lori always expressed her deep appreciation that we gave them the greatest gift ever. That is just one part of why this causes so much pain. JJ was incredibly smart. He was reading on a middle school level by the time he was 4. I remember being in a store with him on the aisle with eye drops, and there he was reading off the labels: Visine, cysteine, antihistamine, one long word after another. I hadn't seen him do that before, and I was blown away. He was brilliant. He would occasionally stumble on a syllable, but we took the time to go through and help him. The amount of awe makes me smile, and feel the same pride I did that day. As he got a little older, he was enrolled in a private academy in Arizona, which focused on every aspect of educating and empowering children like JJ. He loved his school and they loved him. It was there where it was discovered another level of brilliance JJ possessed. I remember when Charles told us he was a math savant, he could calculate anything. I continually wonder what he would have become, what type of man would he have become? Contented child, healthy, compassionate, and empathetic. JJ didn't show his empathy and compassion with hugs and kisses. In fact, you had to chase him down for those kisses. Instead, he showed his empathy and compassion with gentle touches and soft tones when he spoke. He would constantly stop to ask people if they were okay, if he could see they were hurt, and exciting due to his huge imagination. He would put on
Douglas.
Wouldn't mind, would you pull your microphone up just a little bit? Thank you very much. Would you tell the jury who you're here today?
I'm here to talk about my sister Tammy.
Thank you. Did you prepare a statement?
Yes, I did.
Would you please read that statement at this time?
October 19th, 2019. For me, that is when this tragedy starts. But it is by no means its actual beginning. For me, in my own segment of the Douglas clan, I can speak to the pain that started on that date and how it only grew as more and more things in our lives were upended. To those I speak to, I have come into this ordeal far into the timeline of things and have the thankful luxury of hindsight. And having information neatly presented or as neat as life can possibly hand you in these circumstances. You're all on the outside looking in. For those of us directly affected, who you'll hear from or may have already, we're finally getting to let our voices in some capacity finally be heard in a meaningful manner, and we lived it. Often, minute to minute, hour to hour, day to day. For my little family, which for a family of 10, who am I kidding? It's not little. And especially for me, it has been a nightmare that you feel never ends. A continual cascading escalation of what's next. Every time I felt I started to grasp an element of control, if such a thing can exist, of my grief over the loss of my oldest sister, something new came along and ripped it open. Hearing from your siblings that your brother-in-law has remarried and kept it from your family weeks after the fact. That's painful. Hearing the day after our family Christmas party, the first without her, that her body had been exhumed. And at the time, not knowing the depth of why. That is gut-wrenching. And then the world goes upside down and topsy-turvy further. Like you're being caught in a cheap holiday snow globe, thrown about and feeling like everything is obscured. Missing kids? Wait, there were kids? Now my brother-in-law and his new bride have fled from Idaho to Hawaii for what? And everybody at this point knows the evidence presented. The details, big and small, many, I still can't wrap my head and my heart around. The chain of events more clearly than I need to rehash. Things happened so fast. We often learned of things from news or social media before we could be contacted formally by law enforcement. I've always felt sorry for the moments that happened to whichever detective or member of the prosecutor's office we'd hear from. because news moves fast these days, and it is often far outside their control to warn us before we learn of it. From heartless media jackals looking for a sensational story. Thankfully, there's still good people that still exist in that profession too. And as unorthodox as it may seem to find a silver lining and small blessings for, it is kind-hearted, truth-seeking journalists who didn't blindside us and the victims' families, or think we were just a quick quote to misuse to their ends. Because finding out things in real time that directly impacted and destroyed your family was never enjoyable. Finding out how much deeper the rabbit hole went in this with no consideration for our pain. And the continued impact on us all. I don't wish that on anyone. And yes, I said destroyed because losing Tammy, who to me was the emotional heart and glue of our siblings group, was a slow and steady destruction of elements of our family as we knew it. Mom was so heartbroken that it only seemed to accelerate and compound her chronic health issues, especially her 30-plus year battle with leukemia. We lost her last year on June 8th, as she seemed to finally be ready to lay down her proverbial sword and shield after a tumultuous spring of emotions tied to it all. I still remember the last normal conversation I had with her just 3 days before Mother's Day, when she went into the hospital for the last time and then was sent home on palliative hospice care until she passed. Mom isn't here today, and by no means am I her voice in anything, nor is anyone. She was uniquely her own. I can speak to the impact I saw secondhand on her of losing Tammy. We often joked in the last few years that I was her emotional support human because we both understood the things about a life of chronic pain and health issues. In some of our tougher conversations, we were open and honest about how much her being gone affected us. Mom missed her dearly every damn day. I miss her, but not the pain and the heartbreak she was in at the end, because she had long ago earned that reprieve. Tammy's kids cut off contact with a lot of the Douglas side of the family for years after everything, and in some cases still do, in choosing to defend their father. I stand by their freedom to associate. Our freedom to associate is important to us as a society, but it is often a measure of a person by who they choose to or not to associate with. Having them not standing by their mother hurt. If they ever want to rectify that position or reconnect, they know where their uncle lives or how to find out. I'm not hard to find. Family ties were broken. To put it simply, the loss of Tammy revealed true natures and behaviors of family that perhaps previously were dismissed, hidden, or ignored blatantly, but who has. When masks come off and people are so true and but it's also healing, at least on the outside of the boundary, but things will never be the same. And Tylee and JJ, two kids I never knew existed prior to all of this, and to whom me and my family are now forever tied in tragedy to. I have kids. Close to their ages. To say, even though I'm not related to them, I'm not impacted would be lying. Larry and Kay and all of your family. For me and mine, our hearts have hurt with you. Hurt with ours over Tammy. We've been grateful to the fact without your tireless love for those children, would we even be here now? And you've been a voice for my sister when often others wouldn't have. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Your Honor, the state would next call Annie Cushing.
Okay, very well.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Rickson, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ma'am, will you please state and spell your full name for the record?
Annie Cushing, Cushing.
Can you please explain for the record, are you related to one of the victims in this case?
I am. I'm Tylee Ryan's aunt, Joseph Ryan's sister.
And as you came here today, did you come with a statement that you'd like to share with the jury?
I did.
Do you have that with you?
I do.
Would you like to go ahead and read that now, please?
Sure. Thank you. I remember getting a call from my brother Joe in 2002 to tell me he had gotten married, converted to the LDS faith, and was expecting a baby. Joe had been the perennial bachelor of the family, in his 40s, never married, and no kids. So this was very surprising news. He wanted to fly me out to meet his new wife. They were both so excited to be having a little girl. They had already picked out her name and were well ahead of schedule, buying the best of everything this little baby would possibly need. A couple years later, we vacationed together as families. Joe was the quintessential first-time father. Every developmental milestone Tylee achieved convinced him all the more she was clearly a child prodigy. He was also convinced she looked just like him and would find excuses to refer to her as Daddy's soul girl. Truth be told, Tylee actually looked more like her mom's side of the family, which I never told Joe. But on the inside, she was so her dad. She was always dressed like a princess and had an arsenal of hairstyles that she chose from each day. But once she learned to talk, She would let you know what she wanted and was prepared to negotiate those desires like she was finalizing a legally binding contract. Even as a little girl, Tylee knew what she wanted, and we were all her humble servants. Fast forward to 2018. I flew out to Phoenix. Sorry. I flew out to Phoenix after my brother's death and was able to reconnect with Tylee. She was intelligent, clever, funny, sarcastic, and had the voice of an angel. She would just walk around the house singing. She would eventually take her love for singing to the karaoke platform Smule, leaving behind breadcrumbs for those of us who loved her and the thousands who would come to love her. But I could also tell she was depressed, and I desperately wanted to reach her to let her know I wanted to be in her life as much as she would allow. We just happened to connect on pop culture. We'd referenced ridiculous memes and viral videos, and her mom had no idea what we were talking about. So Tylee and I would take turns explaining the references. It was the first spark of connection, our common ground. Our second was over questions she had about what I did for a living. Oddly enough, her dad and I were both analysts. So I think it felt safer for her to ask about my world than her dad's, since any mention of her dad was a trigger for her mom, and she hadn't seen her dad in a while. I even told her that if nothing else, she definitely had the personality of an analyst. Facts were very, very important to her. Case in point, her mom, who was braggadocious and never let facts get in the way of a good story, was telling me about one of Tylee's academic achievements, and Tylee corrected her on a relatively inconsequential detail her mom had overstated. I teased her afterwards and was like, dude, who does that? You couldn't have just let that detail slide. And we had a good laugh. But to Tylee, I think if it wasn't accurate, it just was exacting, just like her dad. My last night in Phoenix, we were supposed to have a girls' night out, but her mom changed her mind and said she was going to bed. It turned out to be the best gift she could have given me because it was the first time on that trip Tylee and I actually had time alone to connect. We enjoyed some small talk and foraged for food, but then I took a calculated risk and decided to share some things that I thought were really special about her. First, let me say, I've watched a lot of true crime over the years and know the tendency of family members to apply a halo effect to their loved ones after they pass, especially if they were victims. But after I left, one of my adult kids reached out to me to see how I was doing. We had an extended text message exchange about my time in Phoenix. And I talked about that interaction, which memorialized it. I just happened to find it in the course of the case. And I was like, no one's going to believe this actually happened. Everyone's going to attribute this to the Dateline effect. So I've actually published it publicly. For context, I had shared details about some of the conflict in the home leading up to this snippet. I wrote, Tylee opened up to me the last night after Lola went to bed. I feel trapped. I connected with Tylee, but don't want anything to do with Lolo ever again. And for this next snippet, I had shared some details about an outburst Tylee had toward her mom after she had said something grossly inappropriate about her dad. I wrote, she was this angry, resentful, sarcastic teen the entire week. Then we talked alone, and she was putty. She was so sweet and genuinely responsive to the genuine positive feedback I gave her. There's a picture of Tylee floating out there where she has the same sweet smile I saw that night. It had a vulnerability to it It's my favorite picture of her because here she was, this walled garden, and in that interaction, she let me in. Even if it was just a step past the threshold, that brief exchange was the highlight of that week for me. Since learning more about her story, even up to that point, I completely understand why Tylee wasn't quick to let anyone in. Excuse me. By sharp contrast, according to Alex Gilbert, the defendant's neighbor who testified, he said Tylee didn't like people. That's not true. She wasn't ever angry or disrespectful in any way toward me, and I was there less than a week. We got along swimmingly. Now, his reported follow-up statement about her not liking him, that tracks. She was not one to suffer fools. I also found out in that chat she loved New York City. That was my open door. So I lobbed the idea of flying her out for her 18th birthday over the fence, and it was a hit. As I said in that text exchange, I was done with her mom and her extremist beliefs, but I thought there was a chance I'd have the opportunity to develop a relationship with Tylee that wasn't dependent on her mom. I planned to show her the best views that tourists don't know about, walk the High Line together, get real pizza, take her to the rotating restaurant in Times Square with breathtaking 360 views of the city, and let her reconnect with my daughter, who she hadn't seen since she was little. Her 18th birthday couldn't have been further from this celebratory event I had imagined. Excuse me. As her remains had been recently discovered in the defendant's backyard. Getting back to our last time together, I want to be fair. That trip certainly wasn't all bad. There were also some very sweet moments between Tylee and her mom, moments of hilarity and a fun outing. I also didn't see anything concerning with JJ. Everyone was nurturing and protective of him. JJ, like his big sister, didn't let just anyone in. I had no idea if I'd be able to connect with him. I was fascinated by this little boy who had a wild imagination and the closest bond I've ever seen a child have with a dog. Bailey was his constant companion. But with JJ, as more of an outsider, your interactions felt more like moving alongside him rather than engaging directly. So I was looking for, excuse me, any possibility of our worlds to kind of cross. To that end, one thing I noticed was JJ didn't just watch TV. It was like an immersive experience. He'd be talking to the characters, commenting, imitating sounds, especially explosions. He loved imitating explosions. So I tried to do the same thing, but kind of tamped down and on the DL. I would just look at the TV and comment as something outrageous, like, what? That's wild. So we were both just kind of yelling at the TV. Whether it was a connection or not, it at least made watching TV a lot more fun. But then this one time shortly after that, his mom and I were talking in the kitchen next to the island. It's germane to the story. As a function of JJ's autism and unbounding energy, he'd run in this one circuit, which included the area just on the other side of the island. And their house at that time was palatial, so it was a pretty significant circuit. But on one trip, he broke out of his circuit and without slowing down, ran into the kitchen and into me, throwing off my balance a bit because I wasn't expecting it. Without a word, he hugged me and kept on running. I stood there stunned and asked his mom, was that a drive-by hugging? I was so touched because it was the first discernible indicator that we connected. That night, as she was putting him down for bed, I heard him ask her, will Annie be here when I wake up? Again, we never interacted directly in any way, but he recognized presence. So like Tylee, I didn't know if our worlds would ever collide in any meaningful way, but I believe that love is a universal language that's somehow communicated between sincere hearts. Just a month after that visit, Tylee wrote in an Instagram post on her mom's birthday that she had, quote, won the lottery with this one as my mom. So I believe there was hope for them to one day be able to set up some healthier boundaries and find peace. But just 4 months after that post, to the day, that would all change. That was the day her mom met the defendant. It was the spark that eventually would set so many of our lives ablaze. This case has been death by 1,000 cuts. Each detail that would come out over the past 4 years was just another cut. Sorry. It's taken a toll on my family, my health, and my overall perspective. And it felt like the world had become a more dangerous place. Just a little peek behind the curtain. There was one time early in the case, Tylee and JJ were still missing, and the city was in lockdown because of the pandemic, and police were out en masse because of protests and riots in the city. It was like the whole world had gone mad. But I had gone for a run through Times Square, which looked like a ghost town with a sea of mental health billboards. When I passed a corner newsstand, there was a picture of Tylee and JJ on a magazine cover with a heart-grabbing headline. Seeing that against a backdrop of what looked like a post-apocalyptic landscape made it all the more surreal. But to be clear, it's still surreal. It always will be. If someone had told me in 2002 that in 20 years' time, Joe and Tylee would both be dead, and I'd be swept up in a criminal case around Tylee's murder, I wouldn't have believed it. Tylee had her whole life ahead of her. She had dignity, she had dreams, she had goals. This defendant stole all of that. To close on a high note, a Greek philosopher once said, "The wheels of justice turn slowly, but grind exceedingly fine." I believe that has happened in this case. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Your Honor, we've had a question raised. We might ask the marshal if there's a box of Kleenexes at the witness stand. Sure.
And Judge, could we have a sidebar for a minute as well?
Yes.
something that I can never reconcile. That is the impact on them, an impact that will echo through their lives. My twins, now 4.5 years old, are far too familiar with death at such a young age. Our once strong and joyful family bonds have been bruised and broken. I have always been so grateful I married into a big, loud, close-knit family. From day one, I was Aunt Kelsey. Tammy was truly my sister. And I cherish the relationships I built with each of her children, my nieces and nephews. However, the relationships with our nieces and nephews, once filled with love and laughter, are now incredibly strained and painful. My children do not know their cousins. The joy of family gatherings, Sunday dinners at grandma's, running around the neighborhood with their cousins, all the things that made our family vibrant and united are now lost. I cannot overstate the closeness, the bonds, the depth of relationships that have been shattered. My children and Tammy's grandchildren are growing up missing out on the essential family connections that brought so much richness to Tammy's own children's lives. I desperately hope these relationships can be repaired. Toll has been profound. My mother-in-law passed away last year, and the strain from Tammy's death and the severed relationships with her grandchildren took a monumental toll on her health. She passed without fully repairing these relationships, a reality that I cannot accept. Reflecting on these past 4.5 years, every joyful moment is overshadowed. Memories are tarnished, especially those of my children's early years. We've sought counseling, we've leaned on our family for support to navigate through trauma and grief. But we are exhausted beyond measure. Tammy's murder is the direct cause of our suffering. Pain, fractured relationships, and unhealed wounds are all part of the aftermath. This is the legacy of anguish and sorrow that will haunt our family for generations. Thank you.
All right, if the state has another victim to have an impact statement offered, we can do that at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state would call Ben Douglas.
You can proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Douglas, can you state your name and spell it for the record?
Benjamin Douglas, Benjamin, Douglas, Douglas.
And can you tell the jury which victim in this case you're related to and how?
I am Tammy Daybell's youngest brother.
Thank you. Did you prepare a statement to read today?
Yes, I have one.
If you could do that now, thank you.
October 10th, 2019, I became a father of twins after years of my wife Kelsey and I struggling to have children. We started the current chapter of our life. Just 9 days later, on Saturday, October 19th, 2019, exhausted as a parent to newborn twins is, I received a phone call from my sister Samantha informing that our sister Tammy had passed away overnight. I was in shock and physically unable to move out of that bed for hours after, sobbing and wondering why this had. I had seen her just a few weeks previous when she stopped by our home alongside my parents, bringing gifts for the twins and excitedly saying that she had been hoping they'd show up in time for her visit. My children only know their Aunt Tammy from pictures, stories, and grave marker that they frequently request to visit. They only know their dad as someone dealing with great amounts of grief and anxiety, and I only know how to parent as someone fighting through the tidal waves of loss, media coverage, texts, phone calls, and at-home visits from reporters. The amount of sleepless nights I've had from raising twins pales in comparison to the nights I've been kept awake by nightmares of someone close to me hurting my children. The amount of damage having trust that was built over decades of family time completely broken does to an individual is unmeasurable. The pain of not just losing your sibling, but to have their children, my nieces and nephews, completely alter their relationships with me is excruciating and a lasting hurt. Instead of there being a collective healing and grieving process, there is still ongoing damage and pain. Where there should be love and comfort from close family bonds, there are now major fractures that I can only hope will one day mend and be made whole. I miss sharing our birthday month, which now feels hollow and empty. I miss my sister. Thank you.
All right, if the state would like to call another victim to make an impact statement, you may do so.
Connor, could we approach?
Yes. All right, thank you, council. We've been going some time at this point. In lieu of lunch, however, we do just want to take a restroom break because I'm not sure that there's too many more. However, I think it is a good time to stop and give everyone a break for a moment. So we'll take about a 15-minute recess and come back on for additional victim impact statements.
All right, please.
Mitigation isn't just Chad speaking, it's bringing on experts to say, psychology and so forth. And you need to spare his life because of X, Y, and Z, and Emma and Garth and company say, he's the most wonderful dad in the world. He deserves to live. And, stuff like that. They delayed Chad's trial so that his mitigation expert could go over the last minute discovery, and then they don't even do mitigation. So Yeah, so, but then Pryor got up and was saying, um, "Oh, he's a good man. He was shy, and Lori threw himself at her. You know, the woman gave me an apple and I did eat, kind of crap." Annie was great. Annie was great. She kind of broke up in the middle, but told some nice stories about a trip to New York um, and so forth. So let's take a look and see what Twitter has to say. Hmm. Apparently, Pryor was asked for a sidebar because he was ticked off that some victim referred to him as a defendant. Well, no, he's not a defendant now. He's the convicted and about to be condemned. So calling him a defendant is probably the gentlest thing they could say about him. Wow, let's see. A lot of people sending messages out about Annie and how great she did. Pantufla 1010 says, watching Chad Daybell sit through this deeply emotional testimony devoid of all emotion is chilling and sickening, like he's the living embodiment of a Dementor from Harry Potter. Yeah. Since Chad identified with Harry Potter. Let's see. Oh, one thing Annie did say is that Tylee, the last night she spent in Arizona with Tylee, Tylee was saying how she wanted to get away from her mother. So, do we have somebody who came in while I was looking at Twitter? Oh, Kate Hart is tweeting in Nate Eaton's place. Yes, I did see that, and I subscribed to her so that I'd see it. I haven't seen any tweets from her yet. Oh boy. So I'm not sure how many more victims we're going to hear from today. But could we possibly have a verdict today? I think that, well, okay, the judge indicated he didn't think there were very many more victims, and so he didn't want to do a lunch break at this point. They got off to such a late start because of problems with the the electricity. No doubt, Chad's raccoon got in the courthouse and was chewing on the electrical wiring. So sad for Tylee. She was right in the line of being old enough to escape like Colby. Yeah. I haven't seen any tweets from her on Twitter, and I subscribed, so let me try refreshing. Let's see, what was... Okay, let me make sure that I'm subscribed. Maybe something happened and the subscription didn't register. Oop. Let's see, Caitlin Hart. Let's see. News with Kate. Okay. Let me take a quick look. News. Well, I've got subscribed to her under Caitlin Hart Reporter, which is what Nate posted. If she's got another one, it's not showing up. Let's see. Boys called a 15-minute bathroom break. Be back at 12:30. Okay. I wonder why she's not showing up on my main Chad Daybell things. Is she not putting Chad Daybell as a hashtag? Oh, yep, that's it. She isn't. Let me just see. Okay. Yeah, I've got everybody puts Chad Daybell in so that it comes up as a search term, and then you can forego all of the people on both sides talking about Trump and Gaza and climate change. Let's see, what else is... Oh, the Royals. Yeah, I try to filter remarks. Maybe I make a comment. Not that she's has the chance to actually read anybody's comments, but it can't hurt to say, can you add the Chad Daybell hashtag? Let's see. Okay, I have just sent the message. Hopefully maybe she sees it or somebody sees it and oh boy. I could have used that extra hour and a half sleep this morning rather than sitting around wondering what on earth is going on with the court. We need. Are we going to hear from Colby and Brandon? And of course, I think Brandon isn't considered a survivor or a victim, although he is. I mean, they conspired to kill him. How how is he not a victim in this? Oh, Not has stopped in. Let's see. Oh, I'm sorry. We should be going back to court any minute if they do it in a timely fashion. I think the judge would be motivated to wrap this up in a timely fashion, and then the jury can start deliberating on the penalty. I think it's July 1st. It probably won't be on the docket because they only do 30 days in advance, but let me just take a look. Oh, Lord. Nope, nothing out. Let's see. My notebook is over here. Let me grab that and take a look. Okay, what happened to it? Not under there. I don't see it, but I think it was January. I mean, not January, July 1st. Yes. Yeah, July 1st at 1:30 p.m. And I'm sure Nate Eaton will be there. And so he'll report and give us a live stream, which will be great. Oh, I'm just yawning my fool head off. Yep. Oh, no, that's fine. No, it was interesting to work on coming up what tone to take and so forth with the letters you sent and analyze them, and hopefully you'll hear back after they have sentencing, and maybe he can talk freely about things then and give his story such as it is. Yes, it is great. The plea deal was 3 to 30 years, and let's speak hypothetically and saying that if he got 3 years and he didn't give up the body, he would actually do 5 years at that point, because Utah passed a statute because of the Kipling Davis case where a young woman went missing in Spanish Fork and has never been found. And the person who, I think he took a plea deal or something to some small charge. And if a defendant, or if the person convicted in a no body case doesn't give up the body or make a good faith effort to help the law enforcement do it, then they have to serve another 5 years. So, an interesting thing, there was an article that I saw recently speculating that maybe Chad Daybell had something to do with Kipling Davis's disappearing, because Springville is just the next exit north of Spanish Fork. And let me take a look and see if I can find a video on Kipling Davis and Chad Daybell. Let's see. Let's see. Problem is, there's so much stuff right now in the news for Chad Daybell that Kipling Davis gets lost. Let me try just Kipling Davis and a filter of this year. There's this news story from 4 weeks ago, but it's just about the family still wants her brought home. She's a gorgeous, gorgeous girl. Nope, nothing there. Okay. Let me look on Twitter, or not Twitter, but Google. Nothing's coming up in the past month. Let's try past year and see. She's been missing for 29 years. So that would have been around the time that he married Tammy. Oh, I remember there was someone was speculating maybe Chad Daybell had buried Kipling in a grave at the cemetery there in Springville, and that's why they can't find her because he used the backhoe and put her in an existing grave. Now, I don't know that there's anything to support that, but it's an interesting theory. So, Chris is out searching for Aiden again. That's great. Oops.
911, what's the city and address of the emergency?
I didn't call. Sorry. My phone must have heard me talking.
Okay, I can tell the responders you didn't mean to call. I just need to ask you a few questions.
Oh,
Make
sure.
You're okay. Can you tell me the address the call came from?
Just a sec. I'm on YouTube Live here, so I don't. Okay. That was weird. My phone suddenly rang and it was 911. And I guess Siri heard me talking and decided that I needed 911. Oh boy. That has to be the craziest thing. I had no idea Siri would do that. Oh, Siri is listening to me right now. Okay. Yeah, Siri is spying on me and getting worried. Oh, did you hear about that happening somewhere? Yeah, because after I put the phone down, then the little Siri thing started going again, and so Siri must have heard trigger words and decided that a 911 call was justified. Okay. Um, okay. I have to write that up and put that on Twitter because that's too funny. Um, okay, just a minute. Okay. browser's unresponsive. Okay, that was something that was not on my bingo card. Oh, first time you tried to shut off your alarm. Oh, your phone and somehow 911. I can see how that would happen when I'm trying to manipulate the button sometimes for volume or something and I grab it wrong. It hits the two buttons on either side and that brings up the screen for turning off the phone, but it also has 911. And so if you hit it wrong without being aware of it, it can dial 911 on you. So, oh, I thought we'd go into the Michelle Traconis sentencing as soon as we finish up with the witness statements here, because then the jury will start deliberating, and that will give us something to do while we're on Verdict Watch 2.0. So let's not Google it, and let's see. I think that it was pretty much a foregone conclusion what the penalty is. I think it was like 2 years or some piddly thing like that. But they still have to have an official hearing. But let's wait until Judge Boyce sends the jury out to deliberate, and then we'll watch that, because I saw that was today, and I thought about starting the live stream since things were uncertain what was going on with Chad Daybell's case. And I held off because I went, well, I don't want to really get into it and then have them start up and kind of diminish Michelle Traconis's, the importance of Jennifer Doulas's family giving statements and so forth, because I think her kids testified from what little I gleaned. So we will do that. We have already gone 16 minutes past 15 minutes, I think. Let me double check. Okay, we're 34 minutes. Let's see. Oh, things lagged. Okay, it doesn't matter because the lag was still dead time at court. So, Karen Lee, Glorindale, they're coming after you. Yes, they're coming to take me away. Haha, they're coming to take me away. Hee hee, ho ho, hee hee, ha ha. Let's go back to Twitter. Maybe they'll tell us what's going on. Bad marriages, right. Idaho husband Chad Daybell smothered wife Tammy Daybell to marry Laura Vallow after Lori's husband Charles Vallow was killed by her brother Alex Cox. Yeah, it's let's not forget they killed Laura
All right. Court's good at session.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the jurors are lined up, so we'll go ahead and remain standing. Please, if we can have the jurors return to the courtroom.
All right. Resolve President County for your.
Thank you. Please be seated. Okay, we're back on the record on KCR 22-21-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. I appreciate everyone's patience as we work through this process today. There's a lot of administrative matters being taken up while we're not on the bench, but we're moving things along at this time. I'll note the jurors have returned and are properly seated, and we are continuing with victim impact statements, and I believe the state has a few more victim impact statements this afternoon. So who's going to be calling the next victim up to the stand?
I will, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Beatty, you can call the next person to give a statement.
Your Honor, the next individual would be Colby Ryan.
Okay.
Colby, could you state your full name and spell your last name?
Colby Ryan, Ryan.
Are you here to talk about Tylee and JJ today?
Yes,
How are you related to Tylee and JJ?
Tylee is my little sister and JJ is my little brother.
Did you prepare a statement to read today?
Yes,
Would you like to read that now?
yes.
Go ahead.
It is very hard for me. Very hard for me to put into words what it means to have lost my entire family. I lost the ability to watch Tylee and JJ grow up. I lost my relationship with my little brother, which took years to build. Ugh.
It's okay if you need a moment. Take a moment if you need to. It's all right.
It took years to build to even have him be able to look us in the eyes. I lost the ability Sorry. Sit with my little sister and talk and share our lives. So in short, I lost everything I've ever known. I lost the ability to share my children with them, or have my children have the privilege to know them and be loved by them. My 3 kids will never know the kindness of Tylee's heart. Or JJ's silly and goofy personality. But more importantly, Tylee and JJ lost their lives. Tylee will never be able to travel like she always wanted to, or have a family of her own. Or find herself in this world. JJ will never be able to spread his love or his light around the world the way he used to. The only way I could describe the impact of their lives being lost is like a nuclear bomb dropping. I will never be able to share her gifts with the world, or have all the people who love her get to hear her incredible laugh. Sorry. Ugh. JJ will never get to grow up. And share his one-of-a-kind personality with the world. And everyone. It's not an overstatement to say that I lost everything. But more importantly, we all lost Tylee and JJ. I stand here today, motherless, fatherless, sisterless, and brotherless. The only course forward is to trust in Christ, knowing that He has them in His arms, and wait for the day that we all meet again. I pray for all of you who have bleeding hearts. Thank you.
You.
Your Honor, the state would next call Samantha William.
Very well. Go ahead, Mr. Wixom.
Thank you. Ma'am, will you please state and spell your name for the record?
Samantha Gwilliam, Gwilliam.
And could you remind the jury how you're related to the victims?
Tammy is my sister.
And do you have a prepared statement?
I do.
Would you like to go ahead and read
Yeah,
that now?
I would like to. I speak out for my sister, Tammy Daybell, because she cannot speak for herself. She is dead. And others who were supposed to stand up for her, protect her, and love her did not. From the moment I found out that she was gone, I've never felt peace. In the first few weeks, I had a gut feeling that something wasn't right. and that someone had done something to her, but I didn't know why. So many questions come up as a quick funeral is arranged, no autopsy and no answers. As we find out about a quick marriage, I smell a rat. As any woman does, I search out answers and dig through whatever evidence I can find. None of it was reassuring or good. There's still no peace to be found. We are questioned by police about missing children. And this uneasiness I had felt about Tammy's death only intensifies. We are notified that Tammy has been exhumed. And this is my first moment of maybe now I can get the answers I seek. But with the pandemic and exhaustive testing, I don't see results for a long time. My family sits in a limbo of not knowing why or what happened. In the meantime, there's a large investigation, many more questions. We are hounded by news reporters through phone calls, texts, emails, social media, and even with surprise visits at our front door. Still no peace. I am asked about a pet cemetery. And a few days later, I watch with the world as the bodies of two precious missing children are found on the same property where my sister died. I retched and sobbed over learning about JJ and Tylee. Two more victims and no peace to be found for anyone. When we finally get the long-awaited autopsy results, our worst fears are confirmed and we know that she was murdered. We have spent almost 5 years waiting for there to be peace. My sister, Tammy, was my best friend. Before she moved to Idaho, we talked to each other almost every day, or saw each other almost every day. Her first year there was a hard adjustment, but she made a place for herself there and was a great member of her community. Tammy was a force for good at her school, influencing children, making friendship with others, and being a person you could count on. Pardon me. She loved being a mom. She was so excited to be part of their lives. She was content and happy. Her and I had made plans that when we were old that we would live next door to each other. We helped raise each other's children. We were excited for the future. My last visit I had with Tammy is the last time I have felt any peace. I would not be a good sister if I did not defend Tammy as well. She was made out by some in this court as if she was lazy and fat and dying from an illness. Look at me right now. I am the same age as Tammy was when she died. She was in better health than I am right now. Do I look like I am dying? It is not a crime to be a middle-aged woman trying to be healthy and still play a video game or eat fast food occasionally. My sister was ripped from our lives. Because of her murder, we lost a beloved mother, grandmother, sister, aunt, and daughter. She is irreplaceable. She started with one grandchild and missed seeing the next 5 that would be born. They will never get to know her. But when Tammy died, that is not the only thing that we lost. Her absence created a void that is unmistakable. We used to have a close relationship with Tammy's children, but now our relationship is strained, and some of the kids that I helped raise no longer speak to us. My mother passed away last June. She had to spend the last of her years separated from these same grandchildren for no fault of her own. My mother declined in health while still not having peace. Her passing was marred by the fact that Tammy's children chose to not participate in her funeral. The lies, deception, and murder have ripped our family apart. we do not feel peace. I am not a dark person or a zombie, and for me and my family to be portrayed this way is unacceptable. I am tired of being vilified, so there is a reason to not listen to me. I stand for truth, and I don't lie. So know, as I say this now, my sister should not be dead right now. I miss my sister every day. I will grieve for her for the rest of my life. I speak up for her now because she needs.
Thank you, ma'am.
Very well, does the state have another victim to make an impact statement?
Yes, Your Honor. The state will call Michael Douglas.
Okay. You can,
Michael,
Related to a victim in this matter?
I am
And who is that?
Tammy.
How are you related to Tammy?
I am Tammy's sibling.
Did you prepare a statement for today?
I did.
Would you please read that?
I will. I am Tammy's older brother and the oldest of the Douglas siblings. My experience and the impact this has had on me has been profound. The day Tammy was killed, I received a phone call, and I looked down to see Samantha's name, and I answered the phone. Good morning. Samantha said, "It's not going to be." It turns out she was right. I was in shock, and after the funeral, I drove to Idaho the next morning to be at her Idaho memorial. When I left, I called my wife and told her something was off. I tried to keep everyone from jumping to conclusions, mostly myself. I probably should have done more jumping. When we heard about the marriage, we were given a false date to lead us to believe that it had not been only 2 weeks. Then we found out the real date. I'd received a call from my Aunt Vicky and my cousin Julie, encouraging me to pursue an autopsy. I told them I couldn't because I was doing everything I could to keep my mom and dad alive. When we found out about the exhumation, I hoped that there was nothing to be found. I never wanted someone to be more wrong than I wanted Aunt Vicky to be wrong. But it was me that was wrong again. All of us were devastated by the exhumation, but especially my mother. She saw the exhumation as a desecration of Tammy's gravesite. Once Tammy was reinterred, my mom asked that we would meet again at the gravesite, and we did so, and held a family service. I then received a phone call from my mother indicating that there were 2 missing children. I remember where I was what I was doing, and the exact feeling of, oh, please no. Please don't let this be so. My heart sank, and I said to my mom, Mom, Chad told us they were empty nesters. Surely this is a mistake, not anything to worry about. Maybe they have them in hiding. Maybe there's something else going on. Oh, I was wrong again. People would come up and ask if the kids had been found yet when they would see me in public. The stress and anxiety grew. And then the day came that the children were found. I broke into more pieces than I can count. I was at work, began crying hysterically and had to be rushed into an office. I was surrounded by people that had figured out that this was coming long before I did. Hope was lost. I went into therapy, both talk and medicinal. My blood pressure went so high that 3 times previous in his long career. He was afraid I was having a stroke right there in the office and had an ambulance on standby in case I did so. When I learned of the results of the autopsy, I did been provided will last me a lifetime. My insurance rates have skyrocketed due to the medications I started on right after the children were found, and I'm now ineligible for certain coverages. As the big brother, I felt and I feel like a failure. I failed to protect Tammy. I looked for a silver lining, as we do as big brothers, trying to set up some kind of a win, and none to be found. For the first time in my life, I was unable to function at the level I always had. Work, family, God, all of my relationships suffered. I had to be told by my therapist that I had already lost, that I would not find a win. I have mostly come to terms with that, but the loss is still so very raw. I now have an angry part that has become hopefully not a permanent part of me. Who've known me most of my life don't know who I am. They don't know what I'm going through because they are not the big brother whose sister was killed. I cannot tell you what my dad or siblings have suffered because I did not lose a child or an older sibling. The grief and suffering is unique to each of us, but has driven wedges of misunderstanding. If this were radioactivity we were dealing with, I would look to the half-life to see when the pain and suffering might stop. The half-life of this experience will cover generations and many lifetimes. The scarring continues and the painful things keep happening. I have likened it to being in a slow motion train crash these past 4.5 years, watching loved ones and myself, as well as total strangers, caught up in the disaster, continuing to be pummeled with no end in sight. Today, hopefully, that train wreck loses momentum and finally comes to a screeching halt. I helped to found a charity to honor Tammy's legacy and to keep her memory alive. We named it after her, and I have had many suggest that the name Daybell should not be there. That was her name. That was and is her children's names and her grandchildren's names
and will continue to be. We have strived to stay out of the public eye, to not do media requests, to not speak publicly about this, because we have attempted to continue our relationships with Tammy's children, to be able to have relationships with her grandchildren, all of their families. We love them and care for them, but there has been an alienation that is as painful as losing Tammy. We have relatives, children that have joined the family that we have not been allowed to meet due to this train wreck that you're all part of. I have been robbed of the opportunity of growing old with my little sister, being grandparents together and teasing each other into old age. I have had my peace stolen, and I have to fight every day to be patient and kind with others and myself. I have had some that have seen my wounds and have attempted to exploit this time of anguish for their personal gain. This train wreck has brought out much good in many, but has fostered much evil in others. I have lost a large portion of my income, my creative energy, and my ability to be of service to others due to the general loss of energy and health that this has caused. I am wounded, broken, sad, angry, disgusted, betrayed, and looking for answers on the constant pain of grief and loss. We hope that after this is over, we can attain closure and healing and take the next steps to finding ways to heal and grow stronger from these wounds afflicted upon us. Tammy, JJ, and Tylee have all been robbed of that choice and that chance.
All right, does the state have any further victim impact statements to provide?
We do not, Your Honor.
All right, at that point then, with the proceedings, the next inquiry the court would make is in relation to the defendant's right of allocution. Mr. Pryor, have you discussed with Mr. Daybell his right to make an allocution before the jury considers?
Yes, Your Honor.
And is Mr. Daybell going to make any allocution?
No, Your Honor.
Is that correct, Mr. Daybell? No allocution? The next issue the court will take up then is briefly reviewing the final instructions that will be given to the jurors, as well as a verdict form before they retire for deliberation. We do need to take a moment to review those with counsel outside of the presence of the jurors. They are prepared, so I don't think this will be an extensive break, but we will take a break here for the court to go through jury instructions with counsel. Once that's concluded, we'll have the jurors brought back in for any closing arguments that may be presented by the state and the defense. So if all would rise for the jurors, we'll do that at this time.
Go through the jury instructions, and I'm not sure if this is a jury stands in the hallway or if this is a jury goes back to the jury room situation. So let's see.
Thank you. Please be seated.
Oh, maybe this is going to be.
Counsel, the court has submitted several of the instructions to the jurors, and there are additional instructions. With our apologies, the numbering is out of order, which I'll explain to the jurors just in the manner of which we were putting these together today. But the remaining instructions that have not been read to the jurors would include instruction as labeled number 5, instruction number 9, number 10, 11, 12, 16, and we've got 14 and 15 is the order I'll be reading those in, and a proposed verdict form. So before I give these instructions to the jurors, I do want to have counsel an opportunity to indicate whether or not on the record there are any objections to the form of instructions. The court would note the Supreme Court just recently approved new criminal jury instructions for this sentencing phase, and the court has incorporated those wherever it was practical to do so, and they were not in conflict with any previous given construction or instructions. So from the state then, I'm not sure who would address the court here. Is it Ms. Blake?
Yes, Your Honor.
Have you reviewed the court's proposed instructions?
Yes, we have, Your Honor.
Have you also reviewed the verdict form?
Yes, we have.
Do you have any objection to the form in which these are going to be submitted to the jurors?
We have no objection, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Pryor, have you been able to review the proposed instructions in the verdict form?
Yes, Your Honor.
As to the instructions, is there any objection to which these have been drafted by the court?
Judge, this has been objected, and I'm just going to make this a verbal objection, and that's going to be that the court applied the standard of reasonable doubt that you chose to apply based on a previous instruction to the jury before the Supreme Court came out with these decisions. However, the Supreme Court has noted that the instructions are to be applied immediately. And just I'm making this a verbal objection to preserve the record that the firmly convinced language of reasonable doubt is what I anticipated and expected to be included in not only the original instructions to the jury, but now the sentencing instructions. And I'll just make that a verbal objection.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Pryor. Are there any other objections on the form of instructions or on the verdict form?
Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. Well, Mr. Pryor, on that objection, I've considered that previously in the trial for the reason that we had already given the jurors a instruction defining reasonable doubt, and I didn't want to change midstream that definition, whether in this proceeding or in the course of the trial. I've stuck with the instruction that's been used in Idaho for a long time. I have considered your objection. I am going to overrule that objection. And so the instructions that the court's proposed now are going to be provided. We'll give the jurors courtesy copies. There will be one original copy for them to take with them, as well as an original verdict form. We're going to get those jury instructions distributed at this time just on the jurors' seats. They'll be able to read along, and then I'll read through final instructions. And then if the parties have closings, you can take those up next. All right, if those have been distributed, then we can have the jurors brought back in, please. Thank you.
All right, please. Here's our present count for you.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'll note on the record, the jurors have returned and we are on the record. At this point, the court is going to read your instructions for this special sentencing proceeding. I've already read certain instructions and those will be included in your copies there. I will note that the numbers are generally out of order on these. Don't concern yourself with the ordering or if there are any gaps in numbers. These are the instructions you're to have in the way they are ordered by number. I'll also note that we'll have an original set of instructions for you in your deliberations. Please don't write on those or mark them up in any way, but you may make any notes if you wish on the copies you've been provided. So the instruction towards the middle of that packet I'm going to be starting with, where I haven't already read through, is labeled instruction number 5. And that's somewhat in the middle, following what I already read on instruction number 7. So instruction number 5 is as follows. You have now heard all the evidence in the case. My duty is to instruct you as to the law. You must follow all the rules as I explain them to you. You may not follow some and ignore others. Even if you disagree or don't understand the reasons for some of the rules, you are bound to follow them. If anyone states a rule of law different from any I tell you, it is my instruction that you must follow. No single instruction describes all the law that must be applied. You must consider the instructions together as a whole. In considering whether a sentence of death is justified, you shall not consider the race, color, religious beliefs, national origin, gender, or sexual orientation of the defendant or of any victim. You are not to impose a death sentence unless you conclude that you would do so no matter what the race, color, religious beliefs, national origin, gender, or sexual orientation of the defendant or victims may be. I have not meant by these instructions or by any ruling or remark I have made to indicate any opinion as to the facts of what your verdict should be. Instruction number 9. You have been instructed that the state has alleged the statutory aggravating circumstance that the murder was committed for remuneration or the promise of remuneration, or the defendant employed another to commit the murder for remuneration or the promise of remuneration. In order to find the defendant guilty of the statutory aggravating circumstance, you must unanimously find beyond a reasonable doubt remuneration was a motive, reason, or impetus for the murder and not merely the result of the murder. Remuneration means payment or compensation. Instruction number 10. You have been instructed that the state has alleged the statutory aggravating circumstance that the murder was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel, manifesting exceptional depravity. In order to find the defendant guilty of this statutory aggravating circumstance, you must unanimously find, beyond a reasonable doubt, that the murder was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel, manifesting exceptional depravity. The terms especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel are considered separately, but in combination with manifesting exceptional depravity. The terms heinous, atrocious, or cruel are intended to refer to those first-degree murders where the actual commission of the first-degree murder was accomplished by such additional acts as to set the crime apart from the norm of first-degree murders. A murder is heinous if it is extremely wicked or shockingly evil. Atrocious means outrageously wicked and vile. Cruel means designed to inflict a high degree of pain with utter indifference to or even enjoyment of the suffering of others. This statutory aggravating circumstance does not exist unless the murder was especially heinous, especially atrocious, or especially cruel, and such heinousness, atrociousness, or cruelty manifested exceptional depravity. It might be thought that every murder involves depravity. However, exceptional depravity exists only where depravity is apparent to such an extent as to obviously offend all standards of morality and intelligence. The terms especially heinous, manifesting exceptional depravity, especially atrocious, manifesting exceptional depravity, or especially cruel, manifesting exceptional depravity, focus upon a defendant's state of mind at the time of the offense as reflected by his words and acts. Instruction number 11. You have been instructed that the state has alleged the statutory aggravating circumstance that the murder or circumstances surrounding its commission, the defendant exhibited utter disregard for human life. In order to find the defendant guilty of this statutory aggravating circumstance, you must unanimously find, beyond a reasonable doubt, that by the murder or circumstances surrounding its commission, the defendant exhibited utter disregard for human life. Exhibited utter disregard for human life with regard to the murder or the circumstances surrounding its commission refers to acts or circumstances surrounding the crime that exhibit the highest, the utmost callous disregard for human life, i.e., the cold-blooded, pitiless slayer. Cold-blooded means marked by absence of warm feeling, without consideration, compunction, or clemency, matter of fact or emotionless. Pitiless means devoid of or unmoved by mercy or compassion. A cold-blooded, pitiless slayer refers to a slayer who kills without feeling or sympathy. The utter disregard factor refers to the defendant's lack of conscience regarding killing another human being. Instruction number 12. You have been instructed that the state has alleged the statutory aggravating circumstance that the defendant, by his conduct, whether such conduct was before, during, or after the commission of the murder at hand, has exhibited a propensity to commit murder, which will probably constitute a continuing threat to society. In order to find the defendant guilty of this statutory aggravating circumstance, you must unanimously find, beyond a reasonable doubt, that the defendant, by his conduct, whether such conduct was before, during, or after the commission of the murder at hand, has exhibited a propensity to commit murder, which will probably constitute a continuing threat to society. The phrase exhibited a propensity to commit murder, which will probably constitute a continuing threat to society, means conduct showing that the defendant is more likely than not to be a continuing threat to society. You may consider conduct that occurred before, during, or after the commission of the murder you have already found the defendant guilty of in this case. However, a finding that the defendant has a propensity to commit murder, which will probably constitute a continuing threat to society, cannot be based solely upon the fact that you found the defendant guilty of murder. In order for a person to have a propensity to commit murder, the person must be a willing, predisposed killer, a killer who tends toward destroying the life of another, one who kills with less than the normal amount of provocation. Propensity requires a proclivity, a susceptibility, and even an affinity toward committing the act of murder. Instruction number 16, the state has alleged more than one statutory aggravating circumstance in this case. You must consider whether the state has proven the existence of more than one statutory aggravating circumstance beyond a reasonable doubt by relying on the same facts or independent facts. The same facts without more cannot be relied on to find more than one statutory aggravating circumstance beyond a reasonable doubt. Independent facts must exist for each statutory aggravating circumstance in order for you to find that the state has proven multiple statutory aggravating circumstances beyond a reasonable doubt. Instruction number 14. I have outlined for you the rules of law applicable to this case and have told you of some of the matters which you may consider in weighing the evidence. In a few minutes, counsel will present their closing remarks to you, and then you will retire to the jury room for your deliberations. The arguments and statements of the attorneys are not evidence. If you remember the facts differently from the way the attorneys have stated them, you should base your decision on what you remember. The attitude and conduct of jurors at the beginning of your deliberations are important. It is rarely productive at the outset for you to make an emphatic expression of your opinion on the case or state how you intend to vote. When you do that at the beginning, your sense of pride may be aroused and you may hesitate to change your position. Remember that you are not partisans or advocates, but you are judges. As jurors, you have a duty to consult with one another and to deliberate before making your individual decisions. You may fully and fairly discuss among yourselves all of the evidence you have heard and seen in this courtroom about the case together with the law that relates to this case as contained in these instructions. During your deliberations, you each have a right to re-examine your own views and change your opinions. You should only do so if you are convinced by fair and honest discussion that your original opinion has changed based upon the evidence and the law as given you in these instructions. Consult with one another, consider each other's views, and deliberate with the objective of reaching an agreement if you can do so without disturbing your individual judgment. Each of you must decide the case for yourself, but you should do so only after a discussion and consideration of the case with your fellow jurors. However, none of you should surrender your honest opinion as to the weight or effect of evidence because the majority of the jury feels otherwise, or for the purpose of returning a verdict. Instruction number 15. In reaching your verdict, you must first decide whether the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that any of the statutory aggravating circumstances exist. You must consider each of the alleged statutory aggravating circumstances. Your decision that each statutory aggravating circumstance exists must be unanimous. If you find that the state has failed to prove the existence of any statutory aggravating circumstance, or if you are unable to unanimously agree on that issue, then you must so indicate on the verdict form. If the state has failed to prove the existence of any statutory aggravating circumstance, you need not deliberate further. Merely notify the bailiff that you are done. The judge must then sentence the defendant to life in prison, and the judge must set a fixed period of imprisonment of at least 10 years during which the defendant will not be eligible for parole. If you unanimously find that the state has proven the existence of a statutory aggravating circumstance, then you must so indicate on the verdict form. You must also then consider whether any mitigating circumstances exist to make that imposition of the death penalty unjust. If you find that all mitigating circumstances are sufficiently compelling to make the imposition of the death penalty unjust, or you cannot unanimously agree on that issue, then the defendant will be sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. A life sentence without possibility of parole under Idaho law means that a person must spend the rest of his or her natural life in prison. If you find that all mitigating circumstances are not sufficiently compelling to make the imposition of the death penalty unjust, then the defendant will be sentenced to death. You must decide for yourself whether all mitigating factors presented when weighed against each statutory aggravating circumstance proven by the state are sufficiently compelling to make the imposition of the death penalty unjust. You do not have to unanimously agree upon what mitigating circumstances exist. The existence of mitigating factors need not be proven beyond a reasonable doubt. You must each decide for yourselves whether mitigating circumstances exist, and if so, then consider them in your individual weighing process. Once you have reached a unanimous decision on whether all mitigating circumstances, when weighed against each aggravating circumstance, make the imposition of the death penalty unjust, or if you cannot unanimously agree on that issue, then you must indicate on the verdict form and notify the bailiff that you are done. All right, that concludes the instructions. As I mentioned, there will be a conforming verdict form that will be submitted for the jury foreperson as well. And the jury foreperson is to remain as the same foreperson that had that role during the guilt phase of the trial. So counsel, at this time, then that concludes the court's instructions to the jurors. If the state would like to begin with a closing, you may do so at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
And Your Honor, if I may have use of the HDMI.
Yes. Ms. Blake, I'll just inquire on the record, but are there going to be any graphic images in this?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, labeling someone dark, lowering their death percentage, marking them for death. What is the appropriate measure of justice? On August 12th of 2019, Lori switched Tylee's Social Security payments to go into her sole, meaning Lori's sole, BBVA account. The first payment was deposited on August 28th of 2019. Less than 2 weeks later, Tylee was dead. Of 2019, Lori received the first payments associated with the Social Security that she and JJ were receiving because of Charles' death. Just 5 days later, JJ Vallow was dead. Lori found out that she was not going to get the $1 million life insurance policy on Charles around July 11th of 2019. And she messaged Chad to let him know that. But remember what she told Chad, I'll still get the $4,000 in Social Security. On September 8th of 2019, Tammy's life insurance was increased. Chad signed off on that application. Tammy was dead just a little over a month later, while the attempted shooting was almost 1 month to the day that she upped her life insurance. Remember, the multiple messages relaying the plan is for Chad and Lori to be together, alone on a beach, unencumbered by celestial obstacles. Unencumbered by earthly obstacles. Chad formed the plan. That plan included manipulating those around him to ensure that he could end up on a tropical island with Lori Vallow, who eventually became Lori Vallow Daybell. She was a woman that he deemed to have perfect proportions and to be a goddess. But in order to fund a new lifestyle, living on a tropical island and spending all your time with your new goddess lover, how do you fund that lifestyle? And how do you remove the obstacles to getting there? First, Chad taught others that he could determine whether someone was dark and or possessed. Second, he taught others that if someone was possessed or too dark, then the body had to be destroyed or die to free the person. Third, he started teaching those around him that he could determine death percentages. Essentially, this meant that Chad could mark someone for death and determine when it was their time to go. He exhibited that power to those around him. He exhibited that power of his self-proclaimed visions to those who believed him and followed him. When we talk about if the murders were committed for remuneration or financial gain, the defendant received $430,000 in life insurance money after Tammy's death, money that was used to fund his life in Hawaii with Lori. Lori continued to receive the Social Security payments from the kids whose bodies were hidden on Chad's property so that they could continue to receive those Social Security payments. The murder was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel, manifesting exceptional depravity. What else could these murders be? Tylee, unknown cause of death, because of her body being burned so severely, there were charred bones, remains in a melted green bucket. JJ, cause of death, plastic bag, asphyxiation by a plastic bag over his head. Not only that, but he had tape over his mouth, a plastic bag over his head, tape around that bag, his arms duct taped from elbow to elbow, and then placed in a black garbage bag. He also had scratches on his neck, and you saw the last known video of JJ. Those scratches don't appear to be there. Tammy, cause of death by asphyxiation, manner, homicide. Tammy killed in her own home, a place where she should have felt safe. Her life extinguished. By the murder, the defendant exhibited utter disregard for human life. Tylee was only 16 years old. JJ only 7 years old. Tammy, a 49-year-old mother of 5. The mother of the defendant's kids. It didn't matter the age of the victim or who relied on them and loved them. If they were in the way of Chad and his plan, and or if there was money to be gained for Lori and Chad, those individuals were marked for death. The defendant, by prior conduct or conduct in the murder at hand, has exhibited a potential to commit murder, which will probably constitute a continuing threat to society. Again, 3 victims killed, all at different times. Again, the defendant determining who was possessed, determining the death percentages, and once again, the defendant determining when it was their time to go. And Alex Cox believing and trusting Chad 100%. Alex said shortly before his death, "I am worried I am going to be their fall guy." Another statement he made, either I am a man of God or I am not. Lori, when asked about believing Chad, if Chad is a Satan, he sure is a good one. Chad told more people than just Lori and Alex about people being dark. You heard of other people that were labeled as dark by Chad, including 12-year-old kids. The only difference is it was only those that stood in his way of his plan or who there was going to be financial gain from that ended up dead. Ladies and gentlemen, you will decide what justice is. At every stage of the development of the plan that resulted in the death of Tylee and her body being burnt with parts still missing, The death of JJ, wrapped in plastic bags and duct tape and discarded in Chad's yard. The death of Tammy Daybell, who had her ability to breathe, to live, suppressed. Tylee was last seen on September 8th of 2019. JJ was last seen on September 22nd of 2019. Then Tammy was discovered deceased in her home, October 19th, 2019.
My name is Tammy Daybell.
At any point between these deaths, the defendant could have stopped, but he didn't. He continued to rate people as dark and zombies. He continued to determine death percentages, and he continued to move forward with his plan to ensure that he was on a beach with Lori Vallow, unencumbered by earthly relatives, earthly obstacles. Ladies and gentlemen, we ask you to consider what is just in this case in rendering your decision. Thank you.
All right, thank you. At this time, the defense may present a closing if you wish, Mr. Pryor.
Permission to,
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to go back to the indictment in this case. And the indictment accused Chad Daybell of espousing religious beliefs. And if you go back and look at the indictment, it talks one of the overt acts was espousing the religious beliefs to justify a killing. One of the other overt acts is that they claim that Chad did a south-southwest wind direction. And if you look back at the indictment, you'll see that all of the other overt acts, every one of them dealt with, as far as JJ and Tylee are concerned, dealt with actions by Lori Vallow. When we talk about remuneration, let's go back and do a little history lesson. Let's talk about Joseph Ryan. Before Chad ever knew Lori Vallow, the plan was set for Joseph Ryan and Lori to collect the insurance, the life insurance proceeds. The plan was already in place before Chad was ever even in the picture. And then we get the plan with Charles Vallow. And then I know I spoke to you at the time of my closing about Chad Daybell and the insurance for, that Lori was claiming to get on Chad. If you've made your decision, but if you look at the indictment, the allegations with Chad Daybell are not about remuneration or money. The allegations with Chad Daybell were allegedly religious beliefs and espousing religious beliefs. And the time we spent on the screen was about religious beliefs that he claimed to have had and that he espoused. This had nothing to do with money. Nothing to do with money. The insurance on Tammy Daybell, the $300,000 was set in 2002. And the state cannot allege that in 2002, Chad Daybell had some plan to collect insurance. When you look at the documents of the upping in the insurance, Tammy Daybell upped her insurance because it was relatively cheap. But the reason Chad Daybell signed that document and signed off is because he was also getting $20,000 insurance. And the only reason he had to sign was because if you listen to what the real estate or the insurance folks said, is if he's getting insurance as well on himself, he has to sign. This has nothing to do with money. You found that there was murders. And I want you to read the statute and the direction and the directions and what the judge has presented to you as what you have to find in terms of atrocious conduct. And the judge specifically said there that if you find that there was a murder, that's not enough. You have to go beyond bounds of human decency. And if you look back at this case, if you recall, Chad Daybell was never present for the actual murder of Tylee Ryan. Chad Daybell was never present. There were many other people present for the murder of JJ Vallow. And whether you believe or not that Chad Daybell suffocated Tammy Daybell, and it's as tragic as that is, that doesn't reach the heinous, atrocious conduct that's defined by what the judge is instructing you. And at this point, folks, I'm going to ask you to find that there was no conduct that rose to the level that the state is trying to present at this point. Thank you.
All right, that concludes the closing of the defense. Does the state wish to present any brief rebuttal closing?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Very well. That'll conclude the special sentencing proceeding then. In terms of presentation of evidence and argument, the next matter then is the jurors will again retire to deliberate on these questions posed to them in these proceedings. I am going to, although already sworn again for the special proceeding, I'll have the bailiffs who will be holding the jurors during the deliberations. If you'd please come forward, I'm going to have the clerk administer the oath to you in terms of the deliberation. So Madam Clerk, if you'd please do that at this time.
You solemnly swear or affirm that you will keep this jury together in some quiet and convenient place, that you will not suffer any communication to be made to them, nor make any communication to them yourself on any subject connected with the trial of this case, except to ask if they have agreed upon a verdict, and upon their agreeing upon a verdict, you will return them into open court or upon the order of the court, so help you God.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk, and thank you to the bailiffs here. The court will note, of course, that's the original 12 jurors who returned the verdict in this case that will further deliberate on this. And for the alternates, we very much appreciate your continued patience while we work through these processes. At this time then, if all will rise, we'll begin deliberations.
All right.
All right, we'll be in recess.
Okay, we only have his say so that Chad wasn't there for the murders. How do we know that? We don't have GPS ping saying where he was. Um, and heinous or anything. I think anyone being Chad is doing more castings on my computer, I think. Um, Michelle Traconis was a co-conspirator, accessory after the fact. Well, I guess she wasn't a conspiracy except in the cover-up. There is Fotis Doulos' attorney who also was involved in the cover-up, and he's facing trial, I think, in July. And if that is streamed, we'll have to see about doing that if we're not in conflict with something else big. I can't remember. There's one case coming up in July. Oh. Kat says she can't hear me. Okay, any better? Let me try getting my phone and see if I can check there. Oop. Let's see. Okay, I can hear. Okay, testing. Okay, I can hear. All right, sounds like we're good. Yay! I was gonna try rebooting the computer if it didn't work. So, yes, we Michelle Traconis and Fotis Doulos' attorney both helped in the concealing evidence of Michelle Traconis' death and or her murder. So let's pull that up and take a look. Let's see if I can find a tab here. Let's drag the tab over. Looks like they're waiting to have a press conference outside right now. But we can back it up. Oops. Okay. We got to share the screen. Let's see. Oh, missing mom murder is what they've labeled it. I forgot they didn't ever find her body. They just found her van, found evidence in the garage. Okay, let's go back to. So I recall I liked this judge. And Eowyn is weighing in too. She likes him.
Presumably it has been delivered to council. Yes.
Your Honor, if the attorney could just have a moment to put on the
That's it.
Are you picking up, Madam Monitor?
Not looking so glamorous today. You've got a couple of lady bailiffs right there ready to pounce on her if she gets unruly. I remember this is a very crazy one with people.
Madam Monitor, are you picking up? Thank you. The court has had the opportunity to read the pre-sentence investigation report. The court is going to first indicate how it intends to proceed. The court will inquire of counsel as to whether there are any corrections to the pre-sentence investigation report, any mistakes. The court will then proceed with the state's remarks and the statements from victims. Then the defense will have its opportunity to make remarks and statements in support of the defendant, and of course the defendant's right to allocution. The court will then deliver its remarks. The session this morning will run for as long as it needs to prior to 1:30. So rather than have a recess at 1 o'clock, we'll take the recess at 1:30 and resume at 2:30 if there is an afternoon session. The court on a previous occasion indicated to counsel that it would delay ruling on certain motions until this morning. The court is going to give counsel an opportunity, a very brief opportunity, to reiterate its arguments concerning whether or not the court should vacate any of the conspiracy convictions other than the conspiracy to commit murder conviction. So the court first will hear briefly, because the court has copies of written memoranda from both sides that are shown on.
Thank you, Your Honor. Again, I'm not going to reiterate. I cited to the court some examples. Yesterday afternoon, the state filed a memorandum. I'm just going to briefly address a couple of points. First of all, in my opinion, the state incorrectly cites the law of the case doctrine as being relevant here. As I understand the law of the case doctrine applies to a ruling by a coordinate or different judge. It never precludes a judge who's considering a matter to reconsider that matter. So that simply does not apply. And with regard to the Ellison case that's cited at footnote 1 of the state's memorandum, I will just note, I read that last night. Not only is it not controlling, I would submit it's irrelevant. In that case, there were two separate agreements among gang members, one to beat up a third party, and the other to have sex with a 14-year-old girl. And they said clearly that was two separate conspiracies. They were not the same. That's the only case the state cites. I know I cited cases that deal directly with issues such as murder, other violent crimes, and then efforts to cover it up. And every one of those cases says, and unless there was a federal case, that that's part of the same conspiracy. Therefore, based on that, I asked the court to find that there was only one conspiracy and issue vacatur, however it's pronounced, to vacate the other two conspiracy counts. Thank you.
Counsel.
Yes, Your Honor, good morning. Firstly, I'll just note that I think that the defense's supplemental authority is once again asking the court for the same relief that the court has already denied. It's my understanding, Your Honor, from our last hearing, and the court obviously can correct me if I'm wrong, but the court indicated that at least one of the conspiracy to commit tampering with physical evidence charges would stand. The issue was whether there was one agreement to tamper with evidence or multiple agreements, as I understood the court's ruling from April 10th. So my objection is essentially that they are asking for relief that has already been denied. Now, whether or not the law of the case doctrine only applies to coordinate judges, I have not been provided with a case that stands for that proposition, but I'll note that the defense did not file, never a motion for reconsideration filed, so the court can deny this motion on that basis. But I'll just note, Your Honor, that under Ellison, it's very clear the factors that this court has to apply when the defense indicates that that case is irrelevant, but that the hearsay cases that they cited somehow are controlling. I'm flummoxed by that argument because it's readily apparent, Your Honor, from our case law, if you look at Ellison, you look at Brown and some of the other cases that have addressed this issue, that the factors which are laid out in Ellison, which incidentally come from the Second Circuit case law, are controlling for determining whether or not there can be multiple conspiracies. Now, with respect to the merits of whether or not there can be more than one conspiracy to tamper with evidence, it's the state's position, and we argued this extensively at the April 10th hearing, that there was sufficient evidence for the jury to find that there was multiple conspiracies, not the least of which is there was 5 days of separation between the two allegations of conspiracy. They took place in different towns. They had different objectives. One was to clean the vehicle at a car wash. The other was to dispose of clothing and other potential instruments such as zip ties and things like that in the Hartford area, et cetera. So I don't want to rehash the argument that I made on April 10th, but I would ask the court to deny the defense's motion again.
Thank you. The court gave counsel an indication as to what its preliminary views were on the charging of 3 conspiracies, 1 count of conspiracy to commit murder and 2 counts of conspiracy to tamper with physical evidence. The court will now elaborate on its preliminary view. In United States versus Jurgensen, that's a 2019 trial case in the Northern District of New York. The court held that acts of concealment that are undertaken for the purpose only of covering up the criminal conspiracy after its central objectives are completed do not extend the duration of the conspiracy. In other words, the original conspiracy does not contemplate every act that is subsequent for which there is an agreement. Now, that case cites Grunewald versus United States, the United States Supreme Court case, 353 U.S. 391 at 405, the 1957 case. Now, this court finds that there can be a conviction on only 1 count of conspiracy to commit tampering with physical evidence because each incident of tampering follows only 1 unlawful agreement. State versus Lee, a Connecticut Supreme Court case, 325 Connecticut 339 at 343, a 2017 case, the Supreme Court held that the proper remedy when a defendant is convicted of 2 counts of conspiracy arising from the same unlawful agreement in violation of double jeopardy is a vacator of one of those conspiracy convictions. Therefore, this court vacates the conviction on count 4 of the information, conspiracy to commit tampering with physical evidence. The remaining conspiracy counts are conspiracy to commit murder and 1 count of conspiracy to tamper with physical evidence. And the court does not find persuasive the argument that a conviction on conspiracy to commit murder and conspiracy to tamper with physical evidence violates double jeopardy. The double jeopardy clause of the United States Constitution contemplates 3 general categories: a subsequent conviction after, rather a subsequent acquittal, and then a retrial on the same facts, a conviction and then a retrial on the same facts, or multiple punishments for the same offense. This case contemplates multiple punishments for the same offense because the court has determined that only 1 conspiracy to commit tampering with physical evidence can stand. The central purposes of the murder conspiracy concluded with the death of Jennifer Dulos. The conspiracy to conceal evidence of the murder is a separate conspiracy.
Just to button up the record, Your Honor, may the state, pursuant to Connecticut General Statutes 5496, just ask for permission to appeal the court's ruling. I'm not saying we're going to, but just to button up the record so no one says we didn't ask.
Yes. Moving to the pre-sentence investigation report, before we turn to counsel, court notes that there are at least 2 matters that the court has to address On the second page, the charges of the case, the Office of Adult Probation includes the following statute: 53A-48, 53A rather, dash 48, and 53A-54A, and indicates that the penalty for conspiracy to commit murder is 25 years, essentially minimum, not more than 60 years. That's incorrect. The inchoate offense of conspiracy in charging a Class A felony becomes a Class B felony. The maximum penalty is 20 years. In addition, the court would just indicate, starting on page 3, current offenses essentially is a recitation of the facts leading to the investigation and a finding of probable cause. These facts are not taken from the facts adduced at trial. They're taken from warrant affidavits and police reports in the course of the investigation. Attorney Sean, you may be heard.
Thank you. That was going to be what the color just indicated was going to be my first remark, that these, the so-called offense conduct is taken from police reports and warrants. To a certain extent, they are not what the evidence showed at trial, but there's only a few that matter that I'm going to bring to the court's attention. First is on page 4, where it states that that with regard to the timelines, which were pejoratively referred to by the police as alibi scripts, it states that the two were drafted, quote, together, that they authored it together, is the way, the exact quote is, an account of 5/24/2019 and 5/25/2019, which Fotis Duelis and Traconis together had authored. I'll just submit that the only evidence at trial was that they were done separately, that the first time Mr. Traconis saw the version that Mr. Duelos prepared was during the interview. So it asked that that be corrected, because it's not the evidence that was either presented or came from the remarks of Mr. Traconis during the interview. The other portion, which was of some discussion and cross-examination, made clear, is on page 6. And again, this was from the police handed to her by Mr. Duelos. It says, quote, here it says, it was brown in color and did not smell like coffee, quote unquote. The undisputed evidence is that she says, I didn't smell it. And in the video, she indicates by pulling it up that she never even smelled. She was handed it and placed it in a garbage bag. So again, that was something that was, I argued even was misleading in a motion to dismiss or motion to suppress. But in any event, it shouldn't be in here because it's not what the testimony was at trial. I also am not certain, at the last sentence on the bottom page 6 into the top of page 7, it states that the timing that Mr. Traconis, quote, provided to investigators was not corroborated by the cellular data of Traconis and Fotis' cell phone. Well, first of all, Mr. Traconis' cell phone data was not introduced during the trial, but even from the motions to suppress where it was raised and Mr. Duelos' cell phone, it did corroborate what she said about going back and forth between 80 Mountain Spring Road and 4 Jefferson Crossing. So I don't even know where that statement comes from. It might be in one of the reports, but I indicate that's contrary to what the evidence was at trial. On page 7, in the paragraph, the third paragraph, the one that begins with the word detectives, it states here that that detectives reported that on 5/29/2019, Fotis Russell Speeder's car wash. That is, again, the opposite of what the testimony showed. What the most one could say is Mr. Duelos drove the Tacoma, Traconis drove a Yukon vehicle, followed, and that Mr. Duelos brought the vehicle into the car wash and paid for the car wash, and Ms. Traconis and Mr. Duelos went to see the lawyer. There was an appointment with Ms. Traconis' lawyer. It was the first appointment in Westport with Attorney Bowman. So I submit that that statement, again, is inaccurate, and I ask that it be corrected. As far as the, I'm not going to quibble with some of the things that may or may not be different than the evidence, but anything those are the things that are material. There were things in the reports that there was either no evidence of or it was contrary, but it's not material. Those are the only things that I wish to bring to the court's attention with regard to the particular statements in the report, since this becomes part of the permanent record and follows with Mr. Traconis. So I ask that those changes be made. If I just have one moment, I just want to make sure that I don't have anything else that I need to bring up. Just have one more moment, Your Honor. There is one other matter, and that was also of some evidence, and in fact, it was played for the jury. I believe it was Detective Kimball admitted it was incorrect. It states here on page 6 in that same third paragraph that begins detectives, in the second to last sentence, it says Traconis began cleaning windows and then gave up because she realized the house was too big. That was made clear that was a false statement. That was, or at least it was inaccurate, and Mr. Kimball admitted that it was. We played that portion for him, and she never said that. That was something they asked her, and she said, that's not true. They said, well, we have it on tape, and they played a portion, and that portion did not include that statement. So I believe that should also be removed. The fact that she was cleaning, but I think the part about windows, because that was never said, and therefore it's inaccurate to put it in here. That's it.
Thank you. Again, the caveat is that the reports that were generated during the course of the investigation and the warrant affidavits, the warrants themselves, served as the fountain for which much of the offense conduct is recited. However, the summary and recommendations somewhat, this court believes in large part, mitigates some of what counsel has indicated. According to the Office of Adult Probation, members of which did not attend the trial. The court is reading from the summary and recommendations. The extent of her role in the instant offense is not fully clear. That's from the Office of Adult Probation, which did not attend the trial. The corrections are noted as a record, but it would not change that ultimate view by the Office of Adult Probation. Are we ready to proceed, Attorney Manning?
We are, Your Honor. If I may just comment on the state's view for the PSI.
Yes.
I will be brief, as Your Honor has already indicated. What I will agree with counsel on is I'm not going to quibble over the facts on how they are presented in the PSI. As Your Honor has indicated, it does not reflect any bit of the trial and a lot of the details that came out on the trial. For the summary and recommendation, I don't at this time have any substantive changes or considerations with respect to the PSI as a whole, but the state will certainly be remarking on it as I go forward. But we are ready to proceed, Your Honor.
And before we do, as a housekeeping matter, there were a number of letters that the court had requested be provided to the court ahead of time. I have also taken those same letters, I believe, if my math is correct, there's 63 of them, placed them on a disc, handed that to the clerk. I'd also emailed them to the state well in advance, so they had every one of those letters. I asked that that be marked as, I don't know how if these are court exhibits, because it's something to the court for all 63 plus or minus letters that the court received. And there was a letter that was sent directly to the court that was then emailed to my office by the clerk by a Barbara Ruppert. And I asked that that letter be marked. I don't know if the court already did, but I asked that that also be marked as an exhibit for the court exhibit for purposes of today's sentencing.
The same as well, Your Honor. I have we have about 12 speakers who are going to speak to the court. They have presented letters. I have put those on the disc, provided copies to council, as well as on the disc is each of those speakers has picked a special photograph that is special to them regarding Jennifer Dulos. So I have that on the disc as well. I ask that that be made however it is marked as well. And the state is ready to proceed.
So what we will do is for the defense disc, we'll designate it as defense sentencing A. For the individual letter, defense sentencing A1. For the prosecution sentencing 1. You may proceed, Attorney Manning.
Thank you, Your Honor. I just may have one moment. Your Honor, Michelle Traconis stands before this court after being found guilty by a jury of her peers to the charge of conspiracy to commit murder of Jennifer Dulos, tampering and conspiracy to commit tampering for disposing of evidence in Hartford on May 24th, 2019, and tampering and the conspiracy to commit tampering for destroying evidence in the Toyota Tacoma on May 29, 2019 at Russell Speeders. She was found guilty by a jury of her peers after trial, as well as hindering prosecution. Before I go into the state's remarks and recommendation, I'm going to ask the court to hear from the people who are most devastated by the defendant's selfish, manipulative, and cruel actions, by her agreement to murder Jennifer Dulos, by her assistance in covering it up, and by her failure to accept any responsibility or show any remorse. I'd ask the court to hear from Jennifer Dulos' mother, sister, 5 children, and the friends who have kept Jennifer's spirit alive despite the cruelty of Michelle Traconis. I'd ask Your Honor first to hear from Jennifer's mother, Gloria Farber. If I may just have one moment.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you, Judge Randall, for giving me the opportunity to speak about my daughter, Jennifer Rebecca Dulos. When Jennifer did not answer calls, texts, did not go to a scheduled doctor's appointment on May 24th, 2019, the day Jennifer disappeared, I knew something terrible had happened. When I learned about how she died, my thoughts turned to my wonderful daughter, Jennifer, who only wanted to give and to be a loving mother. She lived in fear for her life and fear that her husband might abduct her children, of how to help my grandchildren when they learned how their mother died. How could I help them and myself cope with the unthinkable? My strength came from needing to cope. My purpose was clear: to be there for my grandchildren and for my daughter, Melissa. My daughter and Jennifer's loyal friends thought it was important to honor Jennifer. We organized a ceremony at Temple Emmanuel in November of 2019, inviting people near and dear to her, family and friends. Knowing songs that Jennifer loved, we asked a pianist and a woman singer to sing her favorite songs. The chief rabbi spoke, as well as several other people. Then we had a reception at the Harmony Club, where we had brunch and more music, and I recited the words of a song that inspired my husband and I to find the right name for Jennifer. It starts, Jenny Rebecca, 4 days old. How do you like the world so far? It is a song that was written by Carol Hall. She sent me the lyrics with a note saying, for your Jenny Rebecca. Due to Jennifer, she had the ability to connect with a select group of friends to whom she confided and empathize with if they had any issues. These are the friends who have celebrated their birthdays and name days, providing, when they are couples, male role models who interact with the children as if they were their own sons and daughters. In this way, creating blended families by including their children. One being widowed and having met Jennifer in graduate school is able to mentor the children on any subject. One with one of the boys who loves running. She has become our family spokesperson. Jennifer's sister, their aunt, loves them deeply and provides a connection to their mother. We honor Jennifer by creating a memorial stone near her father's gravesite. The stone is a replica of her father's gravestone. Jennifer had always wanted to be buried near her father. Now we had a memorial stone where the family and close friends gathered. I asked a rabbi from the temple about my family to preside. She recited Kaddish and asked if anyone wanted to talk about Jennifer. Her sister spoke eloquently, as well as many of the other participants. For years, we searched for her remains, tracking down every lead. This search continues. Every year, we honor Jennifer on her birthday, September 27th, 1968. On that day in September, her children, her sister, her friends, and I crossed the street from my apartment and we walked to Central Park, carrying purple balloons, Jennifer's favorite color. We sit on bench. Go and watch as the wind lets them float to the sky. We watch them until the balloons disappear. Jennifer filled her children with love, wisdom, and humor. Jennifer would have been very proud of her children's accomplishments. They will always have their memories of her, as do I. Thank you.
Next, I would ask the court to hear from Melissa Farber. Melissa is Jennifer's sister.
Good morning, Judge. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak about my sister. On Christmas Day of 2018, my mother and I were visiting Jennifer and her 5 children. When her children were out of the room, Jennifer mentioned that Michelle and Fotis were engaging in some type of fraud. She was extremely concerned about this. At 8:45 on the morning of May 24th, 2019, I awoke with a startle. I did not, at this time, Mr. Jennifer, but there's thing told her my recent trip to Florida to visit our Uncle Jerry. In that same text, I wished her a happy Memorial Day weekend, but I never received a response. By the end of the day, my sister had become a missing person. I loved Jennifer since the day she was born. I remember holding her when she got home from the hospital. I was so proud to have such a beautiful and precious baby sister. what losing my sister Jennifer has meant to me. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, I would ask the court to hear from Petros. Petros was only 13 years old the day his mother was murdered.
Good morning, Your Honor. I'm Jennifer's eldest son. The defendant's actions in conspiring to murder my mother have had irreparable effects on my life, many that I'm still figuring out each and every day. I've been left with a hole inside of me that I know I will never be able to fill. Losing my mother tore me from the joyful innocence of my youth and made me confront the horrors of the world at an early age.
Sorry, the interpreter will have to ask the gentleman to speak a little slow.
My mother was everything to me. But during the divorce, I became very bitter with everyone around me, especially Mom, because she was always trying to help me. This meant that I hurt the person closest to me because I didn't know how else to voice my pain. The defendant's actions mean that I will never be able to tell my mom how sorry I am for not being a better son when she needed me. I will never be able to tell Mom how proud of her courage I am, most importantly, how much I love her. This fact haunts me every day. There are feelings and thoughts that I will never be able to express again because my mom was the key to those parts of me. I'm upset that I will never know the man I could have become if my mom was still here to guide me. She was my hero, and now I often feel lost without her comforting smile and her meaningful discussions. I wish I could share my victories with her, but I can't because she's not here anymore. I wish I knew she was in the stands watching me play. I wish I could come home and show her my grades and feel the genuine pride in me that I only got from her. I wish we could sit for hours and discuss everything there is to talk about. I wish she could see me mature from a boy into a young man. I wish I could hug Mom again, but I can't now. Your Honor, I understand that sitting over there is a mother with a child and a family who love her. My mom once had that. We once had that, and she helped destroy it. That woman appeals to our sympathy under the guise of being a mother. She's a word for me. This statement is primarily about my loss, but I also want to highlight my mom's exceptional nature. The number of people who have rallied around us is a testament to the devotion she inspired in those close to her. I want to end with the lesson my mom taught me. Leave everything the same or better than you found it. Michelle Traconis, you did the opposite. You should be punished. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm going to ask the court now to hear from Kiki Davis. Ms. Davis was a close friend of Jennifer's, her lifelong friend.
Your Honor, I appreciate the opportunity to share my thoughts and experience regarding the loss of Jennifer Dulas. I hope the photos here today will give you a visual sense of her kindness, gentle nature, humor, and genuine love for her family and friends. And our words will reach deep and convey our loss. In 1973, I started first grade in Brooklyn and was very fortunate to be in class with Jennifer. She and I became best friends, which over the next 46 years even grew closer to a sisterhood. When Jennifer filed for divorce and was fighting for custody of her children, our friendship grew even deeper. I reminded her often that we were family and that I'd always be there for her. On one occasion, she asked if she could include me and her children. At that time, I thought it was a smart, practical decision, and of course promised to care and love for them as my own. I'm grateful we had this conversation as it has guided me through the years together. The loss of Jennifer has greatly impacted my and my family's lives. We went from 5 to 10 in our hearts, and even larger if you include Lauren. I've been an absent mother to my own children and spouse to my husband, and the other 2 weeks in Brooklyn with Jennifer's children. The heartbreak and guilt of going back and forth has been one of the hardest tests I've ever endured. But that was a choice I made and not entirely something Michelle Traconis did to me. However, Michelle Traconis' actions, as I'm now the closest person to a mother these 5 may ever have again. My friend Jennifer should be in my shoes hugging her children each morning. My friend should be in my place hearing them laugh or cry. My friend should be by her children's side as they do their homework, get ready for bed, or wish to talk about friends. My friend should be here to teach her family history, her history, and here singing songs, watching their sports games, and doing puzzles with her children. My friend should be troubleshooting and agonizing over colleges, ACTs, and summer jobs. Her children should feel the safety of her hug. They should know her incredible patience and love for listening. They should hear the sound of her wonderful, contagious laugh. They should experience the innate wisdom she holds about the right course for their future. They should feel, not remember, her unconditional love. Over the past 5 years, I have done my best to be a mother to Petra, Theodore, Christian, Constantine, and Noel, while always carrying the deep sadness that it should be Jennifer, not me, seeing and being present in her children's lives. Michelle Traconis, you took this from them. Thank you.
Your Honor, I'd ask you to hear next from Theodore. Theodore is Jennifer's son, and he was 13 when his mother was taken from him.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
My mother was the best mom I could ever ask for. She loved me and my siblings unconditionally. She was the brightest light, a shining star, the most unselfish person you would have ever met. At the time, I did not really know all that she was doing. But looking back at it, taking care of 5 young children, dealing with divorce court, checking in on her mother, and trying to stand tall against the evil working to bring her down. My life now is nothing like it used to be. I no longer have my mother, my hero. I'll never talk to her again. I'll never do my homework with her again. Her advice again. I'll never go on an errand with her again. She will never see me graduate high school. She'll never see me graduate college. She'll never see me get married. These are just a few things, and they go for my 4 siblings as well. Michelle, I'll speak to you in English because that's the language we've always communicated in. Michelle, imagine this. You wake up tomorrow and your daughter is gone and you will never see her again. Gloria Farber lived this nightmare on May 24, 2019. What if it was not your daughter, but your sister Daniela, gone without a trace? Melissa went through this on May 24, 2019. What about if you woke up tomorrow and your dear friend Petu was gone? Carrie, Caroline, and Lauren, to name a few, experienced that terror on May 24, 2019. What if you woke up to the news that you would never see your mother again? My 4 siblings and I experienced that life-crushing loss on May 24th, 2019. 5 kids lost their mother. Michelle, you caused this damage. On May 24th, 2019, you not only knew about, but conspired to murder a daughter, sister, friend, and mother of 5 kids. That day, you took away 5 children's source of comfort, our protector. You showed no remorse, and you have yet to show any to this day. Only for yourself when you realize you will be punished. You expected to get away with it because you believe you are above the law. You thought nobody would suspect you and that all suspicion would fall on my dad. Unfortunately, you underestimated law enforcement and the justice system in our country that day and the days and months following. You were caught red-handed and you're shocked. You will spend the next however many years behind bars, and this will give you the time to think about what you have done. Every day, you will wake up in a small cell with not much to do. You will have many years to contemplate what you know you have done. If you have just the least bit of humanity, I suggest you let all of us know exactly what happened that day and where my mother is. Do the right thing, Michelle. Admit to your family what you did instead of trying to keep the family private. Ephesians 4:25. Therefore, each of you must put off falsehood and speak truthfully to your neighbor, for we are all members of one body. I will never forgive you for what you have done, and until you give us more answers, you will be considered evil, violent, and most definitely a coward. And Your Honor, may my mother rest in peace. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
I'd ask Your Honor next to hear from Laurel Watts. Laurel has been Jennifer's friend since childhood and is now a caregiver to her children.
This is my friend Jenny at 20 on my roof in Brooklyn, the summer we lived together. Jenny Farber was my friend for 46 years, from when we were 4 to when we were 50, from community nursery school to middle school math class to Brown University. You have to be pretty extraordinary to inspire. All the adjectives: deep, beautiful, genius, outrageous, gentle, and wise can't even come close. We lived together, traveled together, and we held each other's babies when they were born. And I am lonely for Jennifer every day. My conversation with her lasted for 46 years. It ended on May 19, forever silenced. I have her last voicemail. I have her last text saved on my phone. I have no other friend who knew me at 4 and at 12 and at 20 and at 50. The Jennifer that knew me at all those ages, in my memory, I can't see them in her face. Sometimes I can glimpse them in her children's expressions, hear their laugh in theirs. On March 1st, 2024, Michelle Traconis was convicted of conspiring to murder Jennifer Farber-Dulos by killing Jennifer. For Jennifer and for us. So much of this trial has been about what was a failed relationship, divorce, court orders. But every time that I was with Jennifer and her children, she was deeply, truly content. She was always holding one kid's hand, had another in her lap, was making a crazy joke with 2 of them. She delighted in them wholly. The most relaxed, beautiful, and fulfilled I have seen her in all my years of friendship with her was with them. That should have continued. Jennifer's kids never got that future with her. The week before she was killed, Jenny called me. She was feeling hopeful about the future, that there was light at the end of the divorce tunnel. I said, we're going to have so much fun. You're going to find someone to love who loves you. You're going to be free. But because Michelle Traconis, Jennifer never got that future. And I never got that time with her. By killing her, I have spent every day for the past 5 years, numb with grief and raging with anger, working with these extraordinary people to piece this family together. We are a patched, wobbling, defiant, and loving thing. At the same time, I have struggled to protect my family from the fallout and the grief, my neglect, and my anger. I've asked everything of my husband, my children, and my aging parents, and I will keep asking it of them because our project is never going to end. By killing Jennifer, Traconis left 5 children without a mother. I witness that loss every day. I take solace in Jennifer's children, Christian and Constantine, Petros and Noel and Theodore, because they are part of her and they are now a part of me, like she was a part of me. But every act of mothering them, hair brushed, hands held, secrets kept, fights, worry, and pride is bittersweet. All joy is mediated. Because every moment that's good and every moment that's bad, Jennifer desperately wanted. It should be her visiting colleges with Theodore, lazing in bed with Christian, cheering at Noel's volleyball game. It should be her wrestling with Petros's ACTs and laughing at Constantine's newspaper article. Not me. But Jenny's not here. Because Traconis helped destroy evidence, Farber-Dulos remained at large over 9 months following the murder of Jennifer, from May 2019 to January 2020. That's May, all of June, July, August, September, October, November, December, January. We lived in a state of fear that we would lose the kids to him and that they would be hurt. Hours after the murder, Dulos demanded we return the kids to him. 2 days after the murder, he was raging in our lives. Even after he was arrested, the police warned us that he would kidnap the kids or enact some violent revenge on us for taking care of them. I did the calculations. How long did we have from when the ankle bracelet alarm went off until he arrived on our doorstep? 1 hour? Maybe? The kids were accompanied everywhere for 9 months. I was never not on alert. Because Traconis helped destroy evidence and lied to the police, Jennifer's body has never been found. I could not mourn Jennifer openly because she was missing. I could not answer the kids' questions. Where is she? I gave a eulogy at a memorial without a body. Her mother put a headstone over an empty grave. Because Traconis assisted Doulos in the disposal of Jennifer's body, all we do have is a bloody bra and a shirt stiff with Jennifer's blood, sliced up the center. And all of the horror engendered by these, our only artifacts. That's what the kids have left of their beautiful, gentle mother. And that's what I have left of my friend. In the instructions explaining the scope of the victim's statements, we are inviting the defendant. The maximum sentence available under the law. 1, your cruelty is stunning, and therefore you deserve a sentence at the upper limit of the range. These 5 children were not an abstraction. They're not your boyfriend's kids, a photograph on a desk. You skied with them, you lived with them, you fed them, you took them in. Your child, Nicole, is the same age as Petros and Theodore. She is a daughter, like Christiane and Noelle. How could you, as a mother, knowing what that means, knowing what that bond is, how important that is for Nicole, choose to kill the mother of these children you claim to love? You must have known what the outcome would be, the devastation, but you did it anyway. Killing Jennifer demonstrates a capacity for cruelty that is mind-boggling, or that you are incapable of human feeling, that you are unable to conceive of these children as anything other than things to be acquired. Your greed is engulfing, and therefore you deserve a sentence at the upper limit of the range. You claim you didn't know Jennifer, but you coveted her life, and you effectively took it for your own. First, you took Jennifer's husband. Whatever the state of their relationship, they were married. Then you took Jennifer's home, moving yourself from Miami into Fort Jefferson, into Jennifer's bed. You moved Nicole into one of the kids' bedrooms. You enrolled Nicole at the school where Jennifer had 5 children, friends, a community. You tried to take Jennifer's children. By erasing Jennifer, you hoped to get custody, becoming what you and Fotis prematurely claimed to be, a married couple with 6 children. You cold-bloodedly planned, executed, and covered up Jennifer's murder, and therefore you deserve to be sentenced at the upper limit of the range. This killing was not an accident. You did not lose control. You helped plan every complex step, minute by minute. You drifted around that house, fiddling with Fotis's phone, providing him with an alibi, all the while knowing he was in New Canaan, snuffing out Jennifer's life. You were intimate with him against the door of the Tacoma, bloody seats and all. You sat in a Raptor chewing gum and texting while he disposed of bags of bloody evidence. That is the definition of cold-blooded. Your Honor, I believe any and all sentences should be served consecutively. There are no mitigating factors. This woman is sophisticated. She is educated. She's an independent person. She was not swayed by Fotis. I knew him 4 years, much longer than she did. And he was no Svengali. He had no special powers. She has shown no remorse. She's had many opportunities over the past 5 years to help or show compassion, and she never has. Finally, to the degree time in prison provides retribution for these crimes, she deserves to be sentenced at the upper limit of the range. Traconis' daughter, Nicole, was 12 when Traconis conspired to kill Jennifer. In the past 5 years, Traconis into young adulthood. In Connecticut, Miami, and Colorado. Traconis has been available to her mother, spent time with her sister and her friends. Jennifer will not raise her children past May 24th, 2019. Jennifer will never take care of her mother or sister. Jennifer will never spend time with us, her friends. Jennifer's sentence is forever.
Thank you, Your Honor. I would ask the court to hear next from Christiane. Christiane is Jennifer's daughter. She was 10 the day her mother was murdered.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
The first time I met Michelle, we were water skiing in Miami. I'd heard that she was my dad's friend, and that was all I ever thought was relevant to know. The next time she came into my life was when we left Farmington with my mom. I don't remember it very well, but I didn't know we were leaving Fort Jefferson for good. When my mom told us we were going to New York, I expected just another visit to my grandma's house. And the pictures of the house we were moving into began to be shown, and talk of dad's cheating slipped from adult mouths and spread to me. I was confused. My dad, the person who I looked up to, was doing something awful. It was with Michelle. Michelle, the woman I had not given a thought to since I had last seen her. Our lives completely changed from then on. We were living in New Canaan and getting enrolled in New Canaan Country School. I remember talking to my dad on one of our visits. I asked him something like, why did you cheat on mom? I thought you said cheating was bad. He answered, when you really love somebody, sometimes you can't wait. It occurred to me then that the person dad really loved was no longer my mom. It was Michelle. Michelle, the one who was moving into my house, sleeping on my mom's side of the bed. It occurred to me then that this affair was why my mom took us and left, why she cried at night, and why we were no longer a family. From then on, Michelle was a part of my life with my dad. Later on, my dad told us that Michelle was not allowed to be around us anymore, and that if we wanted to keep seeing her, we could not tell mom that Michelle was at our visits. I cared almost more than anything about keeping my being proud. So when my mom asked me if Michelle was at our visits, I lied. I stood in her bathroom, just my mom and me, looked at her and said, no, she's not at our visits. Not because I wanted to keep seeing Michelle, but because I knew dad wanted to. Mom found out that we lied, and soon dad's visits became shorter and shorter until it was once a week with his supervisor. Michelle's presence in our lives, even before May 24th, was overwhelming and invasive. I lied for her. I was told to trust her. I switched bedrooms so that she and her daughter could move in, all while seeing the effects this had on my own family. On May 24th, 2019, I went to my friend's house after school while my siblings went to New York. I was told I had to sleep at that friend's house because something was happening, but nobody told me what. That night, I called my mom and she did not answer. On the same day, my dad, with the help of Michelle Traconis, murdered my mom. And even though Michelle may not have been holding the weapon, I truly believe that she had a lot more to do with everything than she's letting on. Michelle Traconis, to me, is the reason I feel completely lost and alone on nights when I cannot sleep. She's the reason why I've blocked out my childhood, and that day so much I can barely remember it. She's the reason kids at school look at me with pity, the reason my teachers say guardians and not parents, the reason I've had to sit and watch as the people who care for me break down, the reason my siblings move through life with a huge piece of them lost. She's the reason I've had to sit on the bathroom floor with my little sister and try my best to comfort her. She's the reason I had to visit my dad in the hospital, knowing what he did and knowing he chose to leave us. She's the reason I did not get to visit my mom in any sort of way before she died and have no closure in her death. She's the reason I no longer feel I have a real beginning, a home to always come back to, parents I will always belong to. She's the reason words mom and dad spark nothing but a hazy memory. The reason those words will never again represent the person who holds me in their arms as I cry about some unimportant temporary problem. The person I can casually go to lunch with and talk about all the gossip and trauma with. The person who comes to my sports games and cheers me on. The person who picks me up from school. Mom and dad are words that only bring trauma and grief. I will never again share those simple moments that mean everything. Now, the only time I can feel my mom's presence is through memories. I listened to my grandma tell me about my mom when she was my age. Her friends share stories of her life. All of this is bittersweet. I hold on to these moments of her life knowing it should be her telling me these stories. I read her own writings where she talks about motherhood and of the future she never got to experience. She was. I only knew her as my mom. I'm now discovering who she was as a child, a teenager, a young adult, by myself. She should be sitting here and doing it alongside me. Michelle Traconis is the reason I've had to wake up every single day since May 24th, 2019, and ignore the first 10 years of my life because I cannot even begin to process everything. For that and everything else I've said, Michelle deserves the maximum time in jail. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, I'd ask the court to hear from Lauren Almeida. Lauren is the nanny to Jennifer's children and was Jennifer's friend.
Your Honor, thank you for letting me speak today. This is a photo of Jennifer on her 50th birthday. We all celebrated together. It's also her last birthday that we all celebrated together. I first met Jennifer in 2012, and she had 5 small kids, and I was 21 in my senior year of college. I started babysitting for Jennifer once a week, but then that grew to seeing Jennifer and her kids almost 6 days a week. From the beginning, I was never just their nanny. To be inside someone's home is such an intimate experience, one that has many ups and many downs. But right away, Jennifer opened up her home to me and made me part of the family. We were a duo right away. She trusted me, and I trusted her. It was Jennifer I went to when anything happened in my life, when I needed direction or someone to just vent to. Jennifer always had my best interests at heart and gave me a space to be heard. She made me laugh. She made me think about my future. And she provided me with opportunities I never thought I'd have. Most importantly, she loved me, and I loved her and her family. Through this experience, I've gained people in my life that were Jennifer's closest friends and are now my chosen family. Women who are teaching me how to be a mother, how to let things go, how to just live and love. They have all taken some place of where Jennifer was to me, even though that hole can never be filled. There's a piece of Jennifer in all of them. I hear Jennifer's voice in Kiki's, her intelligence in Carrie, her force with Laurel, and her wittiness in Caroline. Seeing Melissa and Gloria, I see Jennifer in their eyes and smiles. While I've gained this chosen family, it shouldn't be like this. It should be Jennifer sitting at the table helping with homework. It should be Jennifer attending sports events. It should be Jennifer taking them on college tours. It should be Jennifer's bed they run into at night. It should be Jennifer giving them advice on friendships. It should be Jennifer that they have to console them. It should be Jennifer to see them at their sad times and at their happiest. And you, Michelle, you have helped take away all of this. You took their mother and you took my friend. The actions of Michelle Traconis have greatly affected my life and continue to affect my life. The day Jennifer went missing was a day I started to fear not only for my life, but the life of Jennifer's 5 children. And this was directly because of what Michelle and Fotis decided to do on May 24th, 2019. I no longer slept. I no longer could leave the apartment without running to my car in fear that someone would come after me. I could no longer enter my home in Connecticut without a police officer because I was afraid of Michelle and Fotis being on the other side waiting for me. We didn't leave the kids alone because we were certain Michelle and Fotis would try and take them. We had armed bodyguards escort us anywhere we went because we lived in fear 24/7. I had nightmares so bad, I woke up in tears shaking, unable to let go of the thought of Michelle and Fotis taking these kids and doing something unthinkable because the unthinkable had already happened. It has been proven that Michelle conspired with Fotis to kill in the most gruesome way a mother of 5 kids, a mother and my friend. May 24th, 2019 was the day Jennifer was murdered by Fotis and Michelle. And that was the day I decided I wouldn't leave those kids until she was found. It's been 5 years and I still haven't left their side. I had a relationship, upcoming career, family, friends. My whole life was in Connecticut. I left all that to help Gloria and Jennifer's close friends to care for these kids. My relationship ended. I lost the place I called home. I've lost friends and time with my family. I had to rethink what my life would be like now that I had 5 kids to help look after. These kids have become my whole world. And they've taught me what unconditional love is. But because of what Michelle has done, my life has become something unexpected. I put my own goals in life on hold. My desire to have my own children has been paused. I've also witnessed what losing both parents have done to these kids. Tears, fear, sadness, because they no longer have parents to watch them grow up, watch them graduate, help them learn from mistakes, enter relationships, and share memories of their childhood. The feeling we all feel, knowing we have our parents in this world that love us unconditionally, no matter what we do. The 5 of them lost that. And while the kids are surrounded by unconditional love, this feeling of safety and security for them is gone. You, Michelle, were found guilty on all accounts in this courtroom. You, Michelle, drove with Fotis while you threw away Jennifer's bloody clothes in the trash. You, Michelle, lied multiple times to the police. You, Michelle, have been disrespectful in this courtroom. You, Michelle, have been found guilty of conspiring with Fotis to murder Jennifer. And you, Michelle, show no remorse and no accountability. Michelle Traconis deserves to spend the maximum sentence behind bars because of all that she did. She helped change the course of so many people's lives. And for what? To take Jennifer's place? Because you could never. To live this lavish lifestyle Fotis promised? We'll never know because I believe Michelle will never be honest. She took away the most genuine, thoughtful, funny, and kind person I have ever met. She took away a mother who sang silly songs to her kids, who was always there when they fell to lift them back up. A mother whose whole life was Petros, Theodore, Christian, Constantine, and Noel. Now, these kids and all of Jennifer's loved ones no longer have that. We don't even have the comfort of knowing where she is. Where is she, Michelle? Michelle helped take Jennifer's life at the young age of 50, and she deserves to live out the maximum sentence behind bars. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Your Honor, I would ask the court to hear next from Constantine. Constantine was Jennifer's son, and he was 10 years old when his mother was murdered.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
The actions of Michelle Traconis on May 24th, 2019 drastically impacted my life. All this began back in 2016 when I first met Michelle Traconis. I remember that my dad developed a new poisonous personality while she was around. Michelle's careless behavior led to their affair. Cheating on a wonderful mother who had done nothing wrong. A family living on the opposite side of the country. Michelle was the absolute last thing my family needed. Throughout the divorce, when we had visitation with my dad, the court ordered that Michelle was not to be present. However, she insisted that we did see her. She insisted on making our family normal. She put pressure on my dad to get the divorce over. She made it clear to my dad that they had to do something. She conspired to commit murder. She conspired to commit tampering with physical evidence. She tampered with physical evidence. She hindered prosecution. She has shown no remorse. She has not cooperated. She attempted to frame Pavel, an innocent and kind man. My mother was a caring mother of 5 children, a loyal friend and sister, a lovely daughter. My mom always had a dream to be grandmother, forgetting the names of our many children. She will not have that. Taking away a nurturing mother at such a young age is not something you, the court, can take lightly. I can't go home to talk to her about my school day. I can't listen in on any of her stories. I can't crawl into her bed late at night. I can't learn things from her, like when she taught me how to tie my shoelace the proper way. She was my favorite person in the world, my role model. She is still somewhere in my heart. However, I will never be the same person as I was in Connecticut. All this loss is because of Michelle Traconis. I think she should serve the maximum sentence possible. In the end, however, your decision and my statement are not about me or Michelle. This is about serving justice for my mother, Jennifer Dulos. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Next, I'd ask the court to hear from Caroline Buckley. Caroline is a longtime friend of Jennifer and caregiver now to the children as well.
Judge Randolph, thank you for the opportunity to address the court. Jennifer was my friend for 12 years before her murder. Our children are the same age and went to the same school together until she was forced to leave Farmington in 2017. We celebrated births and birthdays together, school concerts and sports days. I miss her every day. In 2017, when Jennifer found out about Michelle Traconis, such was her fear of Fotis that she planned her escape. She hid her belongings at my house before she fled. She left a community of friends that loved her. She left a school that her children loved and that the defendant subsequently enrolled her daughter in. Throughout the following months, Jennifer was shocked at the behavior of Michelle Traconis. Jennifer, honest to her core, was horrified at Michelle's belief that rules did not apply to her. We witnessed this behavior throughout the trial. As a result of Michelle Traconis' lies, Fotis Dulos was not initially arrested. Living in Farmington meant that my family were located in close proximity to the defendant. Every day, we lived in fear. We searched for answers and looked for clues for Jennifer. Places that had warm memories of friendship and fun childhoods became the stuff of nightmares. On a practical level, in May 2019, it became clear that Jennifer's house belongings in New Canaan needs to be tended to. Documents relating to her children within days of her murder needed to be retrieved from that house. So 7 days later, I went into that house. I remember the 5 fish swimming in their bowls, the kitchen with balloons left over from a celebration scattered about the fingerprint dust and bloodstains. Going into that garage where my lovely friend met the end of her existence is something that will haunt me for the rest of my life. It was devastating to witness the evidence of suffering and unimaginable fear and pain Jennifer endured in her final moments. Michelle Traconis' actions on May 24th and beyond have had heart-crushing implications for her children, Petros, Theodore, Christian, Constantine, and Noel. Throughout our friendship, we talked about hopes and dreams for our children. Every day since their mother's murder, I have watched these dreams take shape, but they were a little duller without her bright light, and they will always be that way because of the actions and very clear inaction of Michelle Traconis. May 24th, 2019, I've thought about Jennifer every day. I would be going through my normal day and inevitably be stopped in my tracks by the reminder that this happened to all of us. My husband has taken place, shocks me every day to my core, and I still find it hard to fathom that Jennifer is gone. I'm left to navigate a world forever changed by the cruelty of the defendant's actions. The brutality of Jennifer's death haunts me, leaving me with questions that will never be answered and wounds that will never fully heal. I miss my friend deeply. Her generosity of spirit, her optimism in human nature, her firm belief in her children, and her fierce enthusiasm for life. Our life will never be the same. Michelle, you know what your actions, but across the world, Your decision in 2016 when you met Fotis was yours alone. You could have walked away. You chose not to. You chose to get involved with a married father of 5. You chose to move to Connecticut. Know that we see you. We saw you then, and we see you now for what you are. There is no doubt in my mind that you should spend the rest of your life in jail for your actions. Thank you, Your Honor.
Ask the court next to hear from Noelle. Noelle was 8. She was 8 years old the day her mother was murdered.
Your Honor, Michelle Traconis and her actions have affected my life in many ways. I've now lost the 2 people I've loved most in this world. My mom will now never get to see me or my siblings grow up, something I had known she had always wanted. I'm now growing up without my mother. This is something no child should ever have to do. Her life was cut short, and Michelle was a contributor. Finding closure is impossible, considering Michelle never gave any information about where my mother is and what actually happened on May 24th, 2019. Because of that day, I constantly feel like something worse is bound to happen to the people I love, and it could be my last moments with them at any minute. I remember seeing these stories on the news and thinking they were just simply crazy stories, and it would never happen to my family or me. But because it did, I feel scared that it will happen again and again to everyone I love most. Most of all, I feel betrayed by Michelle. I vividly remember her on ski trips when I was scared to sleep at night, or her picking me off my bunk bed because I was scared to go down on my own. And I remember trusting her. I don't understand how she could be so selfish, and it scares me to put my trust in other people now because of Michelle Traconis. She's made my family and me suffer. Because of this, I believe she should serve the consequences of her actions, and I believe she should receive the.
I would ask the court to hear from Carrie Luft. Carrie is a longtime friend of Jennifer. She's also a caregiver to the children and the Farber family spokesperson.
After the court hears from Ms. Locke, we will take a morning recess.
And Ms. Luft will conclude the speakers, Your Honor. The state would go into their remarks after the recess.
Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
There's more to writing than just recording the facts. There's what's called fiction, art. Some people can turn their memories, the images that haunt them, into transcendence, freedom almost. The purging, it creates a lightness, a light almost. Jennifer Farber-Dulos wrote those lines in a play in 1996. She was a gifted and singularly perceptive writer and my dearest friend for almost 30 years. She was the maid of honor at my wedding, and 12 years later, she stood with me at my husband's wake. After his death, she was my emergency contact. We talked to and wrote to each other about everything under the sun and supported each other artistically, intellectually, emotionally, unconditionally. When Jennifer redid her will in late March of 2017, she asked me to be her healthcare proxy. She trusted me, as she put it, to know when to shut it down. The scenarios I reluctantly considered at the time, a terrible accident, a terminal disease, do not even come close to the depraved, meticulously planned, brutal murder of Jennifer in her own garage, the desecration and disappearance of her body, the discarding of her bloody clothing in garbage bags destined for a landfill. Those images, everything I witnessed at the defendant's trial, all the missing pieces of evidence and actions in between that we have to imagine swim in my mind every day. Beginning on May 24th, 2019, as you have heard, and continuing seamlessly for 5 years, a group of us, Jennifer's close friends, have supported Gloria Farber in the raising of Jennifer's 5 children. We have all overhauled our lives, our relationships, our careers to create a safe, trusted, loving home life for them. I cannot imagine doing anything else. I hope that gives a sense of the strength of Jennifer's love and friendship. I tried to live out her values in my relationships with each of them, especially those of empathy, kindness, love of literature and humor, and respect for their individuality. I feel a duty to keep her memory and spirit alive for her children, not only by relating stories, but through sharing books, films, plays, music, and experiences that spoke to her so that she can continue to reach them. On that first weekend that Jennifer was missing, I also became the media spokesperson for our group of family and friends. I am not a public relations professional. I am a writer, and I was impelled to use my skills to represent our friend, to be an insightful, trustworthy voice for her family and loved ones amid the increasing media interest. Jennifer was a deeply private person. The extensive media coverage, the digging into her life and the lives of her family members, the proliferation of her photos online would have horrified her. I feel compromised each time I issue a statement or participate in an interview, yet I'm committed to being a voice for Jennifer and to protecting her family's privacy. In so doing, I have become a public figure. All of us are now characters in a public true crime narrative, which is an unsettling and bizarre experience. I acknowledge that I have voluntarily assumed the role of spokesperson, but it takes a heavy toll. Every time I am asked what it felt like when, I am re-traumatized. I must also hold back a large body of information. During the defendant's trial, it was distressing to realize that most of my communications with Jennifer would be regarded as hearsay in a criminal court. Jennifer began to express overt fears for her physical safety in the spring of 2017, after Fotis Doulos announced his plans for the defendant to move to Farmington. His behavior changed to become more physically aggressive and defiant toward Jennifer after he became involved with the defendant. She showed up to tour Renbrook School in early April 2017, the school attended by Jennifer's children, a couple of weeks after Jennifer had learned of the affair. In April 2018, she defied family court orders by touring New Canaan Country School, then attended by Jennifer's children. This was not proactive legwork on behalf of her child. These were acts of aggression toward Jennifer. Because this information would not be admissible as evidence, I was not able to stand up for Jennifer to relay her experiences and voice her fears that the defendant was trying to replace her. On May 24th, 2019, the defendant collaborated on the plan to kill Jennifer by transporting, unlocking, and operating her partner's phone while he murdered Jennifer in New Canaan. Then she actively participated in the destruction of evidence, which delayed the murder arrests until January 2020. That delay enabled the introduction of a degrading line of argument and speculation put forth by Fotis Doulos' defense counsel that Jennifer had voluntarily disappeared, abandoning her children. This was slander, suggesting that Jennifer was not only alive, but also deceitful, cunning, and unspeakably callous. The theory was picked up widely in the media, and I had to defend a murder victim in the press, the most conscientious person I have ever known, who was unfailingly devoted to her children and loved them beyond compare. The defendant repeated the theory that Jennifer had run away multiple times in her interviews with the investigators. That was not a coincidence. During the period from June 2019 to January 2020, we, Jennifer's loved ones, were not permitted to acknowledge that she was deceased. As our spokesperson, I had to publicly sustain the fiction that she might be found alive, which was deeply dishonest and felt disrespectful of what Jennifer had endured. We held a memorial for her in secret, tightly managed, fearful that the media would find out and report that the family believed Jennifer was dead. The defendant's refusal to provide any information, even speculative, as to what was done with Jennifer's body is a sustained act of cruelty. We are unable to bury Jennifer or to mourn her properly. I lie awake at night, recreating in my mind the log of actions and locations on May 24th and the days surrounding it, trying to piece together where Jennifer is. Disparage and degrade Jennifer over the 5 years following. From her interviews with the investigators in the summer of 2019 to her actions in criminal court in 2024, she has repeatedly insisted that Jennifer was sick. On February 15th, 2024, during the criminal trial proceedings in this very courtroom, I witnessed the defendant displaying on her laptop in very large type, with the intent that it be readable from a distance, a sealed family court document that was stricken from the record. Earlier that same afternoon, I heard the defendant state aloud in English while walking out during a recess for everyone within earshot to hear, she was sick, followed by a psychiatric diagnosis. Even at her own trial, at which she did not take the stand, the defendant was using underhanded, provocative methods to espouse Doulos' defense theory. Her continued insistence that Jennifer was sick indicates the following to me. After that discredited document had failed to get them what they wanted in family court, which was custody of the children, the defendant and her partner were still depending on it for their defense, to support the notion that Jennifer had run away. These actions by the defendant occurred weeks after Jennifer's blood-saturated shirt, her brassiere dyed maroon with her own blood, both garments cut down the front, were presented as evidence. I urge you to apply the maximum sentencing to the defendant. She wanted to erase and replace Jennifer Farber-Doulos, and she very nearly succeeded. She believes that the rules do not apply to her, whether the protocol of a courtroom or regard for human life. It is she who is deceitful, cunning, and unspeakably callous. When she conspired to murder Jennifer, she gave no thought to the 5 children, young people she knew well and professed to love, who would be torn from their mother and she from them forever. In a play Jennifer wrote more than 30 years ago, a character says to herself, I have this dream that keeps me going. I go downstairs, and there she is, in a bassinet, under the shelves. I reach in, pick her up. She is heavy as I lift her. She opens her eyes. They're brown, like mine, like hers. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Perhaps that would be a good time for a break, Your Honor.
We are going to take a morning recess. What the court will indicate is that you should heed the direction of Chief Suda as to how to leave the court. We'll stand in a recess.
Intelligent, and they are kind. Jennifer's friends coming together to dedicate their lives to helping these children grow and continue Jennifer's memory. This shows how amazing Jennifer Doulos truly was to inspire such loyalty and such friendship. She can never be forgotten or replaced, even though the defendant, Michelle Traconis, tried. And she tried in the most evil and heinous way by agreeing to commit murder. I mean, think about that. You agree, you have a conversation, you talk about it, and you agree. You plan to kill somebody, to take a life. The hatred the defendant must have for Jennifer to Jennifer. These children in 2019, the children Your Honor heard from today, Petros, remember, was 13. Theodore was 13. Constantine was 10. Christiane was 10. And Noelle was 8. She was 8 years old when the defendant conspired with Fotis Doulos to kill their mother. And some of the things Your Honor heard from the family are proven to be true. The defendant knew these children for years before 2019. She professed to care for them. I think about Noelle's story about trusting the defendant. And at the same time that she professed to care for these children, she made the conscious decision with Fotis Doulos to take their mother's life. knowing you are going to inflict unimaginable pain, suffering, and loss on 5 small children, and still making that decision children, and still making that decision, still deciding to commit murder, then covering it up and destroying evidence, it's resulted in so much pain that is still to this day and not with no closure in sight. Because Jennifer's family still doesn't know the location of Jennifer's body. And make no mistake, we will never stop looking. Jennifer's murder was so premeditated, so planned. Everything was planned out, from answering the phone, acting as an alibi, to assisting with the disposal of Jennifer's bloodied shirt and bra, along with the other items used in the crime, in the garbage on the streets of Hartford. The defendant willingly agreed to answer the alibi call, to walk around and carry Fotis's phone that morning, and to participate in the cleanup at 80 Mountain Spring Road and light the fires. And days later, she willingly agreed to continue this cover-up by writing a false alibi script, and at Russell Speeders by assisting in further destruction of evidence in the vehicle that was used in the homicide. And all those lies she perpetuated with the police, she did those acts on her own, just like she willingly agreed to murder Jennifer Dulos. It's the motive, Your Honor. Facts of the case that came out during the trial, the contempt the defendant has shown, and the cruelty that she has imposed on so many people, which mandates a substantial amount of incarceration. The motive, the reason the defendant agreed with Fotis Dulos that Jennifer needed to die was clearly brought out in the trial. The defendant wanted her dead. It is only with Jennifer's death would all the court hearings and custody hearings stop. From the defendant's own words that she endured 2 years of torture. It's been like a nightmare. Then she would finally be able to live in a beautiful home in Farmington. Fotis Dulos would have all the children in his home. Michelle Traconis would finally get everything she wanted. She could replace Jennifer. But in order for that to happen, Jennifer had to die. William Shakespeare wrote, "There is no sure foundation set on blood, no certain life achieved by others' death." That quotation rings so true here because the defendant thought she could build her life on Jennifer's death. The defendant wanted so badly to replace her that in April 2017, before Jennifer had even moved out of the family house, that's when she toured the school that the Dulos children were attending. And when Jennifer moved to New Canaan, the defendant again toured the school, New Canaan Country School, where the children were attended, even when she still resided in Farmington, miles away. She moved into the house at 4 Jefferson Crossing, a house Fotis and Jennifer built together, paid for by Jennifer's family. She worked at 4 Group, a business finance by Jennifer's father. And she immersed herself in the homeowners association in the neighborhood, trying to replace Jennifer and the Dulos children. Even when she wasn't supposed to be near them during visits, she was. The children were given the impossible and cruel task of lying to their mother. The defendant's cold-heartedness, her selfishness, it absolutely has no bounds. But it didn't work. She wasn't able to replace Jennifer. Jennifer fought back in court dates and hearings. She fought to protect her children. And that envy and jealousy that was so in Michelle Traconis' heart, it turned to hatred and blame. And that is when this agreement to happen. The defendant did more than just agree to commit this act, though. She assisted in it. She assisted in acting as an alibi, in covering up the murder, making these 5 children wonder day in, day out what happened to their mother. In the beginning, hoping their mother would come home. All the while, the defendant knew she was never coming home. The motive of these charges, Your Honor, that she has been convicted of is clear. It is heinous, callous, and it warrants substantial incarceration. Now, a jury of her peers have found Michelle Traconis guilty of each and every count. I'm not going to go over the 6 weeks of trial. Your Honor heard the testimony, you sat through all the defendant's interviews, her multiple lies, her misdirection, and her manipulation. Your Honor described it at an earlier hearing as 8 hours of inconsistencies on material issues and a cascade of circumstantial evidence. For sentencing today, I want to highlight some specific things that came out in the jury trial that showed the manipulation and pervasive cruelty of the defendant. And I want to be clear on one thing. We're not here to sentence Fotis Doulos. The defendant is faced with 45 years. Fotis Doulos clearly would be before the court, in the state's opinion, facing a lot more time. The state is basing its recommendation on the defendant's own actions, her agreement to commit this heinous act, and the defendant's lack of remorse and her lack of acceptance of responsibility. The actions in 2019 of a 44-year-old professional, educated woman with hate in her heart and a capacity to conspire. The cascade of evidence, as Your Honor called it, some of the facts. The defendant manipulated Fotis's phone to act as an alibi as he murdered Jennifer Doulos, all to ensure she answered the call, the alibi call. The alibi call that was on Fotis's script as if it was he that answered that call. The defendant participated in the back and forth at 80 Mountain Spring Road and Fort Jefferson Crossing, and later discarded evidence on the Hartford city streets in garbage cans. The 3 separate fires at Fort Jefferson Crossing on Memorial Day weekend when the defendant was home. And the disposal of the bags of evidence in Hartford, tampering with evidence. You know, that sounds so simple, that word, tampering. We hear it all the time in criminal court, tampering. When, if you look at the facts of this case, it's so much more. Stained gloves, a bloody poncho, bloody towel, altered license plate in the sewer, a blood-soaked bra, sliced down the middle, blood-soaked shirt, sliced down the front, and the zip ties, the bloody zip ties that were found with them. What was done to Jennifer that zip ties were needed? Only those who agreed to commit the act may know. We won't ever know. Days later, when the police were looking for Jennifer, the defendant was writing an alibi script. And on May 29, 2019, she and Fotis Doulos took the Tacoma to the car wash. And looking at the garage at 69 Wells Lane at Jennifer's home, a home she had just returned to from dropping off her children, what could Jennifer have been experiencing in the final moments of her life? We get to ask that. What did she experience? Sheer terror and desperation come to mind. And of course, as a loving and devoted mother, her children. I think about what Jennifer must have felt and thought as she was dying, all the blood indicating a brutal murder. If she was zip tied alive with the bloody zip ties, we don't know. We don't know exactly what Jennifer felt, went through, or was thinking. We do know what the defendant day, very next day, the defendant got her hair done. She laughed and she smiled with her hairdresser. And later, joking at the pond with her friends, this was in her interview. She joked about having, if she can have sex with Fotis while in jail. Jokes. We know what the defendant thought. All the while, 5 children had to commit this crime and the egregious and awful facts. The defendant has never accepted responsibility for her actions. I'm also cognizant of today's date. Today is May 31st, 2024. It was 5 years ago today, on May 31st, 2019, Detective Butin with the Connecticut State Police a search warrant on Jefferson Crossing. On May 31st, 2019, it was the first day I became aware that the police were closing in on her too. And she had a choice that day to cooperate, to tell the truth, to accept responsibility, and she made a conscious decision not to do so. Instead, she perpetuated a lie after lie after lie, and here we are 5 years later. All there have been are lies. Multiple lies, misdirection, and manipulation of law enforcement. There's no Fotis Doulos over her shoulder manipulating her. She played her role to the fullest on her own. In her 3 interviews to the police, she tried to portray the facade of the dumb girlfriend. I believe those were her words. This from a professional woman with all these degrees and accomplishments that the defense presents, numerous letters from people who have interacted with her, supported her. The dichotomy presented shows not only the lies and the facade she played in these interviews with law enforcement, but also that she can clearly play a role that is expected of her. Now, I don't stand here and minimize community support. It is such an important and treasured thing, as Your Honor can see from the Farber family community that's come together. And the letters, the numerous letters written to the court about the defendant. What's interesting to me that I found after reading them, and I did read them, is they all essentially say the same thing. And none of these people, from her family to the people she was at the cookie sale with, people she water skied with, her daughter's friends, just people ever stood in the way of something she wanted. That was only Jennifer. Jennifer Doulos is the only person that ever stood in Michelle Traconis' way. And look what happened to Jennifer. The motive, facts, and the defendant's true feelings. She has not shown remorse. All she has shown is contempt law for Jennifer and her loved ones. And what's interesting about the lies is how pervasive and planned they are. Reporting things to the case. She knew exactly what she was saying. Her contempt for law enforcement was clear. Her contempt for the trial was clear. She's actually charged with contempt of court for her actions in the courtroom during the trial. Displaying the custody report on her laptop angled toward the camera in violation of the court's order. This is the true Michelle Traconis. Hindering prosecution is the epitome of contempt for the criminal justice system. All these things mandate a substantial period of incarceration. But I want to talk about one last thing before I end my remarks. And that is the cruelty she has shown Jennifer's family. From the perpetuate this falsehood would abandon her children and run away. Again, from the very beginning, the first interview, June 2nd, an attempted manipulation that continued
And yes, everything will be fine if you come up here with your daughter. We'll get you enrolled in the school. The children will be friends, et cetera, et cetera. So any suggestion that this was the discovery material. The second thing that was just suggested by the state is that somehow Michelle Traconis wanted to, quote, replace for Doulos. Keep in mind that it was Jennifer Doulos who surreptitiously moved down to New Canaan before Michelle Traconis moved up, and he was going to have her come up here. He may have told his lawyer that he had this grandiose idea that would be great if his wife lived in the same with Michelle and their kids could all be living in one happy house. But that was Fotis Doulos' fantasy, not Michelle Traconis. At no time did she present that, or did she even suggest that that was something that she wanted. I just note that the state court rather did keep out, the state objected to a lot of the divorce material coming in, but I've read through every divorce pleading and those transcripts that were not sealed by the divorce court. And I indicate that Michelle Traconis had no involvement in any of the things that were going on in the divorce proceeding. She only knew what Fotis told her, what Fotis's lawyers told her. And that was borne out by the testimony of the attorneys. But I want the court to be aware that any suggestion that there was some kind of scheme to replace Jennifer Doulos by Michelle and that she wanted to somehow be the cause of a split up of a marriage is not borne out by any facts. That's just pure speculation. Speculate about what might have happened to Jennifer Doulos. She personally went out with the police in hot, muggy weather, going through the woods, showing the police places where they traveled, where they went through with motorcycles, trying to help them. She drew maps and gave them were places where that she knew that Fotis Doulos had gone, properties that he owned, places that he went, in order to assist with that kind of searches. So to the extent that there has been a suggestion that she didn't even try to help discover the location, or the suggestion that she has any clue as to what happened to Jennifer Doulos, the evidence I would submit points to the opposite. That is what happened to her ultimately. All right. I'm not here to try and convince the court to overturn the verdict. I made my motion. The court rejected that. We'll have a second look at it, but I understand Your Honor's position, so I'm certainly not going to argue that. I did, however, want the court at least to have a clear picture as to what some of these peripheral issues are that have been suggested by the pre-sentence report. I also am struck by the fact that Fotis Doulos' name almost didn't come up at all. This was, to a large extent, he did, the actions he took. And I will note during those video interviews, and again, the court ruled that that couldn't come in, but to the extent it was discussed, it was what Fotis chose to tell her about that. She wasn't stating, I believe that Jennifer Doulos had mental health issues. She's saying, that's what Fotis told me was going on. At no point during the 5 years or 4 years and a half that I was involved in this case, even and that is Michelle Traconis' defense team, ever suggests that Jennifer Doulos ran away. Again, that's Fotis Doulos' lawyer who made that suggestion. That's what the press ran with, and that was then made into some kind of a Lifetime event movie. Anything else that I want to say? There are a number of people that I want to have speak to the court, and I'm going to begin with Michelle Traconis' pastor, Pastor Christopher Solomon. So I'm going to ask him to come up at this time. And maybe if you can come to the podium, and I'll just note that people should identify themselves and where they're from.
What the court will indicate is that there's no need to approach the podium.
Okay,
all of the speakers can speak from council table.
fine. I'll just make sure the microphone is pulled over. All right.
Good almost afternoon. We're on this opportunity to share with you my statement regarding Michelle Traconis. I've served as the senior minister of Avon Congregational Church for over 5 years. Since 2019, when Michelle and her family literally knocked on the door, the members of our church have been their sanctuary and their spiritual faith family. My years of study at Yale University with a Master of Divinity have been augmented by clinical pastoral education. This is a rigorous process of chaplaincy along with personal psychological studies and backgrounds. Prior to ordination in the United Church of Christ, I served on the governing board of the Haddam-Killingworth Youth and Family Services. While working at Regional School District 17 and years before that in Florida, I served as a guardian ad litem, providing my assessments to the court from interviews with families, doctors, psychologists, and children in order to recommend custody placement for the Department of Children and Families. Language. Michelle participated regularly in both worship services and activities of mission and fellowship. When her parents and sisters visited Connecticut, the world could know the Michelle I know, one not defined in bites, scribal gloss, and an agenda-driven caricature. Almost immediately, Michelle volunteered on a weekly basis to help with some ministry, regularly cooking large meals for a Hartford soup kitchen, preparing for our monthly Farmington Valley First Friday dinners. Is exceptional as a helper and one who cheerfully and tirelessly worked beside church members, young and old. Over the course of months, with her involvement with mission work, attending Bible studies, and helping in any way she could, Michelle became a beloved and important member. Stories of how her father, a physician, in third world locales in South America, where he performed heart surgery on infants. Michelle also spoke for all of God's created, especially for children and those afflicted with disability. Empathy and compassion are at the center of her being, in my estimation. She often attended my weekly coffee with the pastor at a local coffee shop. Any number of church members, depending on their schedules, could pop in and out. I watched carefully as Michelle tenderly cared for aging members facing scary health diagnoses. I watched her grieve with and hold close church members whose beloved family died. Michelle was always especially affirming and loving to young children and genuinely affectionate to all. The relationship between a pastor and a parishioner in crisis is a sacred one, with authenticity and truth-telling the hallmarks of trust building. In the inner sanctum of my pastoral visits with Michelle, I've heard everything she feels and thinks, her feelings about all in and grief. I've heard her prayers for Jennifer and her children and all her anxieties related to this harrowing ordeal. I watched her react with grace despite the constant media attacks from a public who doesn't know her. I have dined often with Michelle's family, listening to life stories, learning about their Venezuelan culture, witnessing their lament, grief, who considers myself nobody's fool, I was pastoral yet didn't trust blindly. In fact, I had nothing to gain and perhaps on many levels much to lose by offering any pastoral counseling to Michelle or opening the doors of my church to her. Yet today I can honestly say before God and indeed the world, Michelle Traconis is a woman of not only substantive character, but with an ethic and kind-heartedness that is almost singular. Michelle always spoke with passionate candor, dissolving often tearfully with empathy for the Doulos children and Mrs. Farber's loss and suffering. She never played a sympathy card, even though she herself was seemingly losing her own life with the ability to live with her daughter. She never asked for favors or for any financial assistance from the church or from church members. And to my knowledge, she never received any. My life is dedicated to ministering, burying, marrying, teaching, and holding the hands of many as they pass from this world, the real stuff of the world. I'm rooted in God's world and believe in justice that offers myself and so many in my congregation, her sister, and all her family and friends who have been robbed of a future with Jennifer. I also pray the court seeking God's guidance will show mercy in today's sentence to mitigate the immense suffering already endured by this tragedy, and see it fit and right in the name of the highest justice and for the good of society to restore Michelle to her daughter and to a productive place in our world community as soon as it is possible. I don't say this lightly. I believe wholeheartedly Michelle to be a person of extraordinary good character and a faith-filled person I would trust with my very own life. Thank you for your service to our community, and may God bless you.
Thank you.
I'm going to call on Dr. Carlos Traconis to speak next, please.
Your Honor, Judge Kevin Randolph. I am Carlos Traconis, an American-trained pediatric cardiac surgeon, mostly dedicated to altruistic medicine, particularly safe. I am here on behalf of my daughter, Michelle, who, although born in Memphis, Tennessee, grew up in Venezuela, where English is not our first language. And from now on, I will try to do my best. Of 4 daughters and grandfather of 8 American grandchildren. From a young age, Michelle joined me on medical mission to indigent, neglected, display great empathy and compassion with any patient while they heal. I come from a family of 7 siblings. My oldest sister, Laura, was born with an intellectual disability and was educated in a special needs school, co-founded by my father, pioneering special education in Venezuela back in the 60s. Michelle was very close to her aunt, Laura, and this bond, and along with the practice on the medical missions, inspired her to study special education. Michelle also developed a passion for outdoor life and animals, particularly horses. This led her to specialize in assisting children and adults with special needs. Despite the divorce between her mother, Maricela, and me, my daughter's life has remained unaffected by our separation. We handle it with mutual respect and understanding, ensuring that our daughter's stable, positive relationship and her resilience through personal challenges were shaped by the way her mother and I managed our divorce. The amicable handling of our divorce provided Michelle and the understanding that even in difficult times, maintaining respect and cooperation is crucial. In 2006, Michelle became a mother. Since then, she has devoted to supporting her daughters however, my granddaughter's United States team at the Winter Youth Olympic Games 2024 in South Korea. Even though Michelle was on trial, her steady support was crucial to her daughter's success. Regardless, ensure that her daughter's life remained stable and loving too. Drained from her own experience with our respectful handling of our supportive environment for her daughter. This separation did not affect her upbringing, neither. And both parents continue to prioritize her well-being, focusing on her education and family values. Our family has faced painful difficulties, especially for her teenage daughter, who needs her guidance and support. These past 5 years have been the hardest of my life. I have left behind everything I love, including my patients, to focus on the legal process and support of my daughter through this heartbreaking process, coping with difficult challenges. My heart goes to the Doulos children who lost both of their parents. As a father, plead with you, Josh Randolph, to show mercy in my daughter's sentence, given the chance she could continue to be a valuable member of society, providing care and restorative therapies to children and adults. I hope that these examples of Michelle's compassionate character I have shared will consider in your decision. Respectful, Dr. Carlos Traconis.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd like to call on Michelle's mom right now, Maricela Arias.
Your Honor, Judge Randolph, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Maricela Arriaza, and I am Michelle's mother. I come before you today with a heavy heart filled with deep sadness and much emotion, not only as a mother, but as a clinical psychologist who completed a master's degree in Memphis, Tennessee. Michi, a nickname Michelle's family and close friends call her, she was a twin. Her twin brother sadly died as a baby. Losing a baby, a child, is devastating pain that leaves a hollow mark. You might imagine the extra love and special care her father and I poured upon her. Michi and all our daughters were raised to be respectful and to be hard workers. We knew coming from another country was important. These traits were, and all our girls have made us very proud. Raised also with a strong faith, they are known in their communities for their sweetness and caring love for all. Michi has been my companion and has always been by my side when I needed her. For example, when I separated from her father at 35 years of age, Michi, then a teenager, saw the additional burden I had to handle and support me in any way she could. She did this by helping with her sister's homework and after-school activities, while has always been to instill a solid balance of both a diligent work ethic along with family values into all my daughters. And I believe her father and I succeeded in this goal. Motherhood is Michi's everything. This is evident in how she raised her daughter, instilling in her our family values and a love for one another that she learned from her childhood. My granddaughter, now a responsible teenager, excellent student of Michelle's dedication and constant care over these 17 years. For these reasons, the circumstances we all find ourselves is Doulos. He presented himself to all of us as a family-oriented man going through an amicable divorce. He convinced all of us of his good intentions. Knowing how a friendly separation can be as witnessed by me and her father, Michelle believed Fotis and had no reason to doubt him. However, we were all deceived by Fotis. At this trial, revealed a man vastly different from we thought we had met. Had I known the danger Michi was in, I would have immediately removed my daughter and granddaughter from his presence when I arrived in Connecticut on May 30th, 2019. My heart breaks for the Dulos children and all who suffer from this loss. My thoughts and prayers are with them every single day. Your Honor, today I stand before you, enduring the hardship of misplaced trust in a man who betrayed many. This story sadly ended in ways that left us broken and devastated. I am here to plead for your understanding and mercy for my daughter Michelle, who would never, never knowingly put her child or anyone at risk. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'd like to call on Eleanor Howard, please. Come forward. Oh, Sandra Little, I'm sorry. Right here.
Good afternoon, Judge Randolph.
Good afternoon.
I thank the court for hearing me as I speak in support of my friend Michelle. My name is Sandra Lytle, and I've known Michelle for 4.5 years. I first met her in the worst chapter of her life had begun. She had moved out of the home where she was living and moved into a temporary situation within walking distance of our church. She immediately began to pitch in various for our community dinner. I now manage the church's thrift shop. 3 years ago, it was just simply an idea, and Michelle showed up and cleaned and painted the space for the shop. She attended regular Sunday morning worship services, and whenever her family was in town, they would accompany her and activity Michelle was involved in. Over the following weeks, months, and years, I got to know Michelle. I observed her as she met fellow parishioners, some who have various needs. Each and every time, she would work on a way to offer help and support. I witnessed her on several occasions when she could draw on her past experiences or on her deep faith to offer hope and encouragement to others. She is a trusting, intelligent, kind-hearted woman, full of compassion and generous with both her time and talents. Michelle is a positive contributor to her community, and above all, she is a loving mother who is trying to protect her daughter from the horror that has entered their lives. The seriousness of the charges against Michelle caused me to pause for breath, but not for a moment do I falter in my support of Michelle. While recognizing the evil, manipulative man that was Fotis Doulos and the tragedy that has befallen Jennifer, her children, her parents, and her friends, I pray they may find strength, peace, and comfort on their unspeakably painful journey. I also pray that over time, Michelle can be recognized as yet another of Fotis's many victims. I appreciate your thoughtful consideration of my experience with the Michelle that I know when you determine her sentence. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd like to call on Elizabeth Van Loon, please.
Judge Randolph, my name is Elizabeth Van Loon. I've been invited here today to speak on behalf of my friend, Michelle Traconis. I have known Michelle and her family since 2019. Michelle has been attending my church, where I've been a member for almost 40 years. And over the past 5 years, this is the Michelle I have come to know and deeply respect. And I believe her true character is not as it has been portrayed in the news media. Dedicated mother. Michelle is a deeply loving and dedicated mother. Her daughter, as you have heard, is a competitive downhill ski racer at the international level and trains in both North and South America. Michelle has described to me how she spends hours each day online going over school lessons with her daughter so she can continue her education while training. Michelle is the mother of the child, remaining emotionally close when they are physically distant. Loving. Michelle's love encompasses all of her family. Her parents and sisters attend my church whenever they are in Connecticut. One holiday, and I do believe it was Christmas, the entire family came to worship. Parents, sisters, brothers-in-laws, nephews, and her daughter. The family, when dispersed, is in constant contact via text and Facebook, so they can share the pictures, joys, and sorrows of their daily lives. Michelle maintains an excellent relationship with her ex-husband and our both human and animal. While in Connecticut, Michelle volunteered for horses who've been for the local police department and other first responders. And as you have heard, she's helped to cook delicious meals, which our church delivers to the soup kitchen, Loaves and Fishes in Hartford. At closest to my heart, Michelle is a model for caring. She has shown me how to love and care for a family that is geographically dispersed. My daughter serves overseas with the United States military, and her family is stationed with her. I have 4 young grandchildren, and I'm able to visit with them infrequently. Michelle is always asking about my family, not fade with long distance, and that parents, children, and grandchildren can remain close when they are apart. And I am deeply grateful for having Michelle in my life and providing this example. Faithful. I see that Michelle embodies the Christian spirit. As Jesus commanded, she loves God and her neighbors with a tender and open arms. And I do pray that God's love embraces the family of Jennifer, particularly her children, as they must navigate their lives without her. And I ask you, as a judge, to show compassion and mercy to Michelle Traconis. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to call on Mr. Daniela Traconis.
Your Honor, Kevin, my name is Daniela and I'm Michelle's sister. We're only 2 years apart, which has made our relationship very close since childhood. Michi isn't just my sister, a model, the maid of honor at my wedding 20 years ago, and a significant inspiration in my life. Her character shines through a devoted mother, a caring daughter, a loving
with homework, connecting online. She's a loving and gentle mother. She told me that when she was about 10 years old, she went with her father, the physician, to a remote Amazon region to help people. She described it as a perfectly normal thing to do, but I was amazed by her generosity in caring for people in need. And I will close with this. During a Bible study group 5 years ago, it was hard for Michelle to fully understand English. In a big group with everyone talking, this weakness was not evident. But in that small Bible study, discussion focused on each of us in turn, and we were each put on the spot. She didn't understand some of the questions put to her in English, and her responses in English were not always smooth. I know Michelle has been found guilty, but to me, she's a friend and a trusted and valued community participant. She made positive differences in my life. She showed me things a generous person could be, who a valued member of my community is, and how easy it is to share kindness. She never gave me a reason to doubt her sincerity. I feel the Michelle I know is the real Michelle. And I ask that you please show mercy. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd like to call on Herbert Smith, please, to speak.
Your Honor, thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of my sister-in-law, Michelle Traconis. My name is Herbert King, and I'm here to share my personal experiences with Michelle and to ask for your compassion and leniency in her sentencing. Michelle is an extraordinary person who has a significant positive impact on my life and the lives of many others I know. She welcomed me into her family with open arms, becoming the sister that I never had. Michelle's support and acceptance were vital to my relationship with her sister Daniela, my wife. We admire Michelle's core values of love, compassion, and caring for others so much that we named her the godmother of one of our children. Michelle has shown to me what it truly means to be a parent and to provide unconditional love to a child. She put her own dreams on hold to support and care for her daughter, embodying selflessness in every sense of the word. She taught me the importance of putting one's personal life on hold to meet those needs of others. Michelle's free spirit, her creativity, her openness, and inclusiveness of others are qualities that I deeply admire. She has taught me that true fulfillment comes from sharing and giving to others, not from material possessions. I look up to her, I admire her, and I'm incredibly thankful to have her in my life. Anyone who knows Michelle, as I do, would consider themselves blessed. Throughout this ordeal, Michelle has maintained her dignity and humility. Despite being under intense public scrutiny and facing numerous challenges, she has continued to contribute positively to the community through her volunteer work and supporting her church. Her strength and resiliency are truly admirable. Michelle is selfless. She's always putting others first. She loves life and she enjoys sharing her life experience with others. She instills humility, and she has taught my sons the real happiness comes from hard work and giving opportunities to others. She helps us get through the hardest of days, which is the simple smile, and she serves as a role model to many in our family. Her ability to give to so much to others is just extraordinary. Your Honor, as a family, we place our hope in the court and respectfully request mercy and your judgment. The Michelle that I know is not the type of person who would harm anyone or conspire to do so. She always gives back. She never takes, and she makes a positive impact wherever she goes. Your Honor, I humbly ask you to consider the profound impact that she's had on her family, on me, and in the community, and that you show compassion during her sentence. Thank you.
Thank you.
Call on Wendy Hisco. She stepped out, so then in that case, I would ask that cut. Oh, here she is. I'm sorry. Ms. Hisco.
Good afternoon, Judge Randolph. My name is Wendy Iskov. I am deeply grateful for the opportunity to share with you today some of the personal experiences with the defendant, Michelle Traconis. I realize the court has found her guilty of the tragic crime set before her, and I'm here with the hope that I might shed some light on the character and personality of Michelle with the intent of revealing to you what I know of her as a compassionate woman, mother, and friend.
In 2019, she attended our church for a period of 5 to 6 months when she was under house arrest and required to stay within the limits of the community. While at the church, I participated with her in several volunteer service ministries there, of which you've heard of today. For example, preparing food for the homeless population in Hartford. As well, together, we created cards for housebound and hospitalized members of the church. She was always willing and eager to lend her time and talent to these volunteer activities. We knew we could count on her whenever and wherever she was needed. Perhaps the greatest offering of herself came in the form of her offer to coach my daughter for free in an equine therapy setting. Michelle and I talked of her own experiences working with children and adults in these types of programs and the improvement they brought to the quality of their lives. We were actively in the process of trying to find a horse facility where this might happen on a regular basis at that time. However, regrettably, we were unable to find that within our community. Had she had been under Michelle's kind and gentle tutelage, as well as being the recipient of her skillful knowledge of horses and equine therapy. Every interaction I had with Michelle revealed her to be an intelligent, authentically caring and compassionate person and mother who talked lovingly of her own daughter and family, one who cared deeply for all the children of God. It is my hope that you will take into consideration when sentencing her with this, who this nonviolent, caring woman is, and how she has displayed such personal courage, integrity, and calm as she endures this verdict upon her life. Indeed, we are all aware that no one should ever have to suffer the horrific loss that Jennifer Farber's family and friends has had to endure these past 5 years. It is with sincere respect for their painful journeys that I pray for them. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Call on Michelle's sister, Marisol.
Your Honor, Judge Randolph, I appreciate you taking the time to hear my stories about who Michi is to me and what she represents in my life. I am the third of 4 siblings. Our parents got divorced when I was 7, but they did an outstanding job of preserving a parenting relationship to raise us with unity and solidarity. And here they are, together for us. Growing up, I've always looked up to Michi because she's the kind of person who stands up for those who need help and teaches by doing. Imagine all that my big sister taught me, from reading bedtime stories to playing in the park, riding bicycles and horses, roller skating, water skiing, and making sand castles, to role modeling what a good mother is. Yes, she taught me all the skills I needed to be the mother I am today for my twins, by showing how devoted, lovely, and caring she is to my niece, my goddaughter. When I was a kid, if any of us, or even when my school friends were having a tough time, Michi was there, wiping our tears and making sure we did not feel alone, but loved and protected. By doing this, I learned how important it is to care for others and to build strength and resilience in life. She has always stood up for me and my sisters. I tried to do the same for my youngest sister. This is how we pass our hearts to one another in my family. One of my fondest memories is when Michelle learned and mastered her driving. She would take us to school, turning those rides into lessons on social awareness and kindness. Our school was across town, requiring us to cross several very poor neighborhoods. She colored those rides by describing to us how the poor were in hunger and in need, so that we thought twice when we did not want to eat our lunch. We would often prepare an extra sandwich to share with less privileged children along the way, instilling in us a lifelong commitment to empathy. Now, because of Michi's influence, my everyday job is to place myself in the shoes of the American consumers to serve and improve their lives. When I was accepted into university with a scholarship, but lacked transportation, Michi gifted me her car. Thanks to her, I was able to pursue my dreams of a higher education. This made a significant difference in my life, and I learned about generosity. My heart has been heavy with sorrow for the last 5 years, and I have lived in deep pain every day. My thoughts and prayers are with everyone affected as we endure this hardship. In these moments of profound loss, strength and unity of a family become precious. Judge, I beg with all my heart and spirit for your openness to a different view and mercy for Michelle. She has always been there for us. Her genuine heart treats everyone with so much love. She keeps our large family connected, ensuring we stay close to preserve family traditions. She's also an amazing aunt to my twin boys.
encouraging their dreams of playing sports professionally with her incredible belief that no challenge is too big to overcome. As you can see, Michi means so much to me and has always been a pillar of light, strength, and hope in my life. She is the heart of our family, and without her, our lives would be profoundly broken. Thank you for your consideration, Judge Randall.
Thank you. Attorney Shanahan, what we will do is take a break until 1 o'clock and then resume at 1 o'clock. And please give heed to the marshal.
All rise.
Okay, things stopped lagging. Yeah, take a look at these photos here on on Google. She just doesn't look that old, so she's gone downhill. If she's playing up, looking old and haggard, not wearing any makeup today, so that the judge will take pity on her. When I was searching for photos, I did see what the sentence was, but I'm going to leave that as a mystery. Looks like this one here. She looks like she's older, but seems to cover it up well with makeup a lot of the time. So let's go back and speed up the break. So okay, here we go through the wonders of technology. We are going to jump to the future past. Here we go. Oh, crap.
most extremely refreshing to meet people like her who are unique and authentic and not afraid to show it. I am honored to call her my friend and grateful for having her in my life. Change my perspectives, live outside of the box, and most of all, enjoy the moment.
Thank you.
Is have those individuals record statements, and I'm just going to, they're all brief, but I'm going to just note the names of the individual. May I be seated while I do that?
Yes.
First person is Maria Cersosimo. No.
Yes. My name is Maria Cersosimo. I live in Miami Beach, and I am a mother of two daughters, ages 17 and 14. Nicole went to Casa del Bambini Montessori School in Miami Beach with my oldest daughter, Luna, and that is how Michi and I became close friends. The girls were in the same class up until Michi and Nicole moved to Connecticut at the end of 2017. Michelle always had a friendly attitude, and we connected right away, sharing years of birthday celebrations, art classes after school, ice skating classes, school plays, and many, many play dates. Getting to know her better through these meetings, it quickly became clear that Michi's main focus and priority in life was her daughter, Nicole. Michi would and does prioritize Nicole's education, well-being, and needs before anything else. She has always been the super mom, not only due to her devotion towards children, but in the sense that she was always considered the cool mom amongst the kids because of her ability to connect with them and her love for sports. Michi always organized the best playdates, full of fun activities. Her love for children was always palpable. And I knew that dropping my daughters off at Michi's house meant a pickup full of smiles and stories of how much they had enjoyed themselves while being there. I met Gaston, Nicole's father, many times, and it was admirable how well Michi and him got along while being separated. Both of them committed to Nicole and supporting her athletic career as a professional skier, as a united family amidst their separation. I comprehend the seriousness of the situation and stand in full awareness in support of Michelle Traconis that you please take this letter into consideration when making your sentencing decision.
The next is from Gaston Begwe, who is the father of their child that has been discussed.
Good afternoon, Your Honor, Attorney Randolph. I am Gaston Begwe, Michelle's partner and father of our daughter Nicole. I wanted to provide insight into the character of Michelle Traconis in relation to her upcoming sentence. I met Michelle in 2003, and since 2004, we shared 8 years of our life together. Her passion for life, her love for people, and as a symbol of our love. Since our separation, we maintain a healthy and a very good relationship because of the love that remains between us for our daughter, and because we understand that this is the way to relate. Michelle is a great mother, always looking after our daughter, helping her with work, cultural education, as well as sport, because it's also very important for us. For Michelle, her family is very important and always comes first. Of Venezuelan origin, Michelle is the oldest of 4 sisters. Her parents, 2 professionals, forming their daughters, and the value of the honesty of the situation. And I implore mercy from you to carefully consider my testimony as you make your sentencing decision. Thank you for taking your time and consider my perspective. Thank you very much.
On the 6th of May, 2024, I address you with a heavy heart. Before I read the character reference letter for Michelle Traconis, I wish to extend our deepest condolences to the Farber family and all those affected by the tragic loss of Jennifer. Now I will present the character reference from both my husband and myself. Dear Judge Randall, we are writing to offer our heartfelt support and provide a character reference for Michelle Traconis. We have had the privilege of knowing Michelle for 8 years through our involvement in Ski Club Vallow, where our daughters trained together. In that time, we have come to deeply admire her generous nature and strong moral character. Michelle is not only a dedicated mother to her daughter Nicole, an exemplary representative of the United States alpine skiing, but also a cherished friend and a pillar of support within our community. Despite the challenging circumstances she has faced, Michelle has remained steadfast in her commitment to her daughter and our community. Throughout the years, we have witnessed Michelle's kindness, compassion, and positive influence extend beyond her own family. She has always been there for other child athletes and parents. On many occasions, she was the first to reach out and to congratulate our daughter on a win, or give her a comforting hug after a bad run or injury. She brings sandwiches for all the kids to events and congratulates everyone at the finish line. Her selflessness and generosity are what she is known for in our community. Even during her trial and incarceration, Michelle continues to be a supportive mother to Nicole. It's a testament to her dedication as a parent that Nicole has achieved remarkable success, including representing the United States in this year's World Junior Olympics in South Korea. Which is not Michelle's first language, and where clarification was needed throughout our conversations together. Despite any language barriers, Michelle's worth and sincerity are evident to all who know her well. In light of Michelle's exemplary character and dedication to her family, specifically her daughter, we respectfully request that Your Honor take these aspects into account. We have always seen Michelle as a person of integrity and kindness. It is our
had kids growing up together. Michelle would visit us in our home in South Miami or in our house in the Florida Keys to go fishing and diving together. Michelle is the kind of person that is always available, always friendly, always ready. It is impossible for me to even remotely think that she would engage in any of the kind of behavior that she has been accused of. She would never hurt or help hurt anybody. That is not the sweet and kind Michelle Traconis that I know. And I think I know Michelle Traconis very, very well. I could see Michelle being stressed to a breaking point while being interrogated by the police, but I cannot see Michelle lying about something so important as this case that has been going on. I myself have been stopping traffic since insurance. Now imagine being asked about a possible murder. I personally would simply faint right on the spot. Connecticut. This is a person that is way more friendly than the norm. It's a woman that's always helping, always living her own everyday issues, as we all have, crying her own tears, sweating her own sweat over all the life issues that we all have. This is tragic for everybody. It is tragic for the Dulos children. It is tragic for Mrs. Barber, the mother of Jennifer. It is very tragic for the Traconis family. It's extremely tragic for Michelle and her daughter. So many times she would stop whatever she was doing to come and help. She has always been available, and the same way that she has been available for me and my friends, she has been available for anybody in the community that would need help from Michelle. She is as much victim of floating doulos as Jennifer was. It is a very sad situation. Michelle is a good woman. Michelle is a person that was raised with excellent manners, with character, moral integrity, by a loving father, by a loving mother, both committed healthcare professionals with professions of service, with loving sisters, with an accomplished daughter who happens to be a ski champion at the national level. She's a woman that has had professional success and fell in love with a handsome, elegant man that was undergoing divorce and basically presented himself as a caring, loving, charming, successful businessman that he wasn't. Any woman could have been Michelle Traconis. Any woman would accompany her partner to do some chores. Any woman would have succumbed to the charm, elegance, and class of floating doulos. Any single woman could be sitting here today as a defendant instead of Michelle. In my personal opinion, and from what I've seen, she was utilized. She did not. The situation of Michelle is as tragic as the disappearance of Mrs. Jennifer Dulos. Your Honor, God bless you.
Good morning, George Frankfurt. My name is Patricia Salamanca. Thank you for this opportunity to address the court. Please allow me to express my deepest sympathy for the Faber Dulos family for the loss of Jennifer. I would like to share the long-standing relationship my family has enjoyed with Michelle. One of our most significant experiences involved entrusting Michelle with the care of my son, who was 11 years old at the time and is now 39. He has special needs and was under her care while attending a summer camp in the USA for equine therapy training. We have known Michelle and her family for decades, sharing birthdays, weddings, baptisms, and numerous adventures. These interactions have given us profound insight into her character. Michelle is not only smart and hardworking, but also an extraordinary mother to her daughter, Nicole. Among her admirable qualities and her innate ability to understand and work with children with special needs Michelle's hold very special place in my heart, and she always will. With deep empathy and understanding for everyone affected by this tragedy, I stand in support of Michelle. I humbly implore you to consider extending mercy during the sentence. Thank you, Your Honor.
And finally, the statement of Peruse Kabachioyan, let me spell that. It's Peruse, last name is Kbachooyan.
Hello, Judge Randolph. My name is Peruse Kachoyan. Thank you for allowing me to present the brief statement to the court today on behalf of my friend. First, I want to reverently acknowledge the life and memory of Jennifer Dulos and the suffering her children and the Farber family continue to go at Avon Congregational Church, where I've been an active member for several years. Working closely together on service projects, sharing in study groups, and community life in general, I have come to know Michelle as unassuming and hardworking, pitching in wherever she can without concern for praise or recognition. Michelle busts tables and did kitchen work for fundraising dinners. She regularly helped bake thank you treats for employees of local healthcare and service organizations. And during pandemic, Michelle often helped our pastor live stream Sunday services, which were so crucial to keeping our community connected and strong. For what I've witnessed these past 4.5 years, helping and caring for others are not about what Michelle does. They stand. I hope my statement and those of others who know and love her will help you see Michelle as worthy of mercy. Please, Judge Randolph, render a sentence within the bounds of your judicial discretion that allows Michelle hope for a future beyond prison, a future that allows for a productive life, contributing to the welfare of her community. Thank you for listening, sir.
Della Torre.
After this presentation, you'll stand in a luncheon recess from 1:30 until 2:30.
Yes, and I'm mindful of that, and that's why I played the videos now, so that the few people that are left, there will be enough time, so.
Good afternoon, Judge Randolph. My name is Paula de la Torre. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to talk about Michelle Traconis, one of my closest friends and a cornerstone in my journey as a mother and human being. But first, I want to express my sincere condolences to those children, families, and friends for their unimaginable loss. I met Michelle 11 years ago when our children attended the same Montessori school. We connected right away profoundly, and our friendship grew as we did the challenges of being a single mother in a foreign country. During the most difficult time of my life, a pillar of wisdom and love. When I was overwhelmed with anger and confusion, it was Michi who taught me the power of acceptance and compassion. Her advice steered me towards reconciliation and peace. And even though I was upset and gave her many opportunities to talk badly about my ex-husband, but she didn't. Instead, with her constant support, encouraged me to have a loving relationship with him. And today I share a harmonious relationship with my ex, and our children thrive because of that. Michi exemplifies the spirit of co-parenting with her former partner, Gaston. Despite their separation as a couple over 10 years ago, they maintain a beautiful and supportive relationship, focusing on the well-being of their daughter, Nicole. I have personally witnessed them together during family gatherings and trips, and their positive parental friendship serve as a model for me facing the same situation, proving that separation does not preclude a healthy and loving family life. With a clear understanding of the gravity of the situation and in full awareness, I am supporting Michelle Traconis, my beloved friend. She's a woman of integrity, deeply committed with nonviolence and to fostering positive relationships. Judge Randolph, as you deliberate on Michelle's sentence, I ask you with all my heart to consider the woman I have described, the Michelle who has deeply touched and bettered my life. Her guidance is not just valuable, but essential for Nicole and for all of us who rely on her wisdom and kindness. It is my sincerest hope that mercy guides you today. Thank you.
Thank you. Unless your next presentation is less than 2 minutes, Senator Schoenholm, we will.
No, Your Honor, I think that it would be probably a little longer than that, so I think maybe this would be appropriate.
We will take our lunch and recess until 2:30 and then resume.
All right.
Senator Schoenholm.
Thank you. I'd like to ask Nancy Rosen to speak, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. My name is Nancy. Since 1971, and I'm the founder of a therapeutic riding center. I first met Michelle in 1990 when she came to my summer program from Venezuela. And I wasn't drawn to her right away. She was too beautiful for my taste. she was kind of aloof, and we just, I don't know. And then after a while, you know, a couple of days, seeing her in action, just seeing this incredibly thoughtful, kind heart, deep young woman who just paid attention to every living being on the farm, horses, the pig, the parrot, the other kids, anyone who had a problem. She was there for them. Her family had a plan for her to go to a boarding school, and when camp was over, for a year. And she was not thrilled with that option, and we offered her the possibility of staying with us for the school year. And the family and Michelle accepted. She, you know, I have a son who's Michelle's age and a son a couple of years older, and they were all very close. They were all really good kids. They were all helpful at the farm. I have one thing, a facet of Michelle's to do with this case, and that is that her deep, heartfelt kindness and belief that all people are good. And to the extent that one time she was going down to New York City to visit or to catch up with a cousin who was going to be in town from Venezuela. And when she came back, she was telling me about this really, really nice taxi driver who at the end of the conversation, when he dropped her off, he invited her to come visit his apartment. City. A nice conversation doesn't mean a good person. You know, you have to, you know, be a little bit more suspicious. She isn't and wasn't. I tried to explain that, you know, you don't visit people you don't know at their homes, that you maybe a public space, you know. At the end of that year with us, Michelle went home to finish high school and college in Caracas, Venezuela. In the 30 years since, she's finished college and completed a certification in therapeutic riding and taught in various places and countries. I love Michelle deeply and admire her. I am truly horrified and saddened that she's part of this terrible story. I feel great empathy for all the victims that the sociopath Fotis left behind. His parents, his wife's parents, the 5 children now without mother or father, Jennifer's friends, Michelle's daughter, and her sisters and parents, and Michelle herself. I hope, sir, that you can believe that Michelle can do much more in her life to make amends in society than being incarcerated the rest of her days. She is a beautiful human being that I love with all my heart. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ask that Eileen Keller speak, please. Eileen Keller.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for letting me speak today. I wanted to tell about my friend Michelle Traconis, how we met, and my personal experience with her. I've been volunteering at U.S. Horse Welfare and Rescue in Avon, Connecticut since February of 2019. After 30 years in the corporate world, I'd been laid off in October. Prior to losing my job, I had lost my dad, and I was feeling very lost, depressed, and uncertain about what I wanted to do. I decided to take a break from the corporate world and responded to an ad on Facebook looking for volunteers. Soon I realized how special and comforting being around the horses could be and how much I was healing by being around them. I was spending more and more time at the rescue and often met and trained new volunteers. One evening, Susan Mitchell, president of the rescue, called me to talk about an application that she had received through Volunteer Match. Susan asked me if I knew who Michelle Traconis was, and I told her that yes, I did know of her. I had been watching many of the news broadcasts on the disappearance of Jennifer Dulos, so I was familiar with who Michelle was, or so I thought. Susan was concerned about having Michelle volunteer because of any possible negative impact it might have to the rescue, both with our volunteers and our fundraising efforts. At that time, we were in the planning stages of many of the programs that are offered at the rescue today. And as we talked, we both agreed that if we were going to have programs that offer a safe space for people and women in troubled situations, we should welcome this woman who was obviously struggling. Susan asked me if I would mind meeting Michelle at the rescue and giving her an introduction to the work that we do. Michelle arrived with her father, Dr. Carlos Traconis, and they were both obviously very nervous about how she may be received. I am a true believer in our constitutional right of innocence until proven guilty, so I decided to put any personal thoughts or judgments aside and welcome her with kindness. From the moment Michelle spoke, I was shocked at how soft-spoken and sweet she was. I did not realize from the media coverage that she spoke with such broken English, and often she would be embarrassed when she asked me to explain what a certain expression meant. In all honesty, I expected to meet a cold, hard woman, and Michelle is the exact opposite. Over the next weeks and months, I worked with Michelle often, and and I had my daughter take riding lessons with her. I never once had any hesitation about letting my child spend time with Michelle. Her daughter Nicole and mine are very close in age, so we often spoke about being single moms, raising at that time almost teens. A bunch of clothes that she had gotten for Nicole but didn't fit. I think it helped Michelle a bit to spend time with Emily, since most of the time she could only virtually. Nicole is absolutely the most important thing in Michelle's life, and she was always so proud to tell me about her accomplishments and how distressing it was to not be able to be with her. Susan brought Michelle, her mom, Maricela, and I together often to discuss the best approach to launch therapy-type programs at the rescue. I got to know Maricela and Carlos, and I understand why Michelle and her sisters are such kind, loving, and faithful people. Maricela and Carlos are no longer together, but you'd never know that from looking at them. They have stood together by Michelle's side from the beginning as one family. Since the trial, I have also gotten to know her sister Claudia, and it is amazing at the bond they all share. The shock and distress that they felt at the verdict just broke my heart. They have given everything they have, emotionally, physically, and financially, to support Michelle, and they continue to do so. As our friendship grew, I was getting more and more frustrated with media coverage and the picture that they were painting of Michelle. She is one of the warmest, kindest, and truly exceptional women that I have the pleasure of knowing, yet the media has made her into one of the most hated women in the country. When I learned that my younger sister was dying of cancer and very quickly passed away, Michelle was always there with a kind word or a hug to support me. Her bond with her sisters gave her the true understanding of what this loss meant to me, and I'm very grateful for her compassion and support. When Michelle moved back to Florida, we continue to keep in touch, and I, in all honesty, feel very blessed to have her as my friend. I don't know what the future holds for Michelle. I pray that any appeal will eventually result in her freedom. At this time, for her is be here, speak my truth, and ask for your mercy as you hand down her sentence. I hope that my words help you to understand a bit more about who Michelle Traconis really is, and not the monster that the media has made the world think she is. Michelle Traconis is a daughter, sister, friend, teacher, and most of all, she is a mother. Michelle has done a lot of good things in this world, both personally and professionally. She's not a person that will cause this world any harm or danger to anyone. Thank you very much for letting me speak today, and my heartfelt condolences go out to Jennifer's children, family, mother, and friends. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd like to ask Paula Salazar to speak, please.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Judge Randolph. Thank you for giving me the chance to speak here today. I am Paula, one of Michi's closest friends. For me, she's my best friend. I have had the privilege of knowing her for over 20 years. We met in Argentina, both navigating life in a new country, and our connection was instant. In a place where everything was unfamiliar and myself being shy and introverted, me with a sense of belonging and security that I will be forever grateful for. Michelle possesses a special spark that brings joy and good energy wherever she goes. I've always admired her authenticity and her remarkable ability to uplift those around her. When I met her, something that really struck me was her acceptance of others. She's the kind of person that never judges, criticizes, or speaks ill of anyone, a very scarce trait in today's world. Throughout our friendship, I've had the privilege of witnessing Michelle's unwavering dedication and love as a mother to Nicole. Their bond is truly inspiring. And in all these years, I've also had the opportunity to know and share moments with her family, and I've witnessed their warmth and closeness firsthand. In addition to her role as a devoted mother, beautiful family member, and an unconditional friend, Michelle has dedicated countless hours to volunteering. Every time I visit her in Connecticut, she took me along to assist at a church where we cooked meals and provided aid to the less fortunate. In Argentina, she made a profound impact on many individuals through her dedication to equine therapy. She has always demonstrated compassion, selflessness, and deep empathy for others. Michelle's fate took an unexpected turn when she crossed paths with Fotis Dulos. He appeared to be the perfect man. I personally engaged with him on numerous occasions, even introducing him to my children and my mother. And yet, we never detected any red flags. Unfortunately, he showed that he was mostly a coward who left his children without parents and the woman he supposedly loved in this situation. This experience highlights the scary reality that anyone could find themselves in the place Michi is now. Your Honor, while I understand the gravity of the charges against Michi, I implore you to consider her positive qualities and contributions to society and respectfully request a compassionate outcome for her. And as I stand here advocating for my beautiful friend, I do want to express that my heart also aches for Jennifer's children and family. It's heartbreaking to know and think about the amount of pain they've had to bear. Thank you very much.
Attorney Schoenhorn, the defense has about 15 minutes left.
I would now call on Michelle's sister, Claudia Traconis.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. My name is Claudia Traconis, and I am here today as the youngest sister of Michelle Traconis. I am grateful for the opportunity to speak about my sister, whom I deeply admire and support. Michelle has always been an example of kindness and compassion in her family and communities. She would never intentionally harm anyone or be part of any malicious plan as horrific as what she has been accused of. My sister is a loving and exceptional human being who unfortunately fell in love with the wrong man, Fotis Dulos. He portrayed himself convincingly as a charming, well-educated, hardworking man and a dedicated father to his children who seemed to embody great virtues. Yet he deceived us all, but most importantly, my sister Michelle. One of the most frustrating things for Michi is that while people accept that Fotis fooled everyone, including lawyers and mental health professionals, my sister is expected to have seen him for what he truly was, a dangerous, manipulative, and controlling man. The fact that professionals missed it provides clear and convincing support for the argument that Michelle had no idea what Fotis was. And after leaving our home country, Venezuela, she coordinated our gatherings, ensuring we stayed connected despite our geographical distances, reinforcing the close-knit bonds we value and maintain today. Michi has always been more than just my elder. After our parents' amicable divorce, Michi took on significant responsibilities to support our family. One stark memory that stands out is when I was 6 years old and sustained an eye injury while playing soccer with neighbors. I was home alone with her and in a lot of pain, and Michi, without hesitation, rushed me to the nearest hospital where I underwent critical surgery that saved my vision. Her care has been nothing short of heroic for me as a child. Michelle's also an exceptional and dedicated mother. She has been a committed mother to her only daughter, my niece, who's an Olympic athlete who has achieved the highest levels of medals while representing the United States of America. When I decided to have children, I aspired to be a wonderful and dedicated mother like Michi to my twin boys. She has supported every significant milestone for my twins and nephews, serving as an exceptional aunt. They too look up to their eldest aunt, cherishing every outing filled with joy and memorable experiences. Michi's passion for helping others extended into her professional life and is what inspired me the most professionally and personally. Motivated by her paternal aunt, born with an intellectual disability, she pursued a bachelor's degree in special education in Venezuela. Her dedication didn't stop with her degree. My father instilled in us a love for animals and sports from an early age, and Michi took it upon herself to do courses in equine therapy for adults and children with special needs. She pioneered the first therapeutic riding center in Venezuela back in the 90s. However, this wasn't just a job for Michi, it was her calling. She poured her heart into each session and each family she worked with, fundamentally changing lives for the better. She became the therapist and continues to be the main influence of my best friend's brother because he was diagnosed at an early age with an intellectual disability, and he says that Michi forever changed his life.
One beautiful memory I forever cherish is when Michi took us both with her to a staying equestrian camp in New York. And that's when my intense admiration for her grew deeper, as I was just 12 years old then. I always accompanied my sister to her sessions, with the same passion for riding horses and helping those most vulnerable. Her profound impact on those she worked with, including my best friend's brother, is a testament to her character and dedication to our community. Thanks to her guidance and inspiration, I followed in her footsteps, called Full Courses for Handicapped. Her influence inspired me to pursue a career in behavior analysis, and I'm a proud board-certified behavior analyst. She instilled in me the sense of making a difference in the lives of many children with special needs. None of this would have been possible without Michi's example and mentorship. What happened to Jennifer Doulos is heartbreaking. We're deeply aware of the pain and suffering endured by her family and 5 children these past 5 years. This has left a permanent scar, and our hearts go out to her loved ones during this incredibly difficult time, as no one should endure such suffering. Today I stand before you, Judge, to affirm my unwavering support for my sister Michi and to reveal her true character, which is very different from the accusations against her. Her life has been one of service, love, and dedication to the well-being of others. It is these attributes in her history of positive impact that I humbly ask you to consider in your decision for her sentencing today. Thank you, Your Honor, for giving me this opportunity to speak on my sister's behalf and for considering the full scope of her true character in your decision today.
Thank you.
I call on Michelle's daughter, Nicole, to speak. She was 12 years old in 2019. She's still a child.
Your Honor, I stand here today to speak about my mom, who means the world to me. I have been in my mom's life for 17 years, 5 months, and 12 days. Despite my parents' separation when I was young, today I recognize the healthy relationship, mutual respect, and care they still hold. They've exemplified the essence of co-parenting, always prioritizing my well-being above all else. My mother, Michelle, has embraced my passions as her own, particularly my love for skiing. Despite not being raised in the skiing world, she has devoted herself to understanding and supporting my aspiration in the sport. That includes moving with me to Colorado since 2015 for 3 to 5 months each season. My mom's presence on my race in the US, regardless of her commitments, speaks for itself about her dedication as a parent. I remember asking my mom why she only had me, and her answer was, because I wanted to always offer all the attention to you. Michelle isn't just my mother. She's my best friend, my rock, and my guiding light. If you ask me who I want to be, my unhesitant answer would be, I want to be just like my mom. She's a perfect example of kindness, thoughtfulness, and selflessness. Whether it's cooking together, numerous friends of mine seek out her company, drawn to her warmth and kindness. Whether it's cooking together, reflecting on my past, I remember the introduction of Fotis Doulos into our lives. Meeting him at the water ski club in Miami, I noticed he was outgoing and friendly. I also met the kids, and I myself enjoyed spending time with them. Watching my mother fall in love with him, I welcomed the possibility of her finding happiness. When my mom decided to move to Connecticut, the first thing she let me know was about Sundown Ski Resort, a mountain only a few minutes away from Fort Jefferson Crossing. Even though she had fallen in love, she always carried the thought of me and how much I needed my skiing. So much that my mom and I would move to Colorado 4 to 5 months every year for my training. Despite spending considerable time with Fotis Doulos and even forming individual plans together, I never anticipated the tragedy that unfolded, leaving me shocked and confused. I never had the chance to meet Jennifer, nor did my mother ever speak ill of her. My heart goes out to the kids, and I earnestly hope that one day we all discover peace within our hearts. Through it all, I want to emphasize my love and trust in my mom. She has been my anchor, guiding me through life's troubles. She's the first person I call after a bad competition, and without her motivational words, or simply her peaceful voice, I wouldn't be able to be where I am today in either my sport or in life. I'm begging you to listen. I need my mom in my life. Not just as a parent, but as a source of strength and understanding. My love for her remains uninfluenced by the situations or difficulties we may encounter. Thank you for letting me share this with you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Have any aspect or understanding what kind of person Michelle was, whether it was from media or just what we were saying about her during the trial. The court received a completely different caricature, if I will say, as to who she really is. She's a loving daughter, sister, and mother and friend. She's a religious and charitable person. She was kind, she's helpful, not only to other people, but to animals, to the disabled. I know, for example, as the report indicates, that the Pane program at the university she went to, which stands for Association of Parents and Friends of Exceptional Children, the degree she got, exceptional children in Spanish means special needs children. This is what she did. Her equine therapy, whether she actually went to Dubai at one point to work with disabled children there. She worked at the horse rescue in Avon while she was here. She's had no criminal history. She has no history of violence whatsoever. She even bought a condominium in Colorado to compete as a competitive international skier on the Youth Olympic ski team representing the United States in Korea, where Michelle was not allowed to go because of the restrictions of this trial. I'll just point that PhotoStudio became angry that Michelle bought the condo in Colorado rather than using her money to invest in his company. That's what kind of person he was like. She may have been naive, that she believed in Fotis, she believed who he was, and she believed the police when they were talking to her. And also, I will note, she believed her former ineffective counsel. The probation officer, as the court indicated, stated that it's not fully clear what role Michelle played. And I submit that that's still true to this day after the court heard 2 months of evidence during the trial. There is the role of others. The court cannot sentence Michelle for what PhotoStudios or others did. We talk about relative culpability. It is Michelle the court has to consider, not what PhotoStudios did. And none of the things that he did are attributable to Michelle. And I will go further, Your Honor, that although the court doesn't agree with my arguments that she had very little knowledge, if anything, about what Fotis was up to, I will note that whatever the court feels was her complicity, it made no difference to what PhotoStudios did or what was uncovered as to what PhotoStudios did. It did not help complete something, but for things that she herself told the police. They would not even have known about that. So she is the one who implicated herself according to what the state said. She was, while on release, she received a form of punishment because she was on house arrest for 9 full months. She could not leave for any reason other than going to counsel's office. I found that I was one of the sole bases for her to be able to leave her small apartment that she had to stay in, large home that she had been staying at in Farmington with Fotis. In addition, she was on a bracelet for 1,404 days until Judge White removed that condition in 2023. And I would submit that such long bracelet, having to charge 1 to 2 hours every day, also constitutes, reminding her every single day for years, also constitutes a form of punishment, even if it doesn't involve incarceration. When I talk about comparative responsibility, the court, I understand people's anger in their inability to punish, but Michelle is not a subject for the court given it to send to do to her what the court would have done. And finally, I note, Your Honor, that we're talking about comparative responsibility. Pavel Gumieni was clearly, based on his own testimony, had knowledge of what was going on. He was told by his own car seats. Did he refuse? No. He deceived the police until they came and took his truck and then came to his house to take the white Jeep that was parked in his driveway. Only then did he mention, oh, by the way, I still have those seats here. But he was given full immunity. Because he was given full immunity, he suffers no consequences at all, and he was rewarded with U.S. citizenship afterwards. Whoever was down moving that vehicle in the afternoon of May 24th, we don't know who that is. But again, someone who was directly responsible down in So if we're talking about comparative responsibility, and I note that Pavel Gumieni suffered the vilification of not just people here, but in the entire country, if not overseas as well. Thank you, Ron.
Thank you.
Will the court hear from her?
Yes.
Your Honor, I am deeply saddened by this tragedy that has affected so many lives during trial. I thought I knew and love. I deeply regret family and myself into our lives. I am a person of profound faith, and I have been praying and will continue to pray For those who suffered and still suffer, I am thankful to my whole family and my dear friends who have stood by me and support me. I am grateful to you, Your Honor, to let me express myself. Thank you.
Thank you. What the court is going to do is take a sentence investigation report. The court has also read the 63 or so letters submitted to this court in support of Michelle Traconis. We're going to resume at 3:20. Stand in recess.
All rise. Sound Superior Court's now
The remarks of counsel from family members. The remarks from what the court would consider victims of the crime. Almost always there is no single appropriate sentence. Otherwise, the legislature would have designated a single appropriate sentence for every offense. The charges here are conspiracy to commit murder, which is a Class B felony. The legislature has set the sentencing range, not less than 1 year, nor more than 20 years. Which means the legislature contemplated, in some instances, sentences of no more than a year, and in the same instance, sentences of 20 years. The legislature has given the judiciary a range. Conspiracy to tamper with physical evidence is a Class D felony, maximum 5 years. Tampering with physical evidence, a Class D felony, maximum 5 years. Hindering prosecution is a Class C felony, not less than 1 year nor more than 10 years. The court relies on what the law states and what the law allows to be proper considerations, setting a sentence. The court relies on the nature and circumstances of the offense, the history and background and character of the offender. After such consideration, the court turns to what are called the traditional purposes of sentencing: specific deterrence, general deterrence, punishment, incapacitation, rehabilitation, vocational or educational training, and medical treatment. Those factors are not all given equal weight depending on the nature and circumstances of the offense and the history, background, and character of the offender. The court does not take sides. If the court knew possibly any one of you had had a bond with any one of you, this court would not have tried that case. It's not the court's role to side or favor one side or another. Sentencing, in many ways, is a dispassionate exercise. The court has no bond with any individual who spoke today or any other individual involved in the case. The court cannot develop the passions that one side or the other has. In State versus Dewey, that's 199 Connecticut, 121 and 126, a 1986 case, the Connecticut Supreme Court held that the sentencing court may consider information that would be inadmissible at trial for the purpose of sentencing. That same court held that evidence of crimes for which the defendant was indicted but neither tried nor convicted may be considered. Well, the word indicted and the process of indictment is not generally employed in Connecticut. Essentially, that means where there has been a finding of probable cause, but there has been no trial or no conviction. Additionally, as a matter of due process, the court may consider information that has a minimum indicia of reliability. Now, that minimum indicia of reliability is not limited to unfavorable information. The court can consider favorable information that has a minimum indicia of reliability. The court certainly considers the victim impact statements. Every victim has the right to be heard before the court sentences a defendant. That's part of the Connecticut Victims' Bill of Rights, which is read every day in every courthouse here in Connecticut. The court would clarify what it perceives as perhaps a misconception of what the court's role is. The court does not deliberate with the jury. The court does not deliberate on the evidence at all. The court hears the evidence as the evidence comes into the record. So when you hear that the court has a view of the evidence, the court has no view of the evidence. What the court has is a verdict and what could have been the reasonable from the evidence that was adduced. The court would not know what the jury discussed over those many hours. What the court can find is this. It was clear during the jury instructions, that the court instructed the jury that it may draw any reasonable and logical inferences from the facts and proven. Based on the verdict, the jury could have found the following reasonable and logical inferences. Fotis Dulos was not home at 4 Jefferson Crossing the morning of May 24th when his wife was murdered, but the defendant said he was home. When the defendant admitted that he was not home, the defendant, who had been angry about Dulos's talking to other women, did not even ask him where he had been. The defendant, who was angry that he had visited his wife, did not ask him if he had visited her. In fact, the defendant, as the court remembers the evidence, didn't ask him anything. The jury could draw a reasonable and logical inference that the defendant knew where he was and knew what he was doing. The defendant said she saw Captain Winnie and Fotis Dulos together in the office at 4 Jefferson Crossing on the morning of May 24th, but the defendant did not see Fotis Dulos and Captain Winnie in the office at 4 Jefferson Crossing on the morning of May 24th. There was a phone call made to Dulos's phone, which Dulos left intentionally at 4 Jefferson Crossing. The defendant answered it, and the jury could draw a reasonable and logical inference from all of the evidence that the defendant answered the phone to make it appear that Dulos took the call himself on the morning of May 24th at 4 Jefferson Crossing when he was really on his way to or in New Canaan. When a police officer came to 4 Jefferson Crossing soon after the murder, the defendant did not even go to the door, even though her daughter, who was not home, may have been the subject of that conversation at the door. Now, it has been clear that the defendant cares deeply for her daughter. The jury could draw a reasonable and logical inference that the defendant did not go to the door because the defendant knew the reason the officer was there, to find out more about the disappearance of Jennifer Doolittle. These are reasonable and logical inferences from the facts that were adduced in the case during the trial. The defendant traveled through a part of Hartford with Doulos as he dumped the bloody clothing of his wife. The jury could draw a reasonable and logical inference that on the same day, the defendant helped him pretend he was home in the morning, but in the evening accompanied him to get rid of the evidence. The defendant's DNA profile was found on one of the bags disposed of in Hartford. The jury could draw a reasonable and logical inference that the defendant disposed of the evidence knowingly. The jury could draw a reasonable and logical inference that the defendant helped Fotis Doulos clean up traces of evidence at 80 Mountain Spring Road because the defendant and Doulos were there together cleaning on the same day that the Tacoma traveled to New York. This is a flurry of irregular activity all on the same day. The jury could draw a reasonable and logical inference that the activities of that day were so irregular that the defendant could not possibly forget them in the span of 2 weeks. Even if the jurors individually had doubts about the defendant's guilt, each one of them ultimately concluded that their doubts were not reasonable. This is not a view of the court's view of the evidence. These are logical and reasonable inferences that the jury could have drawn. The court is going to talk a little about the philosophy of sentencing. Sentencing is not a product of the court's passions or prejudices. The court doesn't have a bond with anyone involved in the case. It's a dispassionate exercise. The court did not investigate the case. The court did not talk to the victims. The court has no conversation with the defendant or the defendant's family. So there are some questions that are age-old. Does the court, the sentencing court, adopt the public opprobrium, the indignation of the community? When does retribution turn into revenge? What's the role of empathy? Should the court exercise sympathy for one side or another? These are age-old questions. The court relies on what the law says. The court can consider the nature and circumstances of the offense, the history back. Every exercise is not an either or exercise. Often, the good and the bad are true. What is the purpose of the court taking into consideration the victim impact statements? Sympathy. The court uses the victim impact of those traditional purposes of sentencing. The judge feels that day. Court wants to also address what has become, over the course of perhaps centuries, perhaps not, a cliche. Michelle Traconis' life is in your hands. Michelle Traconis' life is in her own hands. What Michelle Traconis decides to do today, tomorrow, and the next day is up to her. From what the court has heard, she has a great deal to offer. Court has no control over what her decisions will be. Her life is hers. The following sentences are going to run concurrently. On the count charging conspiracy to commit murder, 20 years execution suspended after 14 and a half years to serve, 5 years probation. Tampering with physical evidence, 5 years execution suspended after 4 years, 5 years probation. Conspiracy to tamper with physical evidence, 5 years execution suspended after 4 years, 5 years probation. The second count of tampering with physical evidence, 5 years execution suspended after 4 years, 5 years probation. Hindering prosecution, 5 years execution suspended after 4 years probation. After 4 years, rather, 5 years probation. Total effective sentence, 20 years, execution suspended after 14 and 1/2 years, 5 years probation. You will have an opportunity to challenge every finding that the jury made and every ruling that the court made. Madam Clerk, you can give the defendant a notice of right to appeal.
Judge, I'm going to orally state that Ms. Traconis does intend to appeal, and I ask the court to set a reasonable appeal bond. I will state that the appeal bond that the court set was not something that Ms. Traconis or her family were able to meet. I'm asking for something more in line with what she had been released on bond for the last 5 years. I would note that after Your Honor went on vacation, the state asked for additional conditions, which included making her move to Connecticut and remain within the bounds of Connecticut. My position, Your Honor, is the court obviously consideration when it set that high bond that she was not a resident of Connecticut, because that's what the state had then argued. I'm asking that if she's going to be released, that the court set a $2 million bond, but with a condition that she reside in Connecticut and not leave without permission.
And the court is going, well, counsel, the court is going to decline to set an appeal bond. It's not a constitutional right. As the defendant signed the notice of right to appeal. We'll stand adjourned.
All rise. The court's now adjourned. Please exit the courtroom.
Okay, well, that was, he didn't say whether she gets bond or not. I mean, he didn't say she gets bond, so I would assume the presumption is she doesn't get bond. Maybe there's, let me take a look. Okay, there's the thing that was making noise. Let's go over. East Idaho News ended their stream, but Law and Crime and a few other channels are still going strong. So, yeah, I was looking at the chat, or no, it was on Twitter that I saw that that Garth was dating one of his students who was 16 and he was 28. That's a 12-year difference. And she was a minor and he held a position of authority or trust. And so I don't know what the state law is in Idaho, but that would be bad news. Oh, um, well, I suppose we could wait a week, and then it would be gone. Um, that would give me a little more. Ooh, it was like the day before Mother's Day last year. It had apples on it, and it had a grapevine wreath and ivy, I think it was. And I had another arrangement that I was going to take, but it was. I saw the one with the apples and went. She taught kids in the school. She was a librarian, and she taught computer science, and so the apples seemed rather serendipitous. So I got the apple arrangement. So we'll see what I find. Let me find the video. Oh yes, that's true. And I went before, it was before Memorial Day last time. It was like not 2.5 weeks or so till Memorial Day. So let me see if I can find my video. I'll play the video from when I went to take Tammy Graves to mark her getting justice in regards to Lori and Mother's Day, and her kids don't seem to be honoring her in any significant way. Okay, here, let me set this up. Come on. I wandered around the Evergreen Cemetery, so there were coordinates on Find a Grave, and I went there and I couldn't see it, and I wandered up and down a few rows looking around. Went, well, maybe this is just a general GPS marker for the entire cemetery, and it's in the other section. So I went across the street to the other section, and I drove around for a while and looked some more, decided to go back, and I pulled up videos from news stories showing Tammy's grave. And I looked for landmarks like a certain shaped upright headstone and trees and so forth by it. And then I found it right by where I had parked the car in the first place. So here, let me go here. Oops. Oh, let me get this law and crime tab. Oh, did they end the law and crime stream? They did. Okay, well, it sounds like they must have gone home for the day. I'll look at that, but let's just play this. Let's play this clip if I can find my tab again. Okay, here we go. We are here at the Evergreen Cemetery in Springville, Utah, at the grave of Tammy Daybell. I brought some flowers. Well, actually, I brought some apples. I found this arrangement and went, oh, she was a teacher. That's so perfect for her. But you can see she's got ducks on her tombstone, and somebody's got some little rubber duckies there, and we've got several arrangements and a few live flowers. And we just thought, she needed something to mark that we got justice for her for Mother's Day. But it's a beautiful setting. We've got the Wasatch Mountains here. It took a little while to find the grave. The find a grave gave me the right coordinates, but I overshot it by about 50 feet and was wandering around, couldn't find it. Thought it might be just the cemetery in general. And after doing some research, I found that it was near a particular headstone, which was a particular shape with a particular design. And so I started near a tree. So I started looking at the section to find something that matched, and I found it within 5 minutes. So rest in peace, Tammy. And hope you have love and happiness in the great hereafter. Bye-bye.
It doesn't take much.
Okay. Yeah, I had forgotten the name of the duck. I know just a little bit of Springville. My friend Gordon has a triplex down there, and so I know the triplex and over to I think it's State Street down there still, and the shopping complex or the grocery store, hardware store, Little Caesars, and that's about it. Oh, and the library. That's about all I ever get to see of Springville, and I'm sure there's so much more. One of my favorite paintings is A Girl Among the Hollyhocks by that artist whose name is eluding me at the moment, who went on a mission to Paris to paint the murals in the Salt Lake City Temple back in like the 1890s. And now those murals are being done away with because they've decided to forego that. Oh. Yeah, well, we'd run over to the library sometimes down there to print up 3-day pay or quits for tenants in the apartments down there, and it's I just love the mountains down there in Utah County. You got a great view. I've got mountains that I theoretically could have a view of if I didn't have trees that were 40 feet tall between me and the mountains. My neighbor did cut most of his chestnut tree off, or not chestnut, cottonwood tree. And so now I've got a bit of a view of Mount Olympus from my driveway, but I can't see from my house because of my chestnut tree, which I really don't want because they make such a mess. Maple Mountain. So that's where you get Mapleton. Interesting. I didn't know that. When I was a kid, we lived further south in Nephi, and Mount Nebo was my favorite, but we were only there for kindergarten, first grade, so then we moved to Salt Lake. Let me check Twitter really quick before we sign off and see if let me ask on Twitter. Oops. Oh, they finally changed the name on the address to x.com, but I like Twitter better. Okay. Okay, let's see. Okay, let's see. Okay, Headless Gal says regarding Chad, drag him out to the back fence, place 2 mattresses against the fence to catch any bullets that might have missed Chad. Problem solved. I was saying that they haven't officially dropped the death penalty. I mean, not or the lethal injection yet, but after Creech dehydrated himself so that they couldn't establish an IV line, you know that every inmate coming up for lethal injection is going to do the same. And so they're going to have to go to firing squad. Every time they do a lethal injection, they have to get 4 doses of the necessary medications. And I think it was like something like $60,000, and they are only good for a very limited time. And so that expense was wasted, and they don't have a suitable death chamber in the death house in Idaho, the state of Idaho. And so they aren't currently equipped to handle a firing squad execution. So that's why she was saying 2 mattresses against a fence, presto. Okay, bad little kitty responded, says there is plenty of proof. She is the girl Garth was dating and his coworker went to the haunted house with. Student teacher dating, so creepy in my opinion. He's just as predatory as Chad. I'm going to ask her. Okay, we've got 4 more notifications. Oh, they're having a dinner break, so they're not done for the day. Okay, somebody says it's dinner, so I'm gonna. I posted an Arnold Schwarzenegger gif saying, "I'll be back." So let me take a quick look. Oops, wrong tab. They will probably go later. I've seen jury deliberations go as late as, say, 11 p.m. if it looked like the jury was getting close to making a decision. So he didn't send them home after 2 hours like he did yesterday. So maybe they've got some inclination that they're making progress. So the death house was a mobile home. Oh my goodness. That doesn't seem like it would hold very many observers. And yeah, a death house mobile home would not work because those things are so flimsy. In Salt Lake, we had a big, huge stone one that dated from, I think, the 1890s, and it had been moved. It had been moved out there from the original prison, which was where Sugar House Park is now in Salt Lake City. And they had a sugar beet farm on the grounds for prisoners to work. And then I guess things started building up, and so they decided they needed to put the prison out in the sticks. So they put it in Bluffdale, 20 miles, or well, it's about 26 miles from downtown Salt Lake. And now they're running out of open land in Salt Lake. And so they just moved the prison out near the shores of the Great Salt Lake, between the lake and the airport. So not the most desirable of land. It's going to be a higher water table out there, and it's going to get a lot of really nasty swampy smell at times if the wind is blowing off of the lake. Yes, it is. I think there was just the one stone building that was there that I think is the death house. Oh yes, and the bugs, the brine flies. Yeah, I think it's a great place to have a prison, somewhere miserable. So yeah. Okay, I'm going to look and see if I can find. Oh, the stream didn't end. I was looking at a wrong tab. Okay. All right, that works. So the stream I was looking at must have been the tab for Michelle Traconis' hearing, and that was over. So somebody is asking, is it is Lori's trial going to be aired? Somebody said, I didn't know much about LDS beliefs until this trial. Surprise. Yeah, okay, let's look over here. So let's look at Twitter, see if we've got anything new. Oh, I think there was a notification here. Okay, let's see. Oh, this tab needs to be refreshed. This is ancient. The last tweet was over an hour ago. Let's see. Alicia, the 17th Duke of Duchess. There will be such satisfaction in knowing he chose his victim's fate, and now he's waiting for 12 people to choose his own. Death is too easy for him, but life is too. Prisoners hate child killers. Maybe either way he will meet his end. He's a lot less likely to get prison justice if he's on death row, because they are a lot more supervised and controlled in who gets access to them. Let's see. I admire these jurors for their service. No sentence that could be death should be quick. That's a responsibility I would not want. Part of me would love to know he was terrified to the point, at the point of execution. I'm going to tweet back. Oops, typo. Okay.
Tell me what you want from this. I want to be a star.
I want to be normal.
Okay. The boyfriend had a craziest previous life and was in prison for a while. He was next to death row. He knew lots of famous or infamous people. He told me some wild stories I can well imagine. So a previous life as in he cleaned up his act, or is this a multiple probation situation? My brother-in-law, the one who is, well, I've only got one brother-in-law, I should specify. The one who my sister's married to, and he worked as a jailer, and we would hear some rather amusing stories from him as the Kotzebue jailer. Kotzebue is a small town in the Arctic. Up, it's not as far north as Barrow. It's kind of further west and a little bit south of Barrow. And you can only get there by airplane or snowmobile, or when the boat comes twice a year. Well, that's great that he's changed, because I met a guy who had done time, and he turned into a really nice fellow after he got out. And I thought he was very attractive, and he was somebody I wouldn't mind dating myself. So you've seen Kotzebue on Cops? Wow. Yeah, so he would, I remember one story he told was that there was a guy, and he was, I guess was in for, a few weeks or something. Oh, Barrow, yes. And he was supposed to be getting out, and I guess he didn't realize it. And so the prisoners are sitting around in the common room playing Monopoly, and he walks up to the table, and the guy looks up at him, and he hands him the get out of jail free card, and he looks at it and says, okay. And so he goes. I think everybody was probably a bit surprised by that. The other story that I love is the Great Purell heist. In Alaska, they have dividend checks that they get every year as a resident of the state. I can't remember just how much they get, but it's It's not a small amount of money. And so there's one store in town with really overpriced merchandise. Most people shop when they go down to Fairbanks and bring things back in plastic tubs, and so everything is just really expensive there. And so the store was kind of the bank as well as the store. And so they got in $250,000 in because the next day the dividend checks would be delivered, and people would start cashing their dividend checks. And so these group of people broke into the store, and they took $180,000 in cash and a case of Purell. And you say, why Purell? Well, this is on the Alaska version of a reservation. They call them corporation. And it's dry, no alcohol for sale. And so they took a case of Purell so that they could squiff the Purell and get drunk off of it. And so they took the money and the Purell next door, and they're squiffing down the Purell and handing out bundles of cash to their circle and some of their friends and so forth. And so they got wind that something was up, and so police are out looking, and they're rounding up the people and so forth. And there's another guy who oops, just a sec. Oh, okay. He had something bulky underneath his jacket, and so they figure, aha, here's a guy with one of those big thick bundles of currency. And so they stopped him, and he says, no, I don't have money. It's my marijuana, and you can't do anything about it because, this is Alaska. And they looked at him and slapped the cuffs on him because, no, marijuana is illegal in Alaska. So, so one dumb criminal gets locked up, and I wanted to write to Jay Leno for dumb criminals on that. And he said, oh, no, they don't want people to know about that because they don't want other people getting the idea about squiffing the Purell and so forth. So, yeah, that was, must have been close to 20 years ago by now. That's scary. They've been in, they got married when they were still living in Kotzebue, and then after a few years they moved down to Fairbanks where they are now, which is nice because then they have more chance to go see my dad in Juneau. So okay, somebody on YouTube says last meal request will be 144,000 quarter pounders. I like that. I'm gonna give them a okay. Somebody says waiting is stressful. Yeah, think how it is for the family and for Chad. Well, let's pull up the press conference afterwards yesterday. Oops. So that we can hear the reaction of Kay and Larry and whoever else decided to address the court. I mean, not the court, but the media. Okay. Let's see if he has cut down the nope, we're gonna have to go look for yesterday in the live stream. So, oh, here we go. He's got it. Very good. Let's see. We got the volume turned up. Come on. Oh. Okay. Let's see. Oh, they've got revolving doors that revolve automatically. Oh, somebody's setting up a shot. Okay, here we go. Looks like we've got somebody walking out here. Yeah, it's Larry. Okay. Feels like it's going to be quiet because the cheering was quiet, so let's turn it up. There we go.
1 year later. 1 year. A guilty verdict. It's not over. We're able to breathe. It's a sad day. JJ would have been 12 years old, guys. For what? For what? What has been accomplished by the murder of Charles, a good man, a wonderful man, a great father? Tylee, a young lady that had everything in her life ahead of her. She was beautiful, witty, amazing, intelligent. My little man, Canaan, Todd, Trahan, Joshua, Jackson, Vallow, a 7-year-old autistic child. For what? What did they accomplish? Nothing. What did they do? They destroyed families. Tammy. What did they do? They destroyed a mind that was developing minds, the wonderful minds of children. She loved what she was doing. It's obviously she loved her family. For what? And I'm not going to even put up the 3 words that the prosecution put on the screen because it's an insult to all of them. I don't even want to say them. But what Chad and Lori can't take from us is our memories. They can't take that. They can't destroy it. They can't erase it. Our memories are what we have. That's what we have left, our memories. Our pictures will fade somewhat. Our memories will fade a little bit. But I think through it all, we will retain lost. I'm happy it's over. There's one stage left. And I will say this, whatever verdict, whatever sentence the court and the jurors decide on, I will absolutely live with it. I want to thank the jurors. I hope they get help if they need it. They've heard and they've seen things that they can't unhear and they can't unsee. I've seen the photographs. I had to put my hands on JJ in those photographs. I put my hands, arms in those photographs. Those photographs and those bruises were made by these. It was not books. It was not falling down. I've seen them. I studied them. Tammy, I hope you're teaching kindergarten. I hope you're providing wonderful books to the children. You have grown to be a beautiful woman. I hope you get and you make everything you wanted to be of yourself. The Lord is with y'all. He is protecting y'all. Judge Boyce, I can't imagine a finer judge to be before in this case than Judge Boyce. I don't think there's one appealable speck of evidence. I've told all the defense attorneys, do the best you can. That's all we ask. Do the best for your clients. One of the last things I want to tell you, we would have never made this without each other. I want y'all to know this is the strongest lady on earth.
Okay.
Oh, this is getting painful. Um, oh, just said that you have rescheduled your truck for tomorrow, so we'll have to stay another night. So you get to stay with us. So let's see. Let me get the tab. We were almost through, and I think that we set it to the beginning. So we may get a little repeat if we try to see it up. So, but that's okay. We've got time, and Larry does such a fine job in talking. I wouldn't mind. Yeah, he would be. He's like Garrison Keeler, Lake Wobegon. Uh, what? He just has that calming, easy to listen to kind of voice, kind of like grandpa telling you stories, sitting on the back porch in his rocking chair. And, okay, maybe he's not JJ's biological grandfather, but you couldn't ask for a better grandfather. So let's get this. Let's just listen to it from this point here. Oop.
JJ, Papa loves you. JJ, I miss you. But JJ, I will see you one day. I hope you have grown to be a beautiful woman. I hope you get and you make everything you wanted to be of yourself. The Lord is with y'all. He is protecting y'all. Judge Boyce, I can't imagine a funner judge of a full case than Judge Boyce. I don't think there's one appealable speck of evidence. Prosecution done a mighty job. One piece at a time. They laid the foundation. They spoke well. They spoke clearly. Thank y'all. Mr. Pryor, I want to thank you. I thought you did an admirable job. You had a job to do. I told you years ago, I wanted you to do the best you could. I told all the defense attorneys, do the best you can. That's all we ask. Do the best for your clients. One of the last things, I want to thank the media. The media has been amazing. No one in the media, almost no one in the media, has been out of place. A couple that were a little bit out of place, they're not here. This is not what this is about. The media is here to produce a product that justifies everybody. The media has done an outstanding job. I want to thank every one of you. Lastly, the audience that has been here months, day in, day out, away from their home, some away from their children. They go home, and I hope every one of these gentlemen and ladies that have children, you go home, you hug your children. Take lots of photographs. If I had a do-over for the last 5 years, I'd have taken 1 million photographs. Nobody ever anticipates that we're going to lose somebody. Nobody is guaranteed tomorrow. We all know that. Nobody is guaranteed tomorrow. Hug who you want to hug. Tell who you want to tell you love them. Tell them that. Be honest. Just be true. Let's just do the right things. If you see something that's not right, say something. Don't be afraid to speak up. Let's be kind to the people that surround us. Let's be loving to the people that love us. Thank y'all. And the party's over. Questions? 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 I forgot to breathe. I did. I realized that I wasn't breathing. I had quit breathing. And I said to myself, you got to breathe. Our wonderful friend Lauren said, do your deep breathing exercise.
Seems as if you were whispering something to yourself, maybe thanks.
I did. That's where I forgot to breathe. I was praying. I was praying for a just verdict, and we got it.
Larry, what did you think of Chad Daybell's lack of emotion, lack of reaction,
I think it's Chad. I think it's how he deals with his issues. I feel sorry that he can't cry. I feel sorry for him that he can't show emotion. As y'all all know, there's not one person here in this wonderful crew of people that we have called family that I don't want to hug. I don't offer a hug. I don't offer a handshake. It's sad when you can't do that. For what? I think if he'd learned to have done that, maybe none of this would have happened. Show emotion. Tell people you love them. Don't be afraid to not to. One of the last things I want to tell you, we would have never made this without each other. I want y'all to know this is the strongest lady on earth. One of these days, she's going to cry. She hadn't done it in a long time. It's over with. We're going to go back home to Louisiana in the near future. We're going to take our time getting there because we need to stop and smell some roses for a while. We need a chance to look at this beautiful state, this beautiful country, the states that are in between here and Louisiana.
Are you going to
Are we?
I don't know. We haven't made decision yet.
Oh, okay. She's the boss. I just talk and show up. Um, yes. Somewhere. Where do I know? When do I know? No. Like I said, Kate just says, "Hey, let's go here." I said, "Okay, let's go." There's some people that I'd like to call out. Lauren, you and Dr. John, I don't know what we'd have done without you. My little man Banks, he made my heart heal. I love him so much. I look out here and I'm amazed that y'all are willing to stand up out in the sun and let this old man talk and not say, "That's enough. Y'all shut up. Shut up, old man." But I thank every one of y'all. There's so many that I want to call out. So many friends we've made. They're not friends. Y'all aren't friends anymore. Y'all are our family. And if you ever come to South Louisiana, Shy, I'm going to feed you some crawfish and some etouffee. Thank y'all so much. Have a good time.
Okay. I was just checking the jury.
Before these animals.
It's been 4 hours, 37 minutes since we started getting the placard saying the court will be back. So the report that I've heard is that the jury is still deliberating. Dinner has been ordered, and I guess it hasn't arrived yet. So they're still going. Oops, something is giving me. Okay, I think a tab got open by mistake. Let's go back over to our tab here. Oops. Come on. So, make sure that it's going strong. Well, let me do a little checking on Twitter and see what the latest is over there. Little Lee says, almost approaching the 5-hour mark for the sentencing phase for Chad Daybell. Just 1 more hour and 54 minutes will be the first verdict that was from yesterday, making him guilty on all accounts. Is calling this verdict at 6 hours, 6 minutes, meaning 66. The jurors minded she's a numerologist, so I've been chatting with her a bit on Twitter. She seems like a delightful lady who unfortunately has a cold right now, so I wished her well. Somebody's asking, are the attorneys there? Okay. She's asking, Headless Gal asks, are the attorneys also in the courtroom tonight? They may be there, or they may have gone to their hotel if it's nearby, or maybe a restaurant for dinner, or they might be in some conference room somewhere. They will be notified, half an hour before there's a verdict announced. And so at that point, they would hightail it back over to the court. So, I don't know. I've heard in other cases where they're off at the restaurant and having a good meal, and all of a sudden they have to get up and run over to the court. So they're not going to be very far. They're going to be probably within a couple of blocks of the courthouse, I would guess. So, Not bougie enough says victim impacts in Chad Daybell trial is as heartbreaking as it was in Lori Daybell trial. These two have scarred numerous loved ones for years to come. The farm boy will be a prison boy now. Justice for Tammy Daybell, justice for Tylee Ryan, justice for J.J. Vallow. Let's see. Got Christina Bueller says Chad Daybell faces possible death penalty for 3 murders. And then it says something CNN. I'm counting down the minutes. Oh, she's I guess her source is CNN for the photos. So Little Lee says it's giving him life without parole or giving him capital punishment. That's how I describe the verdict watch penalty phase for Chad Daybell to anybody under 30. Well, by using it's giving. Interesting. In 20 years, the libs will say Chad Daybell is a sweet old man who would never hurt anyone. He likely lived a full life. Sadly, that's probably true. And it's unfortunate that some people will see him as a grandpa if he's still kicking in 20 years. Headless Gal says, for any Chad Daybell updates I've been following Caitlin, she's Nate Neaton's replacement while he's at Crime Con. And I'm just writing a message. No one can replace Nate. So I'm writing, she's just filling in. So, probably Nate expected that the penalty phase would go longer and that he would be back by the time a verdict would be in the offing. I'm sure he was quite taken aback today. No, Caitlin Hart says for if anyone is interested, I'll be calling into the Courtroom Insider tonight at 6:30 with Nate to talk to about today's hearing and what could be next, and unless we get a verdict in the next hour, and that was 27 minutes ago, so they may be live. Let me take a look. Let's see. I don't see East Idaho News live. Let me try refreshing the tab. Okay, here we go. Let's listen to Nate. Let's see. We'll back up and do it on 1.25 to get caught up. Okay. Let's see.
Idaho, obviously. The jury at this moment in the Chad Daybell case is working to decide if he will spend life in prison or if he will spend the rest of his life on death row until the state of Idaho executes him. I'm Nate Eaton. It is a big day here. We've been monitoring all of the developments. I'm here with my wife, Erica. She's going to come on in a minute. I know I have met many of you at CrimeCon as we've been walking the halls. I've just interviewed some people about the decision in the Chad Daybell case. So much to discuss. I want to get straight to Caitlin Hart, though. She's been in the courtroom all day long in Ada County. I'm calling her now. She can give us the very latest. Caitlin, are you there?
Oh, I can hear you now.
Okay. We are on live, and I'm just wondering what's happening. What can you tell us?
So right now there's about, I would say maybe 40, 50 people kind of just standing here with me. We're waiting outside the courtroom. We've been waiting here for, oh geez, we started at 2, so about 4 hours and 45 minutes, going on 5 hours here. We're just waiting for the jury to come back to decide whether or not Chad is going to be spending the rest of his life in prison or if he's going to be getting the death penalty. So
okay, so Caitlin, the jury you said started around what time? 2 o'clock?
2 o'clock.
Yeah. And it's 6:45 in Idaho.
Yes.
So it sounds like they haven't gone home for the night, right? They're still deliberating.
They are still deliberating. Yeah, and they actually closed like the door in the middle of the hallway, which was kind of weird because we've been let down there this whole time. And so I don't know if maybe they were bringing dinner in or what, but we haven't been able to even be close to over there.
Okay. A technical difficulty, is that how I understood it?
Yeah, so court was supposed to start at 8:30. A lot of us got here at like 7:30 to make sure we got a spot in line, and didn't actually end up getting into the courtroom until about 10:30 because of a technical delay. They didn't actually say why, although Judge Boyce did say a little bit later that it was an administrative issue. We didn't actually learn what that meant, but started around 10:30. Yeah, it was a little bit late today.
So one of the things I noticed in watching from here is that the victim, the people that read the victim impact statements did not appear on camera. So I imagine they had to adjust some of the cameras in there.
Right. Yeah, they actually did that while we were in the courtroom.
Okay.
So I don't think that had to do with it, but
Okay.
they just really quickly ran over and adjusted them.
Okay, so once they got the technical malfunction worked out, what was the...
So the first thing that we did was they talked to Chad about his mitigation and if he was planning on presenting any mitigation today, if he was planning on presenting anyone or anything that was going to try and prove, like there was a reason he did what he did, anything that would help him get kind of a less of a harsh sentence back from the jury. And he declined to present any kind of mitigation. None of his children spoke, nobody from his defense, no one on his side spoke. He actually didn't even end up giving an allocution, which is interesting because Lori Daybell did at her sentencing, so he didn't say anything. And after that, we got into the opening statements, and they were really short, kind of just a reminder of what the rules were and a reminder of the basic facts of the case. And then they got started with witnesses, and that was probably the most interesting part.
So the defense and prosecution each had an opening statement.
Yeah.
And
so they both had a really brief one.
And really, maybe if you count up the number of words Chad Daybell has said this entire 9-week trial, 8 weeks to 9, is maybe 10 words tops. Like, yes, Your Honor, no, Your Honor, things like that.
Not giving a defense for his sentence. And he said, yes, I do. And then they said, did your lawyer tell you that the consequences of this? And he said, yes, Your Honor. And so that's about 6 words right there. Yeah.
So not one word from Chad. Wow. A lot of people were wondering, he did his podcast. He spoke out. He spoke at conferences. He went all over the place. He wanted people to listen to his words, yet he had nothing to say today.
Yeah, it's really, I think, a little bit telling, especially when you put it like that. I mean, he was preaching all of these beliefs and all of these things about death percentages and all of these things about people being light and dark. And then when it comes down to it, he didn't put anything up in his own defense at the end of the day.
Right. Okay. So then, and no one spoke on his behalf. I mean, a lot of us thought maybe his children might say a word or two, but nothing from the defense. How many witnesses did the state call for I guess, yeah, witnesses who read victim impact statements?
Yeah, so you're right. The state did call them. And we actually ended up hearing from 9 different people. Most of them were Tammy Daybell's family members, her brothers and sisters, her son. We heard from Kay Woodcock, and very emotional, extremely emotional from Colby, and also from Michael Douglas, Tammy Daybell's oldest brother. He spoke a lot about the emotional toll he's kind of taken through all of this. He talked about the moment he found he would look at the victims while they were testifying, but with breaks and stuff, he would sit next to Chad, and not Chad. He would sit next to John Pryor and smile, just kind of be normal.
That every day people say, what was he like? He's the same. I mean, you could play a tape of him probably 5 weeks ago and play it today, and it'd probably be the same. Maybe his outfit's a little different.
A lot of people thought he'd show up.
I imagine that his attorney will keep it that way until he. And we do have to say they have to be very careful. There's certain stuff that they can and can't say. They can't come in there and be like, Chad Daybell, go to where. And I mean, they have to be they have to be careful on what they say, because then there can be objections and stuff like that. So, and these are, you think about it, these are victims that have been waiting 4.5, 5 years to address him. I mean, what would you say? What would you say to this person that has dropped a bomb on your entire family for generations? So yeah, it's got to be one of the most stressful moments of their life, but hopefully it brought them some peace. After they finished, is that when the jury left out the door and began deliberating?
So there was a couple moments between that, but something I want to touch on really quick is there was only one juror that ever actually said Chad's name. The rest of the time they referred to him as the defendant. Really interesting.
You said juror. Did you mean witness?
Sorry, we only did it once. I think it was an oops, honestly. But
oh, wow.
I thought that was really interesting. After the witnesses spoke, we took a quick break so that we could go over jury so that the court could go over jury instructions. And then once the jury came back in, interesting is because it's obvious to decide that it's bad.
To decide these aggravating factors against the mitigating circumstances, they have to decide, okay, but really kind of the aggravating factor, one of them has already been met, right, Caitlin? I mean, there was more than one body.
So the way that they explained the aggravating factors today was interesting because there are, I believe, 7 of them. So the first one is that the Tylee and JJ's murders were committed for remuneration or some kind of compensation, or that Chad convinced someone else to commit the murders for compensation. The second one is that Tammy's murder was the same instance, was committed for remunerations. The third one is that Tylee's murder was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel. This next 2 are for JJ and Tammy, the same kind of thing.
Right.
And then that Chad exhibited utter disregard for human life. And the last one is that his conduct exhibits a propensity to commit murder, which just basically means that his conduct could present a danger to society if he were to be let out, if he were to have a light sentence. But those are kind of, I mean, to me, seem a little bit cut and dry, but, you know, it's a big decision for the jury to have to make. And we're just going to have to wait and see what they say.
And it's obvious that they did not have their minds made up when they went into that room. And all it takes is one to say no. Well, or for one to say, no, I want life. I won't go with death.
Right. And I mean, Boyce kind of explained today in court that there is an option for them if they decide they just can't agree, and they can put on the verdict form. You know, we just could not come to a decision, and Chad would essentially get life in prison because of that, and would kind of avoid the death penalty that way.
Right. Right. Wow. All right. And you guys wait. Right now, it is almost 7 o'clock in Boise, and they are waiting on the jury. We all are waiting on the jury, and the jury they are since Wednesday afternoon, and they could come out and say, we're going to go home. We're going to go back to the hotel tonight, sleep on it, and maybe they come back with a verdict. Have they said, Caitlin, if they might hold court tomorrow, or is they going to hold off till Monday? Have they said anything?
They haven't said anything today, but yesterday Boyce briefly said there's a possibility that we could be held in court on a weekend. I think that that's definitely an option. I think that's something that could happen for sure. But we'll just kind of have to wait and see. The last time they had when they had the verdict for the guilty for yesterday, they stopped at 6:30 and went home, but we're at 7 o'clock, so it's starting to look like they might hold out all night. So
yeah,
we're approaching hour 5 here.
Right. The second it comes down, we will cut away to the courtroom and carry that for you live. Caitlin will, of course, go back in. We can't see Caitlin because we can't televise. We can't do video from inside the courthouse. So we're glad that she can call us. But once that verdict comes down, she'll go outside, assuming that, you know, people are still there. It's not late at night, and bring reaction. I imagine the families are still there, Caitlin, or have some of them left?
Oh yeah, Tammy's whole family is still here. They've been here all night. They've been sitting here with all of us, and I think I see Samantha Gwilliam, and I see Tammy's sister-in-law, and her brothers are still here. Her sister-in-law's here, and we're all just waiting. It is dwindling down slightly. People are starting to get tired and leave, but I will be here all night.
She'll be here till, and if you have to be there tomorrow morning, they did say that courthouse will remain open until a verdict comes in, and you never know when it could be. So we're going on about 4 hours now. There's 5 hours. 5 hours. Okay.
Yeah. So we'll see. It's about 7 o'clock, but there's still high hopes, and there's a vending machine with Dr. Pepper. So
well, and Jordan's outside. Maybe to have him take his skateboard and get you Jimmy John's.
He did just text me and ask me if he wanted me to skateboard, if I wanted him to go skateboard to get me some dinner. So I might have to do that.
Do that. Always eat when you can. I've learned that as a reporter. Eat when you can.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm well taken care of.
Awesome. Caitlin, thank you. Very, very good work. Thank you for doing it. If you're not following Caitlin, you should. She's on Twitter. Anything that you want to add, Caitlin?
I don't think so. I just think, you know, there's so many awesome people here. I've only been here 2 days, and all the people here have offered me drinks and gum and food and comfort. So the people here are awesome, and I am ready to bring whatever update is next.
All right. And Caitlin, give everybody your account on Twitter, on X.
Yeah. So on Twitter, X, I'm at News with Kate, Kait. And I've been tweeting updates as we're here. Obviously, there's not a lot to update on, but let me know if you have any questions, and I'll try and answer them as best I can.
Okay, good work, Caitlin. We'll if there's any news, of course, we'll check in with you again. But thank you so much, Caitlin Hart with East Idaho News. Go eat some dinner. See you, Caitlin.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Bye. That's got to be the decision of a lifetime for these jurors. What do they do? And the death penalty, especially in Idaho right now, it's a complicated issue. They went to put a man to death a few weeks ago. Creech is his last name, and they couldn't get a vein. The guy's been on death row for 40 years, and they could not get a vein. They tried 7 times, I believe, and it never took. And now they don't know what they're going to do. Idaho passed a law bringing in the firing squad last year, but there's no facility to do it. There's no money in the budget to build a facility for the firing squad. So it's not like they can, schedule a date to execute them via firing squad. So there are some, you recall the juror I spoke with, Laura, juror number 4 in Lori Vallow's case a few weeks ago. She said that knowing what she knows now, the fact that the death penalty is kind of a interesting issue in Idaho, she would not sentence him to death until the situation is fixed. Now, you might be saying, well, Chad Daybell, he's younger than 80. He's not going to have an issue with the vein. But Idaho does not execute people quickly. It can take decades. I mean, Chad Daybell, if he's sentenced to death, he very well could die in prison because, it takes a long time for these appeals to happen. In fact, I want to show you what this just came to me. One moment here. We're in a different hotel room, so I want to show you the death penalty, death row in Idaho. What it is like. Well, there's the pictures, but let me show you execution chamber photos. Right here, this is what it's like when you get executed. There's the chamber looking southwest. I'll try to make these bigger. There you go. Hopefully you can see that. There is the place where somebody is executed. The inmate is executed on that bed right there. This is the death chamber. There's the facility. There's F block front. This is where Chad Daybell, if he's sentenced to death, this is the isolation cell. Death penalty inmates are in isolation 23 hours a day. They get 1 hour out. There's this toilet. There's the sink. There's a TV. There's a bed. I don't know if you have to buy your TV. In some jail facilities, you do. This very well could be Chad Daybell's cell if he is sentenced to death row. And there is where he could die, if that is what they decide to do. So I would imagine there's witnesses from the chamber. That's the view from the witness area right through that those glass windows. Witness seating is in here. And that is what it is like on death row in the state of Idaho. So I just got a buzz on my phone. I want to be sure that we're not, in case that verdict comes down, I'm watching it very closely. So that's what's been happening today. I do want to play a couple of clips from the hearing today. We heard from, Caitlin did a great job walking us through everybody that spoke, the witnesses today. Let me just run down another list for you right here. We had, here we go. Ron Douglas, Tammy Daybell's father, spoke for the first time publicly. Wonderful man. I had the opportunity to visit with him a few times when his wife was alive with him, Phyllis. Wonderful, wonderful couple. Such a great man. And we fortunately got to talk yesterday when I was there in the courtroom after Chad Daybell was sentenced or was found guilty. He spoke. Here's our show for the night. Here's what Ron Douglas had to say today. It was short, but it was to the point. He was the very first one who spoke.
Before moving to Idaho, she lived 1 block away. It was difficult for us when she moved. We'd had daily interactions with her and the children. After they moved, we drove to see them for all of the children's weddings and graduations. Our last visit in Idaho with them was in March of 2020. My wife made me promise to return and visit the kids after she passed away. My wife passed away last June. The tragedy of the case has harmed our family's relationship with the kids. I will remain open to rebuilding a relationship with them. It makes me angry, and it destroys me to know Tammy was treated how she was. I find it comforting to know that Tammy is resting peacefully in Utah, buried alone, and near her beloved mother.
Thank you, Mr. Douglas.
Just so heartbreaking. Imagine being a father. I think he's in his 80s. Your adult daughter is murdered in such a vicious way, and the world is watching it and following this saga for years, and you get to go and testify at your son-in-law's, probably the man that asked him for his daughter's hand in marriage. He's testifying at his sentencing hearing. So he spoke short to the point. Kay Woodcock also spoke about J.J. Vallow. Matthew Douglas, Tammy Daybell's brother, spoke. Annie Cushing, Tylee's aunt, spoke. Kelsey Douglas, Tammy Daybell's sister-in-law, who's married to Ben Douglas, they spoke. Colby Ryan spoke about JJ and Tylee, and here is a little bit of what Colby had to say.
Tylee will never be able to share her gifts with the world, or have all the people who love her get to hear her incredible laugh. Sorry. JJ will never get to grow up. And share his one-of-a-kind personality with the world. And everyone who's lost him feels the void. It's not an overstatement to say that I lost everything. But more importantly, we all lost Tylee and JJ.
So then we heard from Michael Douglas, Tammy's older brother, and we heard from Samantha Gwillem, Tammy's sister. And here is what Samantha said.
I speak out for my sister, Tammy Daybell, because she cannot speak for herself. She is dead. And others who were supposed to stand up for her, protect her, and love her did not. From the moment I found out that she was gone, I've never felt peace. In the first few weeks, I had a gut feeling that something wasn't right and that someone had done something to her, but I didn't know why. So many questions come up as a quick funeral is arranged, no autopsy and no answers. As we find out about a quick marriage, I smell a rat. As any woman does, I search out answers and dig through whatever evidence I could find. None of it was reassuring or good. There's still no peace to be found. We are questioned by police about missing children. And this uneasiness I had felt about Tammy's death only intensifies. We are notified that Tammy has been exhumed. And this is my first moment of maybe now I can get the answers I seek. But with the pandemic and exhaustive testing, I don't see results for a long time. My family sits in a limbo of not knowing why or what happened. In the meantime, there's a large investigation, many more questions. We are hounded by news reporters through phone calls, texts, emails, social media, and even with surprise visits at our front door. Still no peace. I am asked about a pet cemetery. And a few days later, I watch with the world as the bodies of two precious missing children are found on the same property where my sister died. I retched and sobbed over learning about JJ and Tylee. 2 more victims and no peace to be found for anyone. When we finally get the long-awaited autopsy results, our worst fears are confirmed and we know that she was murdered. We have spent almost 5 years waiting for there to be peace. My sister, Tammy, was my best friend every day. Her first year there was a hard adjustment, but she made a place for herself there and was a great her school on. Pardon me. She loved being a lived next door to each other. We helped raise each other's children. We were excited for the future. My last visit I had with Tammy is the last time I have felt any peace. I would not be a good sister if I did not defend Tammy as well from an illness. Look at me right now. I am the same age as Tammy was when she died. She was in better health than I am right now. Do I look like healthy and still play a video game or eat fast food occasionally? My sister was ripped from our lives. Because of her murder, we lost a beloved mother, grandmother, sister, aunt, and daughter. She is irreplaceable. She started with one grandchild and missed seeing the next 5 that would be born. They will never get to know her. But when Tammy died, that is not the only thing that we lost. Her absence created a void that is unmistakable. We used to have a close relationship with Tammy's children, but now our relationship is strained, and some of the kids that I helped raise no longer speak to us. My mother passed away last June. She had to spend the last of her years separated from these same grandchildren for no fault of her own. My mother declined in health while still not having peace. Her passing was marred by the fact that Tammy's children chose to not participate in her funeral. The lies, deception, and murder have ripped our family apart. We do not feel peace. I am not a dark person or a zombie, and for me and my family to be portrayed this way is unacceptable. I am tired of being vilified, so there is a reason to not listen to me. I stand for truth, and I don't lie. So know as I say this now. My sister should not be dead right now. She should be here alive and smiling with her family and friends. She should be doting on her grandchildren and taking care of her animals. It is a cruel world that has taken her from us. We need to feel some peace for the first time in 5 years. I miss my sister every day. I will grieve for her for the rest of my life. I speak up for her now because she needs a voice. Thank you.
Wow. Wow. You can listen to everybody that spoke today, and looks like I'm getting cut off here. We have it all on our YouTube channel, and again, many of those people are at the courthouse, and they are waiting to find out what will happen with Chad Daybell and his sentence. And I'm just checking in. I don't think we have an update yet. And the timing of this couldn't be more crazy. The verdict came down yesterday. Tomorrow, I'm here at CrimeCon in Nevada. Not Nevada. We were in Las Vegas last year. We're in Nashville, and we've met Erica's here with me. So we've met so many. She's going to come on in a minute, and we've met so many good people. But everybody today was following this, trying to figure out what have they reached an answer? Have they decided what's going to happen? And not yet. In fact, this morning, the first panel that I hosted was with the Scamanda, the executive producer of the podcast, and the investigative agent from the IRS who was investigated the thing. I'm getting a call right now from Jason Gwillem. I'm going to see if he wants to come on and say anything. Jason.
Yes, sir.
Hey, we are on Courtroom Insider Live right now. Did you want to say anything? Do you have a minute? Okay, let me get you on speaker. Jason does want to say a couple of things. I appreciate you calling in, Jason, really without any notice at all. So first of all, how are you doing? How's the family?
You know, family's good. We're in good spirits. Everybody's upbeat. We're just waiting around live here from Boise, Idaho. Just waiting on the fourth floor for any word for a verdict or for reading of what the verdict or the sentence might be.
I imagine, I just played Samantha's statement. I would imagine that to write that, what was that like for her? Anything that you want to share? I mean,
you know, Samantha's a really deep thinker, and she's one that wants to make sure everything is just right. But in these cases, when she has written her statements, she's gone ahead and just done it straight from the heart, puts it on a voiceover, and just starts to talk and says what she feels and says what she wants to say. And so everything that she said really came from the heart. She didn't do a whole lot of editing with what she did.
Wow, that was powerful. So all of them were powerful, to be honest with you today. And what was Chad's reaction when she was saying this?
You know, his was interesting because Chad's reaction was just very stoic. He didn't say a lot, but I did notice that during her comments and what she was saying, he didn't seem to look at her as much. He seemed to kind of look around or look past her, look more at the jury to see what their reaction was going to be of her. But he didn't say a whole lot. I will say, and this was interesting, that in watching and talking with some of the prosecution after the prosecution during this one, they were a little bit touched. They don't normally express any emotion or say a lot, but they were fighting. They were fighting a little bit to keep those tears and those emotions in check, trying to remain neutral.
Well, let me tell you, it's been an emotional 24 hours. You don't realize how emotional hearing a verdict can be, but it's, and then to have to turn around and read these statements. I can't imagine what that's like.
You know, the interesting thing for us, and I will speak for the group of us that was here as a whole, when we heard that yesterday in the verdict, it was a little bit liberating and a little bit healing and a little bit of emotional let go, to be able to go, okay, now those things that we felt for the last 4.5 years, we can finally let go and get off of our chest somewhat. And particularly my oldest brother-in-law, Mike, his attitude and mood today has been almost night and day different. So he's carried a lot of burden, feeling like the older brother. And after he got his words out, after he had a chance to share what he had to say, he has been almost a different person. And
Wow.
it's been good. It's just to watch and see him start that healing process. It's been a difficult trial. It's been a difficult trial.
Well, I got to tell everybody watching that Jason and Samantha, the whole family, are just incredible people. But I've gotten to know Jason and Samantha pretty well over the past few years, and they are just such wonderful, wonderful people. And they are even better because they love Coca-Cola. And when I go to their house, they have Coke stuff everywhere. They love Disneyland. Samantha's a theater teacher. My brother's a theater teacher. So we had that connection. And Jason is just such a nice guy. And he sends me the greatest photos that just in the midst of, you know, really heavy stuff, make you smile. For instance, today he was sending me photos from their lunch, which was so nice to see that in the midst of all of this, there's a little bit of happiness and family togetherness and kindness, which I guess is a great thing to come out of all of this. How's the extended family doing, especially Ron? I mean, we heard from him today, and there was even some question maybe on if he'd come up.
You know, on that with Ron, it was good for him to come up here. It was good for him to lay eyes on the entire scene. What you see from your home is not what you see when you get here. There are feelings, emotions, impressions you walk away with that they're good. So from Ron's perspective, he's really enjoyed it. And if you know Ron, he had an opportunity to tell many bad jokes today. So he was on his game. He'd be happy to have me say that. He had 6 or 7 of them ready to go, and he's been telling them all day and just loving it.
He saved up the dad jokes.
Absolutely. The other part that's been really fun for us is we've gotten to know and got to meet so many amazing people. You're one of them. And I can't speak highly enough about it. Maybe even those of you that listen already know that. But in addition to him, we were also able to go through, and I really got to know Colby today. I really got to sit down for a couple hours with Brandon Boudreaux, get to know these people, because the reality behind all of our stories and everything that we are going through is we have lives. We're people. We love, we care, we have our whole lives that are out there, and this is just, you know, people will see the names, they'll see Tammy Daybell, knew her. People will see names of Samantha William. That's my wife. We're real people with real lives and real challenges that we face. And Colby, Brandon, and everybody else is the same thing. And it's just getting to know these people and their story has just been an absolute joy. It's just been wonderful. And so some good relationships have come out of something that's just been so horrific.
Right. Now, how long do you all plan to stay at the courthouse? Are you there for the night if the jury...
Well, I'm here until jury says we're going home or we have a verdict. I'm not going anywhere.
And I would imagine if the jury was getting tired, they would call it for the night, but they're still there and it's 7:20.
They are still, yes. And so I will tell you this, about 45 minutes, an hour ago, they asked for dinner. They were taken down into an area where they were fed. And then they just recently broke from that about 15 minutes ago. And so that either tells me that they wanted to be fed before they go home, or they wanted to be fed before they just buckle down and get it done.
Okay.
So,
You're right.
If you wanted to, no idea.
Right. Wow. And do you, what are your thoughts? I mean, do you hope that they go one way or another? I know other people, like Larry yesterday, said he supports whatever the jury decides.
I think for the most part, the whole feeling from the family, and I can't speak individually for everybody, is right now we did what we could do to get the verdict with regards to either way, life, death, whatever it is, it's out of our hands, and we respect the jury, and we're okay with whatever decision they make. It's really into their hands now. We don't lean one way or another. It's more or less, we got a victory yesterday, and that's the biggest thing that came out of all this, is to be able to have justice for the individuals, Tylee, JJ, Tammy, hopefully Charles soon, and we get some closure with that stuff.
Yeah.
It's not, closure to say, but it's, let's take these pieces, pick them up, rebuild, and move forward.
Yeah. Oh. Well, I so appreciate you all and appreciate you calling in, Jason. I hope that you all have plans to go on a trip or go unplug or do something when this is all over. Thank goodness it's summertime and your wife's out of school.
Absolutely. So
Yeah.
We've got a few plans here and there, and so at the end of the day, hopefully we can probably invest in some serious therapy. Let's be real.
Well, that too. Good.
It would be okay.
Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. Oh man, please give my best to everybody there. And I wish I was there, and I thought I'd be back there on Monday. I mean, I will be, but you all might not be. And let's hope they're not still deliberating Monday, but who knows?
You know what? We'll be following one way or another on East Idaho News in one form or another.
All right. By the way, I did want to say there have been many, many, many people here at CrimeCon that have asked me to extend their love to you all who are there. I'm amazed how many people have followed this, know the names, know the birthdays, know everything. So I'll pass that along to you, and you can share that with everybody.
Tell them thank you. We love them, and we appreciate the support, the love, and the thoughts and prayers.
All right, Jason. Thank you. Take care. See ya. Bye. Wow. Well, I thank you, Jason, for calling in. That was not planned. We didn't plan this. And he, I did shoot him a message and say, if you all want to say anything, feel free. Okay. Why don't, honey, you want to come in? Erica's here. The better part, the best part. We have tried to set this up, and if I need to move, maybe I'll scoop back. You know what? I'm going to stand up and widen the shot. Just talk.
I enjoy naps. Can I just go? You just want me to chit chat for a second?
A little bit.
Since Jason just called you, this seems appropriate that I can say this right now. That thank you, Samantha, for standing up for all of us middle-aged women who enjoy playing a little Pokemon Go now and then. Okay, that go to McDonald's on occasion and that have dedicated our lives to our children. So yeah, we don't always get to the gym. I appreciated that.
Right.
And I thought if that was my sister up there, that's exactly what she would have said too, standing up for her sister and for their family. And I just
right.
I listened to everyone's testimony today. I did listen to Nate's session with one earbud in so that I could also watch the trial just to make sure. I would have signaled him from the audience if.
Right. And I left my phone with her
down.
because I knew it would be buzzing so much because all of you have been, not all of you, but many of you have been messaging me. And the guy next to, do you remember his name? Who was the guy next to you? Mike. Hi, Mike. Shout out to you. He was also looking at Erica's phone and looking up at the stage, kind of following it. As I said, there's been we met a woman we were walking through who had it on her phone, waiting to see if there was a verdict, a sentence. Yeah. And do we have to say we met up with Summer Shiflett today and her husband, and looking forward to talking to Summer tomorrow here at CrimeCon. I know many of you who aren't here are asking how you can watch it. It's closed; they're not broadcasting it, but maybe next week I'll be able to get some clips and play some for you. She, of course, learned the verdict. Well, she was driving to CrimeCon yesterday, and she did submit a victim impact statement to the judge. And so that is there. So why don't we play a couple of people who we ran into tonight and their thoughts about the verdict, who you might know. Did you have something to say, Ann?
Oh, I have lots of things to say. You all know that, but you can go ahead and play your clips.
Okay. First guy you might recognize, this is Josh from Dateline,
Mankiewicz. He has a hard time with that.
I do.
And I will apologize for the quality of camera. I am not a camera person, but I moonlight as it.
Shooting for
bots.
Yes. Okay. I asked Josh about the Daybell case, and here is what he had to say. Not live from CrimeCon. We're live.
But I'm not supposed to know who that is. Okay.
No.
Okay.
I don't think. All right, everybody, we are here backstage at CrimeCon. You might recognize Josh from NBC, Dateline NBC. I mixed them up there.
We actually stopped calling it Dateline NBC.
Is it just Dateline now?
It's just Dateline, yes, because it runs places other than NBC.
Okay, so just Dateline. I should know I'm a contributor for the past 3 years.
Thank you.
Anyway.
You're on more than I am.
No, I don't know about that. Oh, your thoughts, by the way, on the Daybell verdict coming down yesterday.
Big day for justice yesterday. Yeah. It kind of got lost in everything.
It was a big news day.
Yeah, but you were there covering it, right?
I was there, and now I'm here.
Right, you're working a lot harder than I am.
Well, what are your thoughts about CrimeCon? Some people hear about CrimeCon, they're like, what is that?
I love coming here every year. I mean, this is a business. These are the customers that we are talking to. This is the audience that we talk to on Dateline. And it's nice to know what they think. And also, it's more than an audience because they also kind of see themselves as being on a mission with us to find out the truth of whatever case it is that they're interested in. And that to me makes all of this worthwhile. So I love coming here. I never miss it.
There are probably people in this audience who have solved crimes.
Yeah.
Because they're so big into these stories.
Yes. Oh no, there's no question. I mean, look, citizen journalism has just exploded over the last 10 years. I mean, I did a panel today with Madison McGee, who's done a podcast in which she's trying to solve her father's murder. And there's lots of other people who have done incredibly granular work on all kinds of criminal cases that either didn't get attention from police or wouldn't have gotten attention from police. And they have the time and they've made the effort and they've contributed hugely.
How did you get the nickname the mayor of CrimeCon?
BuzzFeed gave that to me. I did not want it and I cannot validate your parking.
Well, there's apparently shirts being sold on Amazon with your picture that say Mayor of CrimeCon.
I don't get a penny of that.
Okay, well, somebody fix that. All right. Well, what are you going to do now?
I'm going to go see all my friends here because
Okay.
there's a lot of people that I know from different years.
Yeah, it's kind of cool, kind of a reunion.
No, it's nice. And you're a big rock star here.
Well, as are you.
Yeah.
Good seeing you, Josh.
Nice to
Tell
see
Keith
you.
hi.
I will.
Keith, if you're watching, we say hi.
Yeah, he's not watching.
He's not watching. Goodbye. Okay, that was talking about Keith Morrison. I did text Keith, though, earlier today. I said, Keith, where are you? What did he say? With a picture of me and Erica. I said, all the true crime ladies and the Eatons are missing you at CrimeCon. He sent a smiley emoji. What a good-looking couple. Just like that. Just like that. All right, so we also ran into Nancy Grace. Asked her about the verdict. Do I need to fast forward this a little, hun?
A tiny
probably
bit.
right there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
We good, hun? Okay, here we go. All right, here with the one, the only Nancy Grace. Your thoughts, Nancy. Chad Daybell guilty, all counts yesterday.
I'd have to say, I'm not surprised at all. The evidence is overwhelming. Do you remember when the cops raided his place? He wasn't at all surprised. He basically called Cult Mom on the phone and went, they're here. If cops were digging up my backyard, I would be raising HELL. And I'd want to know, why are you here? Why are you digging up my yard? He wasn't surprised because he knew it was in the backyard. And while I'm thinking about what was in the backyard, I want to remind everybody that JJ was 7 years old. Tylee was just 16. What was left of Tylee was a bucket of flesh. She had been rendered down like an animal at a slaughterhouse. This beautiful young teen girl, dead, and nothing left but a bucket of flesh. I'm not worried about what Chad Daybell's going through. And I haven't even started on Tammy Daybell. He had a premonition. He planned the whole thing. Cult Mom had a hench person, and it's Chad Daybell, the prophet.
Well, during his defense attorney tried to blame Lori and Alex. He said Chad was going to be victim number 5, that Lori was going to go after him for money, and that they were after him. Obviously, the jury didn't buy it.
Listen, any juror that knew that Chad Daybell, the prophet's pickup line was, hey, me and you, we were married in a previous life. Let's go to the Motel 6. How could you trust anything that guy said?
All right.
Of course, I mean, did you ever doubt he was going to blame Cult Mom Lori Vallow?
Here we are. We'll see what the sentence is. What do you predict, life or death?
How long have they been out so far?
Well, as of this taping, about 2 hours.
I'm guessing one person's going to hold out for life.
You think it'll be life?
Yeah.
All right.
I'm not saying I agree with that.
All right. Thank you, Nancy.
Thank you.
Always good to see
The
you.
Nate Eaton.
The Nancy Grace. All right. We got to get a pick.
Do it.
Okay. We'll stop that there. And you remember last year at CrimeCon, Nancy strangled me.
It's true. That did happen. That's what we cut off at the beginning.
The strangle.
Please don't strangle him this year.
She didn't. Nancy is a rock star here at
CrimeCon.
I know many of you like her and many of you don't, but at least she is who she is. Next, I want to play a clip from Skye Borgman. Skye is the woman, the director of Sins of Our Mother, the Netflix special on Lori Vallow with Colby Ryan and other people who were in it. Skye does true crime docs. She did Abducted in Plain Sight, crazy Idaho story about the guy that kidnapped the neighbor girl twice and then got involved with the mom and the dad. Nutty, just crazy. Anyway, Skye's here working on some other projects, and I wanted to get her thoughts on the verdict yesterday and on Lori Vallow's verdict as well. Here's what Skye had to say. Check. Yes. Okay, we're backstage at CrimeCon with Skye Borgman. If you followed the Daybell case at all, Lori Vallow, you most likely saw Sins of Our Mother. She was the director of the production. Huge hit on Netflix. What are your thoughts now? We had a verdict yesterday, Chad Daybell. You surprised at all?
I wasn't surprised at all that Chad was found guilty. I'm awaiting what the sentencing is. I think he might get the death penalty. I wasn't surprised.
Yeah. How about Lori Vallow's trial last year? Because the show came out before the trial. Did you pay attention to it? Were you reading updates, watching it? Well, you couldn't watch it. There wasn't cameras, but audio came out.
I absolutely was following Lori's trial. I was following your coverage of Lori's trial mostly, but there was a lot of coverage. I thought it was interesting. I was happy that there wasn't more information that came out that we didn't kind of know about. Like, I feel like our show came out before, and I feel like we got it pretty much right. So I was really happy about that.
When you look back, you've done a lot of shows, Abducted in Plain Sight. You're working on a few now. We won't give them away. Where does this one, land in your mind as far as all the productions? Does this one kind of stick out?
It does. I mean, I think that the crime was so strange and so unbelievable. And I mean, any crimes with kids, it just kind of gets to you the way that nothing else does. And the way that they sort of conducted themselves, how Lori and Chad conducted themselves, it's just so astonishing. So it really does stick out to me.
All right, Sky Borgman. We'll see if we get that sentence tonight, or maybe the jury continues into tomorrow. It is a big decision.
Yeah.
Big decision. Thank you.
We'll see. Thanks.
All righty, there you go. So lots of people here at CrimeCon, and we have to start a few picks. I know you all have questions. While I pull up some pictures, are there any questions that you got that you want to answer?
No,
Any that
because
came in?
if you're on Meet and the Eatons, I answer whatever I know how to answer or can see. So.
Yeah. Well, Peggy has sent us some wonderful questions. Peggy is monitoring this, and
You want me to shout out though?
do some shout outs.
Shout outs. Max Schaefer, we would like to shout out your wife Jan. A very happy birthday to you, Jan.
Let's cut over to this one. We met these wonderful sisters who had an East Idaho News pink hat. Thank you so
Texas.
much. From Texas?
Yep.
Okay, who else you got?
Okay, next, Lori Griffith. Shout out to you. Lisa Green, Judy Nicken, Sassfire, like the name, Brooke Scott, Valerie Nelson, Christine Connell, Laureen Brown, and North Fork Beauty.
Lots of good
Shout out
people.
to you.
So many good people. Thank you all for spending your Friday
So many
nights with
kind
us.
people here
Very
and
kind.
online.
Yes, we ran into Gabby Petito's parents, who are just amazing. They're here talking about missing Indigenous women, and yeah, well, you had a chance to speak with them, didn't you?
I did. I had met them last year when we were in CrimeCon in Orlando, and they are just the nicest people. The nicest people. And not only that, they are a riot to be around. Just hilarious. Love them. Shout out to you guys tonight. Anyway, anything you want to add to that?
Yeah, they are the kindest people, and it's her step mom and dad, stepmom and stepdad, who are just great. They're here. If you see them around, you can say hello to them.
And they all get along very well.
They get along great.
Yes.
The guys went out golfing this morning while the ladies were here doing another session. And then we met, I don't remember this lady's name, do you? But look what she did. She made a button. Life goal, keep my mugshot off East Idaho News. And look at all her buttons. She had button all over her bag. She loves Pretty Lies and Alibis, Crime Weekly, Reporting Life from My Sofa, STS Nation. There's a lot of really, really good people here. Sorry, while I pull up some other photos and get to some other questions. Here she is with her bag right there. So honored. This is crazy. Like, what is East Idaho News doing at CrimeCon with all these big podcasters? I asked myself the same thing that we were talking with Josh. We met this wonderful lady from Chicago.
Dina,
how are you? She watches Secret Santa, and she
Feel Good Friday. She
Feel
knew.
Good Friday. She knew Emmy.
Yes.
She knew so many of these people. So many nice people. And I'll show one other photo here. Tom, our juror, Tom Evans, and Susan, they're here at CrimeCon. There we are. He is here. He's selling his book. Part of the proceeds go to a charity. I don't recall off the top of my head which one, but you can find out more on his website. So I know a lot of some of you are like, CrimeCon, that's just a racket, or why would you go, or what is it? That sounds so tacky. I can't believe you're there, not here. We have met some of the most amazing people at CrimeCon who have been through some of the most extraordinary heartaches that you'd ever could imagine. And we leave, at least I leave, inspired.
I agree with that.
Every day. I mean, we sat down this morning with a woman who broke the story of a lady who faked cancer for years, got people to donate her
defrauded hundreds, thousands of people.
Celebrities, over $150,000 of stuff. And the IRS agent that stopped it. I mean, they're out doing good in the world. There's nobody here dressed like a mass murderer. There's nobody here, wearing crime, but you can't dress up. We did see some people wearing mugshot shirts, which was awesome. And next year they announced it's going to be in Denver in September. Next September. Again, we don't get paid for this. We're not their spokespeople, but I'll give you the dates. Next September, there it is, 5th through the 7th, CrimeCon 2025, Denver, Colorado. So I believe they offer the cheapest tickets for that
now.
Yeah. Okay, so we have lots of questions. Peggy is dutifully gathering them, and Liza Jane just sent a donation for Peggy
from Canada
for her to have a glass of wine. And Peggy, go get drunk, go have fun.
I don't think Peggy's gonna do that, but I think she'll go enjoy a nice soda, the soda shop.
Okay, hold on a second. Let's see if we have
getting in there.
One moment here.
Nate's checking to make sure there's no verdict.
Yeah.
While he's live with you, dutifully doing his reporter.
I don't want to cause any false alarms, but I'm checking. Give everybody your thoughts about CrimeCon, hon.
Oh, about CrimeCon? It has been interesting. So this is my third CrimeCon coming with Nate, and I think honestly, he just keeps me around for the camera, and even though it's not that great, but when you don't get paid for it, you got to take what you can get. So he still appreciates it though. And all of you are very graceful for letting me camera slip and cut off heads and not say anything. So thank you for that. It is, I have learned a lot. I remember the first crime con I went to was in Las Vegas that happened.
Oh yeah, the music festival.
Yes, from the music festival. And many things I had never heard before from some of the investigators that were on that. I just think too, all of the sessions that I've ever been to at CrimeCon have been very thoughtful, great questions. We went to one about Lacey Peterson, and actually from one of those sessions a few years ago, they actually got in touch with someone that was encrypting computers or trying to de-encrypt the computer. I don't know. I'm not very techie, but I'm amazed at how many connections are made here between people that have actually helped in real life investigations. That they joke about being armchair detectives, but there are people who I'm just amazed at the amount of insight and the questions that come up from people, especially listening to this Scamanda session today with Nate. Remember, I was 1 year in and 1 year out, but people that aren't afraid to like dig in and really go after a story is just incredible to me.
Yeah. And it's a variety of stuff too. Okay. There is definitely no verdict, Caitlin is saying. Some of you are hearing that there is a verdict. She says there is definitely no verdict. They're all sitting in the courtroom and the door is closed. Okay. So regardless of what other media people may be posting, according to our reporter in the hallway, no verdict. If there would have been one, we would have cut immediately over to the courtroom. We will carry it live wherever you're watching this. Whenever the verdict comes down, we will have it live. I don't know, but we just wanted to confirm that.
Yes.
And okay. Got that out of the way. We had a little bit of excitement. You never know what's going to happen here. Tomorrow, we talk with Summer at noon, and then we're doing Skip, not at noon, at 4, something like that.
Sip and Sketch.
Sip and Sketch.
It is not at 4. It's like at 8 or 9 at night.
No, yeah, that's tomorrow.
Oh, you mean the session?
The session,
yes.
we have
Okay.
3:15. That's what it is. Skip and Sketch.
He's tired.
Skip and Sketch. I got in at 1 o'clock from Idaho, and they are so nice. They gave us this beautiful room behind us, and there was like a meat and cheese tray to welcome us. Anyway, I was so tired. I laid down and I shut my eyes, and all I could think was, Daybell, when will the sentencing come down? What's going to happen? What's that noise out there? Why is it? And then, then I think I finally fall asleep, and there's a knock at the door.
Okay, well, preface that there was actually a very loud boom crash from upstairs before that.
And I didn't hear that, but Erica did.
I did, and I thought, what in the world are they doing up there? And wop, 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 at 6:45 in the morning
On our
this
door.
morning.
And I thought it was 3:45. I didn't know what
I thought it was too, because we had the blackout curtains drawn since I was trying to let him have some sleep. And it was security. Apparently, whoever was above us had a adult fall, and they were coming to investigate, check on that. I'm not really sure, but I'm sure with my hair half, I looked at the lady and I'm like, can I help you? I mean, they didn't say why they were there. She just said security. And I thought, what in the world? They're coming for us at CrimeCon. What did Nate do?
I hope not. Let's not announce our room number. Oh, we have a tip for you about the camera being the camera woman.
You know, I brace my elbows against the body. It doesn't matter. I'm just not good at holding the camera because everybody's so tall.
Yeah, and we're using the camera we use because we want it to look at least. The problem is we shoot most of these in the hallways of the convention center. The lighting's horrible in hallways. The carpet's funky, so it's not like a professional studio that we have with professional lighting, because we just really want to run and grab as many people as we can and talk to them.
We could have used a tripod, but then we have to carry it around, and we're not really right there in the action.
And we're walking. Well, this is at the Opry Land.
Gaylord Opry.
Gaylord Opry. This hotel is massive. There is a river in the middle of the hotel that you can hop on a boat. Not really a river, but like a
little water path. Like in Vegas, a little canal situation happening.
Yeah,
gondola type ride.
We might go do that tomorrow. We there's a lot. It's a beautiful hotel. All right, let's get to some questions. Peggy is sending it to us and being amazing by gathering them.
While you're finding that, can I say something about Summer?
Yeah.
So I met Summer today. She is lovely. I know that you all have opinions about things, but I think it's important to remember that she has lost family members. And I was talking about the feelings that I am having personally for the victims and their families, that in a lot of ways, although Chad has been found guilty, nothing necessarily changes in their lives. Their loved ones are still gone, while at least Chad will be dealt with and put away, and he won't be out to harm anyone else or do things like that, at least not in the way he did. there's still a bit of heaviness and sadness. And it was nice to hear from Jason tonight that they are in better spirits and that some of that burden has been lifted off of family members to be able to share their victim impact statements. Both times I listened not live, but right after to Samantha. And again, when Nate played that, and I can't help but get teary-eyed because I don't understand how Chad could sit there and see his loved ones, people that he has known for half of his life, and not have any reaction at all to their pain, when these are people that I have met a handful of times and I can feel their pain and understand that. And I think that tells you the mindset of Chad in general, that to have no emotion at all, to just sit there and totally disregard your sister-in-law, your father-in-law, all of these family members, and even Kay and other people that I don't know.
We have some news. There is no verdict. The jurors are retiring for the night. The jurors are going to the hotel for the night. They have not reached a verdict, but Caitlin just texted me that the jurors are retiring. They will be back in court tomorrow at 8:30 a.m. and they will continue deliberations. So they had dinner and they obviously felt the need to take a break. This could be one of those things where they go home, they go to the hotel, they don't go home, and they need to sleep on it. It's a big, big, big decision. Or it could be that, and they maybe their minds are made up and they're going back and they're going to say, let's sleep on it and we'll come back tomorrow and, refresh ourselves. Or they're not anywhere near close.
Does this have to be unanimous?
Yes, 100%.
And what if, as long as it
just takes one person. One person could say, nope, I don't want to do it. And then he gets life. There is who told us? I think it was Caitlin that told us. There is a box on there. It says life, death, or we could not make a decision, and then it will be life in prison, no parole. Bottom line, there's no parole here. There's no option for Chad Daybell to ever have parole. But the jurors have not reached a verdict. They are going home, but they're not done. They're not done deliberating. They will be back at 8:30 Mountain Time tomorrow morning. So we could have a sentence tomorrow. And that's where we're at now. Okay, so wanted to get that in there. Let's get to these questions. I'm one of those people that if I have one unread email, it kills me. I have 72.
Okay, well, Nate has just informed us that they have stopped deliberating for the night. The deliberations will resume at 8:30 in the morning, unless they have more technical issues. And now I'm massively torn because I want to watch for the verdict. And let me check my text from my friend. We were going to have a little mini high school reunion with just a few of us who we would hang out like at lunch and had lots of classes together. And instead of the big high school reunion where we're running into people that we really didn't associate with because they weren't in the classes that we took. And I mean, we were a bunch of nerds. We were AP English, etc., music, choir, etc. So I remember there was one friend that I had almost every single class with, except for music. And then she transferred out of, let's see, no, that year we did have every class together. And then I dropped math and started taking guitar instead. And she went on in the math program and she dropped French. And so then we had 5 classes together. So, well, I'll start streaming at 8:30. I'll give my friend a call and see what she thinks. I don't know. It's a really great question. I mean, I could possibly use her computer out there and just stream and not be actively monitoring things. I'll have to give that some thought, but I will start out at 8:30, and who knows, maybe we'll get a verdict before noon and I can have my my reunion thing, and everything will be great. So if anybody is still here with me and hasn't fallen asleep, have a great evening, and we'll see about what happens tomorrow. Until then, we'll see ya. Bye-bye.